I think Cade is the focal point and the guy that you need to see take that next step. But all of them will benefit from having guys who show up, do the job, they're available, and they can shoot and space the floor. It's an adult offseason for the Pistons who are no longer a daycare. That doesn't mean they're anything special. It doesn't mean they're going to make the playoffs or even the play-in, but it's going to be an actual functioning NBA roster where there are players who have skill sets to complement the young guys, where there will be a real commitment to actually, having fit with the five on the floor. And Bickerstaff is part of the offseason. That's an adult who comes in who's not going to run a daycare. That wasn't how they did it in Cleveland. So adult is my word for the Pistons.
It kind of goes along with my second word, which was competent. Mm-hmm. When you have, when you bring in those adults and you have the ability to grow your youth, develop your youth, and still rely upon some of those veterans to be able to either impart their experience, their knowledge of the game of basketball at the NBA level, it does give you some hope that it's a competent and you have adults running the organization.
My word for the Red Wings, tread. As in treading water, as in tread on the tires 5 years in, kind of spinning the tires. Tread is my word. We wanted defense from this hockey team, right? Well, evidently, when you lose some of your scoring, you're going to need to add a guy like Tarasenko, but he doesn't make you better on defense, right? They added a third pair blue liner, and they added a guy who was mostly a backup goalie in Cam Talbot. Did they get much better defensively? I mean, maybe marginally. Are they going to benefit from their own players getting better? Sure. I believe that. I still think they're in the hunt for a playoff spot. But it does feel like they're treading water right now, waiting for somebody to break out, whether that's a full year of Lucas Raymond, a full healthy year of Patrick Kane. Maybe their biggest add on the blue line is Edvinson for a full season. But the point of free agency is not to just go, hey, we're bringing our own guys back and we're going to be better. The point of free agency is to help those guys. Did they really add and bolster their defense? Did they really? I mean, Tarasenko's a good goal scorer, but they got to replace Perron and Sprong and Gostisbehere's goals. I mean, they're net down in goals. They better be better defensively. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I say tread for the Red Wings.
So we're not far away because I actually looked up is a word, MEH.
Yeah.
And it is indifference or mild disappointment. And that's kind of what I got from listening to Steve Yzerman's press conference was there was nothing that he said or any excitement that he had about the signings, about the guys that they lost. It felt like there was some indifference. I'm not saying he is indifference to the Red Wings, but he kind of came across as we're very much the same as we were last year. So for me, there is some indifference to their offseason, and maybe even, this is also part of the definition, mild disappointment.
Thanks, Kenny. If anything, Yzerman was brutally honest, right? I mean, most GMs would say, hey, I feel like on paper we're better. He came out and was like, I don't know, we're about the same team, which most teams and most general managers wouldn't say 5 years in. They wouldn't go, But he basically said 25 minutes of, meh.
Yeah.
Okay, ticket text on the word they'd use for the Red Wings, the word they'd use for the Pistons. 248-539-9797. Red Wings offseason, underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Pistons offseason, intelligent. It's from Brian.
Yeah.
Red Wings word is better. Better in net, better on D, better with the forward group.
I hope you're right.
Hopeful. Red Wings dismal. So Pistons is hopeful, Red Wings dismal. Pistons intrigued. Red Wings lackluster. David and Clarkston. The Pistons, the intrigue, I see some intrigue, right? You want to see Cade Cunningham with proper spacing. It'll help him with turnovers. It'll help him with the assist numbers, too, by the way. He was like 8 assists a game with a collection of nobodies around him. He could take a leap even if his game doesn't get any better just because the product around him is going to be a professional one. Yep. And then if he does take that next step, which, again, you see guards in that third season, that fourth season, and it's his fourth but really his third in terms of
injuries.
Yeah. This could be a year where he naturally progresses on top of the fact that you just put competent adults in the room with him And yeah, intrigued, because it doesn't mean they're good, but they will be watchable. There'll be something that you might be interested in seeing. Yeah, that goes a long way.
Well, and the intrigue can go even a step further, because Beasley and Harris, if they're able to show out, could become trade pieces at the trade deadline this year. And for Tobias Harris, could be a trade piece at the trade deadline next year.
My word for the Pistons is thanks. Thanks to Trajan Langdon for getting Cade help. Respectable NBA players that can shoot the three. Now we're going to find out how good he is, right?
Yep.
He was deserving, I thought, of the max. Their quickest way to being relevant / competitive / a contender is through Cade Cunningham. So we're gonna figure it out, because Troy didn't give him any help last year. I understand what happened 2 years ago when he got hurt and tanking, but I don't think Troy had a plan other than tanking for Wembanyama. I honestly, getting these guys with Cade almost shows how despicable of a job Troy Weaver did, because Cade had to do everything. And like what you said about the turnovers, we'll find out if he's really a turnover machine or is a victim of circumstances. And just thanks I'm a Cade supporter, always have been, but we're going to find out now. And
what's your Red Wing word?
I'm fighting between retool and calculated. Tarasenko saved the day for me a little bit. Is he a long-term solution? No, but it put a Band-Aid on this problem. And I think he took a calculated approach to this offseason and didn't get reckless, maybe overspending long-term with some guys. And his one quote about the, expectations next year and stuff is he did single out Seider and Raymond in terms of improving. And I think the whole key to this is going to be who captains the power play defensively, and it needs to be Seider.
Yeah, I think there's another gear for Seider. There's another gear for Raymond. There's another gear for Edvinson, who hasn't even played a full NHL season. He's not wrong to say that he's got to lean on his guys, but that's what this year sets up, right? Where if you don't make it because you didn't make bigger moves in free agency, and you didn't make those moves because you thought your own draft picks were going to take a step, if they don't and you miss the playoffs, it's on you.
Yeah, he's putting it on Raymond and Seider too. They're starting to enter the prime age. Okay, I heard Caputo. I'll give him credit for this. He always references Raymond, best player in his age group in the league. So if he's that best player in his age group in the next 2 years, you're talking superstar.
Couple more coming in. Adequate for the Pistons, failure for the Red Wings. Pistons, all right. Red Wings, WTF. What's your one word to describe each team's offseason? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil, or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. You absolutely need someone on your side. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Steve Yzerman's a liar.
Yzerman. Okay, thanks, Kenny. That's Yzerman talking about Vladimir Tarasenko. Top 6, top 9, some goal-scoring punch. One thing he's not known for, defense. One thing this team needed to be better at the end of last season, keeping the puck out of their own net. They added Gustafson. They added Cam Talbot. That's a third-pair defenseman and a backup goalie. It's not like they didn't address it. It just wasn't exactly like a big oomph.
Right. If Tarasenko is going to be on the same line as Kane, now you got two guys that are one-way players. And it's probably going to be Tarasenko, Kane, and Comfer. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, or they do DeBrink. I mean, they'll change them up throughout the year, but you could go DeBrincat with Kane and Comfer, but then Tarasenko's on the top line with Larkin and Raymond. Mix and match, or if Tarasenko doesn't hold his own, they got to shelter him. They put him on the third line with a couple gritty players and just, hey,
I'm not worried about him not holding his own. I think he's gonna be just fine.
Some ticket texters. We asked you guys, what word would you use to describe the Red Wings offseason, and give us one word for the Pistons offseason. Red Wings, bargains. Pistons, refreshing. Dave and Warren. The Pistons, it was refreshing. Right? I mean, the idea here of Tim Hardaway Jr., we're not going to hold a parade, but that's a guy who shows up and shoots. Same with Tobias Harris, same with Malik Beasley. They're going to show up, they're going to play a lot of games, they're going to reliably hit jump shots and help these younger guys out who are all bad shooters. Okay, the whole Wings thing doesn't make sense. If we don't have a superstar in the pipeline, why aren't we looking to add a guy like Larkin in a trade? If we're waiting for guys to develop like Raymond, it's going to be 2030 before we know it. So some ticket texters getting impatience. Texter saying, Trajan's giving me Skinny Dumars vibes. He just keeps adding a small piece here and a small piece there until, boom, we've got a great team.
There's going to have to be a whole lot more small pieces and some time, but you could start to see at least a picture of a vision that Trajan Langdon has for the future of this team. And it's not going to be Tobias Harris. He's not going to be here in 3 years. It's not going to be Hardaway. It's not going to be any of these guys, but you can start to see some competency in how he's going about rebuilding this team.
Adequate for the Pistons, failure for the Red Wings. Another person tried to, I love when people do this. There's no spaces, so this is their one word for the Pistons. Finally, some NBA players that can play.
Just no spaces counted as one word.
And for the Red Wings, chestnut checkers. So, chestnut checkers meaning, hey, it's all part of the plan, one step at a time.
Yeah, and I mean, so it's 5 years with Steve Yzerman, and going into year 6, do you expect this team to be a playoff team? And like I said, the offseason is kind of meh. You've added some, you've taken some away, and I think they're very much the same as last year, and I think they're going to be somewhere between 88 and 92 points. And historically, 92 is not going to get you into the playoffs. It would have this year, but we had talked about it at the time. It was kind of an abnormal year in regards to the bottom of Washington didn't want it, Detroit didn't want it. You had a bunch of teams that were in the mix that didn't take advantage of what the other teams were giving them.
So my expectation next year isn't necessarily the playoffs more than the point total. I need 97 points. I need 3 more wins. Okay, and if that doesn't get you in, I think it's so be it, because everybody thinks the Devils are going to be back getting 100 points next year. So they're basically taking a spot now. The Capitals will probably not get back in, or who knows?
They added a couple guys on their blue line. I mean, they were more aggressive, looking to get better than Detroit was. The Capitals.
I mean, if 97 doesn't do it, so be it. I mean, you're approaching 100 points, and
right.
And I think last year, I've really tried to take a deep breath about last season. We get caught up in style points because of them blowing the lead. If you go to you are what your record are, we would have taken, I think, a 91-point season going into the season.
But hold on.
So
but there's a fallacy, and we did this. I thought we put this to bed already. There's a fallacy to that because they added Patrick Kane. If we would have redone the expectations the day they added Patrick Kane, they would not have been what they were when the season started.
There was a very good chance, just as much as what he did do, that he wouldn't do it because of the hip. There was a risk. You have to remember the time you signed him, not the results you got.
Fine, but then once I saw him play, I think the expectations were.
I'm starting to make you angry.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Multiple shark attacks have been reported off the Texas coast.
Yeah.
So the U.S. Coast Guard is now advising beachgoers at South Padre Island to just avoid the water altogether after 2 shark bite incidents occurred and 2 additional encounters were reported. I was just reading a story about this woman who was attacked. Her leg was bitten by the shark. She was out swimming with her daughter just past the sandbar.
Just past that low water mark. I mean, you got to. We've discussed this. You got to stay above the high water mark.
Exactly. And she thought it was just a large fish, which it was, but she thought it was something she just kind of kick away. But shark grabbed her. And then she was able to get away, swam back to the shore. People were able to pull her up. Her husband was there to pull her in. And then he saw that the shark was like following her. So he jumped in to try to battle the shark, and he got bit as well. And then there's other people that got bit and encountered. They got grazed by the shark. You thought it was crazy that he would try to battle a shark?
Yeah. I'm like, if his wife is out, why go back in?
I think he was just trying to protect. He was trying to protect. I don't know if she was all the way out.
Oh, okay.
People were pulling her in from the shore. Either way,
did she lose her leg or was still attached?
No, her leg is still attached. It did go to the bone, but it didn't penetrate the bone, it sounds like. So she says she can wiggle her toes. It was her calf that got bitten. Mobility, 100%, they don't know yet.
Yeah.
Yikes, though. Terrifying. Some sad news. Minnesota Vikings rookie cornerback Kyrie Jackson and 2 former college football players were killed in a really bad car crash over the weekend in Maryland. Happened early Saturday morning. He was just 24 years old. All of the men in the car were very young. Police said that one of the former football players was driving this Charger. Jackson was in the passenger seat, and their car was struck by another vehicle that was actually trying to change lanes at a really high rate of speed. And then the Charger left the road, struck multiple tree stumps, and all 3 of those individuals passed away. No other injuries were reported. Anyone involving in the car that hit them or the other car that was ultimately hit in the process. Investigators do believe alcohol may have played a role in the crash.
I mean, you see the pictures of the car, and it honestly it doesn't look like a car at all.
It's so sad. Hey, if you're looking for a way to manage those pesky mosquitoes, you might want to try a bucket of doom.
Oh, bucket of doom.
Yes, it's a scientific term. All you need is a bucket, some water, and a mosquito dunk, which I didn't know what that was. So
those little
it's like a little disc.
Yeah.
That has this like bacteria, and that will kill mosquitoes, not adult mosquitoes. It kills like the larvae.
Oh, you're going after the babies.
You're going after the babies, so you get them before they grow up. So basically, mosquitoes will think this bucket of water looks great, right? But it's a trap. The larva will basically eat the spores from this disc that you put in there, and then they'll die before they come full-grown mosquitoes. Yes. You can put it in anything, any standing water you might have in your yard. You can throw one of those
one of those discs in.
Now,
I used to do that.
If you have like pets, like people with dogs,
they say it's safe. It's non-toxic, so dogs, children should be okay. However,
don't drink the water.
Try to avoid it. Like, don't say like, "Come here, Sparky, have some water." Like, don't encourage your dogs to drink it or your cat.
But it's okay.
But it should be okay if they do. Yes.
Get rid of those mosquitoes.
Bucket of doom. Hey, if you enjoy an adult beverage, you may want to cut back on how often you drink, because experts now say that just 1 alcoholic beverage per day shortens your lifespan by an insane amount. So there's this doctor with the Canadian Institute for Substance Use Research, and he says that 1 drink per day can shorten your lifespan by approximately 2.5 months.
Wow.
Which is a lot. And then he says for those who drink significantly more alcohol than that, about 35 beverages a week could slash a staggering 2 years off their life. Because there had been some research that said, like, hey, 1 drink here at dinner, a nice glass of red wine is okay. But he says, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's alcoholic drink, you're taking time off your life.
A month and a half? Or 2.5 months?
2.5 months.
At that point, I mean, 2.5.
Live your life.
Yeah.
Enjoy your life.
I know, but
moderation.
Enjoy.
You could have some great memories in those 2.5 months.
Enjoy all your drinking years, or 2.5 months at the end.
But if you continue, not say that's just for 1 year.
my question was, which 2.5 months? Could I get rid of the next
Yeah, exactly.
6 weeks or so?
Do you want to just jump summer and head to,
So
to
how much do
football
I have
season?
to drink for football season to
Just
magically
start
appear?
chugging.
All right. That's Heather with the news. We'll talk about the Tigers, some storylines from over the weekend. Are they something? Are they nothing? It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you questions. How many kids do you have? What's your job? What are your goals? What do you want to do with your life? And they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes on a regular basis to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Good to go? All right. I love sports. You love sports with so much. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Start over. Come on. We all love sports, and we love them so much that we never want them to stop. But as the playoffs wind down or have come, Hey, we're all back from a great American holiday, which meant we were probably barbecuing, maybe on the boat, at the beach, and maybe you looked at yourself and you thought, I wish I weighed a little bit less than I do right now. Well, there's still time. If you're looking to lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between, go to idealu.us right now. Don't wait. It's idealu.us. Go there today and book your free consultation to find out how you could be 15, 20, or even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company, and they've helped thousands of people just like you and me lose weight. In fact, over 90%, 9 out of 10 Ideal You customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. I lost 10 pounds in 10 days. I lost 60 pounds overall with Ideal You, and if you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. You can sign up now. You're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your summer off right. Keep it rolling right along. Lose 15, 20, or even 30 pounds in just 30 days, as well as getting a $200 Visa gift card. I did it. You can as well. Go to idealu.us today.
I'm not going to do it, Greg. Should I do it?
It's okay if you do.
Okay. Zach McKinstry, the pride of Mount Pleasant and Central Michigan University. Yeah, he made up for the error he had in the field the inning prior.
I'm speechless. We're going to have to do that every time somebody from CMU does anything.
Well, here's the good news for you, John. He's not very good, so we don't play that very often.
Hey, they swept
And our
the
football
Reds.
team's not particularly good, so you don't have to worry about that for the fall. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Anyway, they
You're
swept
talking
the
about
Reds.
your football team, not our football team, which would be the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions are going to
Yeah.
be great.
But, hey, they swept the Reds. They are a very like team like the Reds. What is it, 42 and 48? Both teams are after the end of that series. And they have now swept two teams. One that is better than the other. They swept the Reds, and they've swept the Chicago White Sox. Well done.
John, I ran a poll question during the show today, the deal or no deal, to see what people would say.
Oh, on your ex?
Yes. 4th of July weekend behind us. The peak of the summer is over. At that point, apparently people wanted to fight that the peak of the summer has not happened yet. The 4th of July is like the pinnacle moment of the summer. Anyway, deal or no deal, give up the rest of the summer for it to be football season right now. 64% of you said no deal.
64.1%. I just voted. I'm the 0.1%.
Meaning?
No deal.
Meaning 36, I guess now 35.9%,
Yes.
John. Would take the
Tipping
deal.
the scales.
And they would go to football season. Speaking of 4th of July weekend, I admitted that I had a rookie mistake.
This is very disappointing.
Okay.
How long have you been grilling?
Like my whole adult life and even before that a little bit.
All right.
So I don't know, more than 10 years.
Have you
Now,
never
to be fair, I guess
run
in
out-
college I wasn't grilling all the time. But yes,
Right.
I've enough hours manning a grill to where I should know better than this.
Yes. That's the whole point, is especially coming up on a holiday where you know the night before or the couple of days before, you've gone to the grocery store, you've gotten whatever it is you're going to put on the grill, you're all excited, your wife is getting hangry, and you have to come in and tell her, babe, I'll be right back. I've got to go to the store. Oh, what? Did you forget a seasoning? Did you forget the sauce?
Yes, tell her that. Lie. Do it.
That's exactly another rookie mistake. Just lie. Yeah, I missed a key component, a secret ingredient. Well, what is it? I can't tell you. It's the secret.
The secret ingredient is the fuel that
The
turns
propane.
the grill.
Yes.
Yes, all that
Into a
being true,
grill.
that is not lying.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's
It's a way
creative.
around it.
Yeah. So that's what happened. I ran out of propane after getting all the ingredients, getting everything all ready to go, right? Letting the grill get up to the proper temperature, preparing everything inside. I walk out, open up the grill, and it's lukewarm. There's no flame. Uh-oh. Empty
thing is-
propane tank.
Is I think, okay, the initial problem I have an issue with. You run out of propane in the middle of cooking on a holiday. But you compounded a mistake because it's going to happen again. You were there to exchange your tank for a full one. All right. Today, problem solved. In the future, when you run out of propane again, instead of being able to just swap one out, but you're going to have to go immediately and get another one where you were there and you could have bought yourself a spare. It's not going to break the bank, but you're going to come back with the confidence, the insurance that a backup quarterback or a kicker provides a team you could have had.
I don't say this enough, John. You're right. You're right.
There's a drop.
But, damn it, I shouldn't have said it. But I wasn't thinking, all right? I was hungry. I wanted to get this over with. I wanted to get back to the grill. I wanted to get the propane tank hooked up, and I wanted to get it back to the grilling temperature. So it was, hey, I just need one. Let's go. Let's get out the door. Let's get back. It was the 4th of July, the day itself, not the weekend, the day itself, right? I just wanted to have my 4th of July, and I wasn't thinking I should have bought a second one. I still can buy a second one. I can avoid this in the future. I've never had it happen, though. And I guess I've been living dangerously for a very long time. I've never had it happen.
You have. And what's even worse, so you ran out because you preheated the grill. You thought it was preheated, but you went out there before you put the meat on. What happens if you are mid-grill?
Yeah, that's not good.
It's even worse.
You're just done, right? You've wasted the meat.
Yeah,
There's no getting it back.
Yeah, you're gonna have
By
to
the time
go.
you drive and
by the time it
come
comes back, it's
back,
cooled.
it's-
It's if you got a nice steak, it's probably a little bit dry at that point, and you've
wasted
ruined all of the holiday.
So I guess it could have been worse, is what you're telling me.
It can always be worse. There's no question it can always be worse.
I wonder
but
if this
you're
has ever
making a bad situation even worse.
I wonder if it's ever happened to Gator. A 4th of July rookie mistake as he gets settled in here in the studio. Gator, I
Could
admitted
be
to
a
John.
holiday mistake.
Yeah, it could happen any holiday. I admitted this to Stoney last week. I had to confide in John. When
Fell
he-
on deaf ears because Stoney doesn't participate in this activity.
Okay.
Grilling.
So 4th of July, I ran out of propane.
All right.
Now, at least I hadn't
It's a
put
rookie
anything
mistake.
on the grill yet,
Yeah.
but I
Okay.
was all geared up and ready to go.
he had meat in hand, ready to.
Had a handful of meat.
I had hot sausage ready to go on that grill.
And then he
I
came
did. It
out
was actually hot
and
sausage.
it was lukewarm. Nothing to get fired up about.
So, well, I mean,
Has this ever happened to you? Run out of propane at the grill.
yes, it happened when I was throwing a party. Yeah.
Did you have any
Years
spares?
ago.
Because John over here has 5 that he just keeps around the house for
No, I didn't have any
odds and
spares,
ends.
but fortunately, some people live close. They live close by. Somebody said, "I'll go get one," and then I said, "Well, hang on. I know where I can get the propane exchange. There's a gas station down the street. I can just do. I'll be back in 10 minutes." So that's
Do you
what I
still
did.
only have one?
Yeah, well, I don't think I have any right now because I don't really grill outside. I have an indoor grill, so I don't like to grill, actually, to be honest with you. It's okay.
Wow.
I'm not afraid to admit it.
What do you mean an indoor grill? Like,
Well,
like
the,
not a
Like
a George
stovetop.
Foreman.
The range, no. Someone's got jokes. Someone's got jokes.
I love it. Welcome back.
And yes, I do have a Foreman grill, but that's not. No, I have a. When I redid
Is it a
the
little Fisher Price one? You just
no, when I redid the kitchen
next to the Easy Bake Oven.
I don't have one of those. When I redid the kitchen, I have this giant, range, and it's got a griddle and it has a grill along with, burners and stuff. So I could do it. I could, if I wanted to grill, I'd do that. But I'm in the minority. I'm not a huge fan of using the grill.
The char.
I don't
The
really
seasoning?
I don't really like the char as much. I mean, I can if I want that, I can sear it on in a cast iron skillet. If I want the searing of it, I don't really like the char. No. And after I've done burgers on the flat top, I don't want to go back to a grill. I love burgers
Really?
on a flat top.
Oh, I like burgers on a flat top as well. But yeah, there's
And if I ever wanted to go the other way, it's right next to it.
Can we get to the real story here? How diabolical of Doug. Not in today. Getting one more vacation day on the holiday weekend. He's sly.
Did he
slick.
call in sick? Did he pull the I'm
this is-
sick card?
This is kind of funny because apparently I'm the only one in the building who knew that he was out today. Like everybody else is like, is Doug because he's on the schedule, right?
Right, yeah.
And
yeah. So
everybody's
we go
like, well, he's
out
on the
there and like,
schedule.
hey, Doug is late today.
I mean, I come in and Tom comes up and he goes, so Doug's not in today? I'm like, no, he's not in today. And then Jimmy comes in. Jimmy's like, Doug's not. I'm like, no, why don't you guys know this? And I kind of know how it happens because Doug is so nonchalant sometimes about stuff that he'll only tell, one person, but not the two people he needs to tell, that make the schedule. And then maybe somebody forgets or whatever. And we write the dates on the board in our cubicle, but it's kind of faded out. You can barely see it.
Oh, so you
I
put
know
this on
it's
a while
there.
ago.
Yeah, believe me, I thank God I knew. Otherwise, if I'd showed up my normal time, I'd be like, what? Fortunately, I do prep work for the show, obviously, but when I'm leading the show, it's a lot longer process. I certainly come in earlier, work things out with my producer.
So what is on that list?
Well, we're going to talk about. I kind of like what the Pistons are doing. I heard you guys talk about the one-word description of it, and my word was professional.
Yeah.
I think that I think they've taken a giant step forward as a franchise with Trajan Langdon's hire. And look, they're not a playoff team,
No.
but I feel like they've done some smart things here. I kind of like the players they've assembled here, and now it resembles, sort of what an NBA team is supposed to be. Now, can the coach they hired get the most out of the young players? We'll talk about that. The All-Star selections, it's nice to see we got 2 Tigers that made the All-Star team.
So real quick about the Pistons. Cash the Ticket guy over here came up with the betting line.
I didn't come up with it. Vegas Insider
No,
already
but
has.
he found it. 28.5. You going over or under? Win total for the Pistons.
That's double the win total from past season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would probably go under. But I don't know. I could see it, but my 51% says I'd go on the under on that. But I do like where they're at. Everything hinges on health and can these guys develop.
Sure.
Well, there's a lot going on. There's this one trade object everybody seems to be in favor of. Not everybody. I shouldn't say that. I don't know how to word it better than that. Not everybody's in favor, but people are talking about this. And I find it odd that every time something like this happens, immediately, well, we should trade them, right? So we're going to get to that coming up. Actually, is it right now the shoot? That's
Well, because everybody thought Doug was back. Again, one last thing. I know we got to get to your show, but when is Doug eating the dog?
Later this week, we'll have to discuss with Doug tomorrow when he's back, but I kind of figure it's going to be like a Wednesday or Thursday thing. We've got to work through the schedule and see where that works out. No trespassing, Heather. And we'll see what happens.
Dare you.
Gators
Write you a
coming up
letter.
next. Yes, the letter will be following. It's 97.1.
All right, so
Is Doug coming in or not?
he's not. I think it's just hysterical.
Are you
actually.
sure?
The whole building
Is this a prank?
like, is Doug's not in today? Like, no, he's not in.
Well, you can understand why we all thought he would be in today.
I can,
Okay?
yes.
So it's not like it's just out of the blue.
Right. Okay. So here's how it works. When we take time off, we let two people. Well, I'll speak for myself. When I take time off, I certainly let you and Doug know. But more importantly, I let Jimmy and Tom know. Jimmy's our program director. Tom's the associate program director. He produces the morning show. These are the two people that set the schedule. So you let them know. Here are the dates I'm taking off, blah, blah, blah. And then they approve it, let you know, yeah, you're good, boom, and then they'll put it in the schedule. Doug is a little more nonchalant about it and may just like pop his head into Jimmy's office and say, oh, by the way, I'm out next week, or something like that. Hopefully gives more noticing that, and typically he does. And we have a cubicle, and in the cubicle, the walls of the cubicle we can write on with an ink pen. And
That's not. It's a
felt
Sharpie.
pen.
Like,
Yeah.
dry erase marker.
it's a dry erase type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we write our vacation days on there, which, hey, I'm going to take this, and this. So up on the top, and Doug's quick about it. Doug's early. He gets in on this in like January. He's putting dates up in July.
January 1st, he's like, all right,
Yeah.
I got my time in.
He's like, well, I got to, we got to travel baseball league, and we got to do this, and we're going to be in a tournament, and, in Puxatawny or whatever, and does what he's got to do, and puts his dates up there. Got the family trip that we're doing every summer, and we've been working together this is the 17th, 18th summer we've been working together, so I know. I'm used to it. He always does these trips. I'm fine with it, whatever. But apparently this time around, it wasn't as well communicated about the Monday, because usually we take no more than 5 straight days off, which was the other factor here, because Doug was out Monday through Friday, and now he's taking the Monday off, which is, wait a minute, can you do that? Now, there's a technicality in on it because of the 4th of July holiday. And one of us has to be here for the holiday to work, and it was me this time. So Doug had the day off. So technically, that one shouldn't have counted on his 5 consecutive day thing. Although that's a Jimmy issue. It's not a Gator issue. But I was fine. I think and Jimmy knew once he was reminded of it. He's like, oh, yeah, that's right. He's out.
But he's the program director.
But it was literally 15 minutes ago, and he's like, oh, yeah. Everyone else is like, what? Because they look on the schedule. We print out the schedules for the month, and sure enough, you look on there, and it says July 8th at Carson Anderson, instead of just saying Gator, which is what it said all last week. So fortunately, I was ready for it because I knew about this, and I prepared accordingly. I hope.
I got to be honest with you. I feel like there's an everyman topic here with Doug. Like, do you work with someone like this who's just like, dude,
well, it can be difficult sometimes.
He does a lot of takey-backies, too.
There's a lot of take-backs.
Yeah, like
a lot of take-backs.
Everything. He's written in dry erase marker, but it's not written in stone.
No.
I'll tell you that much.
No, it's not. Because sometimes he will say, like if he's out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or something like that, or if it usually goes into the following week. So if he's out like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, sometimes he'll say, I may be back on that Wednesday. What do you mean you may be? Are you or not? I don't know yet. but it's like next week. Other people have to be scheduled here.
You started using asterisks the other time.
He did. Yes, it was
I'm
an
like,
asterisk.
hey, man.
What does this mean? Well, I don't know yet. Okay. Glad to hear it. I'm sure that
I may come in tomorrow. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What?
It's just strange. And then, because he's going to be compliant about the 5-day rule, I don't know when he's getting in. Rumor has it that his flight gets in the morning.
Oh, God,
tomorrow.
Doug.
Right. Rumor has it his flight gets in the morning. So he would go straight from like the airport. Well, I imagine he'd drop his family off and then come straight to here. But we don't know when that's going to be. We don't know how refreshed Doug is. He ain't going to be fresh. That's for sure. He's going to be haggard, tired. I don't think he'll be complaining until about noon. And then he's going, I'm so tired. I'm like, yeah, well, you planned a trip. Look, Doug gets the most out of his vacations. He squeezes every drop out of that vacation. He plans everything, right? We talked about this in the past on the air with his kids, and now he's taking them to all these parks, and he's got it all mapped out. Hey, starting at 7:30 in the morning, rise and shine. We're going to do this, and this. Have all this stuff done by noon, so we have the rest of the day to ourselves. Like, what? It's vacation, man. Vacation is vacation, but he treats it differently, and he tries to get the most out of it, and God bless him for doing that. And his family's used to it by now, I'm sure. And at some point, the kids put the foot down. They're like, this is not what I want to do. And that's happened in the past. All right, then they put it on the kids. What would you like to do? Where would you like to go? And they've done that too. So I imagine tomorrow he's going to be really, really tired.
And guess what? We don't want to hear it. You got to man up. You plan this vacation out.
Well, the second he says it, we're going to laugh about it.
Of course.
And
by the way, I'm all for. I think people need to take time off. You need that reset. You need to take time off and take all the time that you're owed or that you can take off.
Yeah.
Go for it. it was just confusing. I thought he was in. The whole building thought he was in. Maybe listeners thought he was going to be on today. You're the only one I felt like that knew that he was in today. That's why I find it so amusing. It's funny to me.
I think I'm learning that I'm
getting,
the only one.
I'm getting emails from like production saying Doug needs to do this. I'm like, he's not here.
He's got to record this. Got to record that. Not so much. So anyway, Doug will be back tomorrow.
He'll be back.
We will discuss the whole hot dog losing the bet thing tomorrow with him on the air, and we'll figure out a day and time that makes sense for him to try to eat a hot dog because he doesn't eat red meat or pork. So that's going to work out really interestingly. We'll see what happens there. Anyway, that's tomorrow. Today, we'd like to talk about a lot of things here today. I got kind of a full boat here, but what I want to start things off with all-star selections. 2 Tigers made the all-star team. I think for a while we thought for sure Tarek Skubal was a lock. He's a lock. And the way he pitched yesterday, yeah, he's a lock. 7 innings, 1 run. It was earned, but you could make the argument it should have been, but it was. And 13 strikeouts with no walks. Now, that's something only Mickey Lolich has done in a Tiger career. Have a start with 13 strikeouts, no walks, where you pitch at least 7 innings. And I think 1 earned run or less, whatever the heck it is, the extra qualifier on there. Nonetheless, this is a franchise that's been around baseball for like well over 100 years, and you've got 2 pitchers in the history that have done that. That's pretty impressive, particularly when one is Mickey Lolich and the other Tarek Skubal. And Tarek Skubal is the name. He's the big name we're going to talk about. Riley Green also named to the All-Star team, which was awesome. We got a different topic out of that later in the show. But we wanted to start with Tarek Skubal because some people, and not even just some people, it seems like a lot of people are throwing out the T word when it comes to Tarek Skubal. And we want to get into that. And we kind of check the pulse of people. Is this really what you want to do? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It's the same number to text us as well. Listen, we're also live streaming on Twitch. If you want the video, you can watch us do the show here. It's just yours truly, Scott the Gator Anderson. Kang is behind the glass. I think we got Kenny working the phones. Evan's lurking around. We got lots of people around here today. Looking forward to doing the show with you guys today. Taking your calls and texts next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you along with Kang, our producer. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Doug will be back on tomorrow's show.
You sure about that?
Pretty sure. Well, unless there's an issue with the flight, which can always happen. But let's assume that he's going to be here. We got some ticket text on it. Doug is in hiding from processed meat. Sure. Today,
he's not going to be in a rush to come back, that's for sure. No. After that.
Today, mountain biking in Montana. Tomorrow, in studio. That's about right.
Dude, that's so
You're more right than you know.
Are you sure he's not mountain biking back right now?
No, I'm not sure. Like they make it all the way to Chicago, and then he says, you know what, I'm going to try to bike the rest of the way. What? Are you sure Doug didn't come in because he was afraid to eat a hot dog? The man does wear a helmet doing everything. That's from Whitmer. Just about everything. Yeah. He likes the helmet. Hello, Kang and Gator. Why can't we sign Skubal to an extension now? Derek from Wyandotte. Well, I agree with you, Derek. I'd love to sign to an extension now, and you can. But he's got an agent. Scott Boras is his agent, and I'm not sure if Scott Boras wants to go that route, or is he just really excited to get him to free agency in a couple of years where you really have to pay for him? I mean, I don't know. You can throw enough money at him now that I would think would appease him on a shorter term, like 5 years, 4 or 5 year contract, give him $25-30 million a year. Is that enough? I don't know if that's enough, but you need to. I mean, if I'm Scott Harris, I'm starting the conversation. But the other part of that conversation is what a lot of people are clamoring for, and that is trading him. And this has been going on for several weeks. People have been talking about it, and it keeps building up more momentum in that other people talk about it and bring it up. Not that I think there's actual discussions about this. Although if you're an opposing team, you're probably thinking, what's it going to take to get Tarik Skubal from this team if you're one of these contending teams? And the answer is a lot. It would take a lot. And I'm not in the business of trading away my best players at this point when they're still under team control for at least 2 more years. And when they're playing at this really high level, I get the argument. Okay, their trade value may never be higher. It's a pitcher, so you're always worried about arm events and that they're going to get hurt and that it's not going to pay off. I understand that side of it. But the other side is, well, what if there is no arm event? What if he is what we think he is, which is the next great pitcher in baseball? And there's reason to think that this is going to be what it is for him. You know, he made 15 starts last year and had a 2.8 earned run average and a 0.9 whip. That's walks plus hits per innings pitched. This year, he's made 18 starts. He's 10-3 in those starts. His WAR is 4.3, which is huge. And his earned run average is 2.37, and his walks plus hits per innings pitched is, again, 0.90. He's more than strikeout per inning guy. His ratio, strikeouts to walks, the last 2 years has been 7.3 and 6.6. Which is incredible. He looks like this is the ace of the staff without question, and that he's going to be this good for a long time. But you'll always ask yourself, what about the arm? Is it going to get hurt? And look, with pitchers, you never know. And he's already had some arm events in his career that date back to college, maybe even high school, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe those are all behind him. Whatever the case is, it seems like people in this town want to chase out the good players quickly because they're afraid of them stalling out or getting hurt, and then you get nothing for it in return. And there's evidence to support that. You know, when Michael Fulmer was Rookie of the Year and people were talking about trading him, I thought it was ridiculous. Now, if Doug was always of the mind that he would have traded Fulmer only because people that he trusts in the game told him that delivery that he has, his mechanics were a little off, and then it's going to set up an arm event. And sure enough, it did. And that was the only reason that Doug was in favor of moving on from him. But if you don't have any qualms about his delivery at this point, and you think he is going to be a stud pitcher, yes, you could probably get a lot in return. But, I mean, what you'd get is a lot of unknown because you'd be getting prospects, and you just don't know. Like when the Florida Marlins decided to trade Miguel Cabrera to the Tigers, and they got the Tigers' top 2 prospects, what did they get out of it? Not much. They didn't get much at all out of it when all was said and done with those top 2 prospects. So you don't know what you're going to get. I don't want to move on from him. The guy's 27 years old. He's in the prime of his career. You've got him under team control for a couple more years. If you wanted to move him, you've got a couple years to make that decision. Why do it now? Well, because you can strike while the iron's hot. I got it. But, it leads to another question, which is, how far away do you really think the Tigers are from being a playoff team? Because I think they're like an offseason away if they decide to spend some money.
Well, that I was going to say, Gator, that's the third question, to be honest with you. This is a pivotal moment maybe for people, whether they want to trust Chris Ilitch or not. You just spoke about it, spending the money, not just Skubal, but elsewhere in free agency. And there's definitely real legit, reasons to trade Skubal, right? But if you want to keep him, it's going to cost you. And do you trust Chris Ilitch to open up his wallet and say, this is a piece we want to build around, not trade away? Because I think you have been on the side of, hey, there hasn't been a real opportunity to spend a ton of money yet. Well, this would be that opportunity. Do you think he'll do something like that? Do you think that would be a reason why they don't extend him, is because they don't want to spend that much money? That's not sustainable.
I don't think, and then we have this text too, so they're going to help answer it as well. If Scott Harris is worth anything as a GM, he's calling Boris today and telling him, let's void the 2 years of arbitration and get a long-term deal done now for the next decade. Unless you get a mega deal in trade, you can't let him hit free agency. That's David Warren. And free agency isn't for a couple more years. And yes, unless you get a mega deal, which would involve not only top prospects from an organization, but maybe even players from that organization that are ready to be better than the players we have on the team right now, I don't want to listen to it. But you're going to have to listen, because the phone, if the phone rings, you're going to have to listen to it. But do I believe that this is the off season that they'll spend money? I have to take a look and see if there are free agents, what kind of free agents there are. But my gut tells me yes, there are. But I'd rather sign them. And this would be one of the big signings, by the way. If you're going to do this, if you're going to scrap the next 2 years of arbitration so you can just get into a long-term deal, you're looking at probably $30 million a year, which is big-time money. But is he worth it? Ask yourself that. Yes. Now, will fans grow tired of it real quickly and say, okay, but now you got to spend money? Well, they just spent $30 million. Yeah, but it's your own guy. It's kind of like the Red Wing effect when the Red Wings went ahead and got Patrick Kane a week ago, and then it was all disappointment because they missed out on, okay, well, you didn't get, we thought you were going to add Stamkos or Marchessault or Guentzel or somebody else and you didn't do it, and then people were sour all week to the point where people were calling for Yzerman's job. I feel like the same thing would happen if the Tigers actually spent $30 million a year on Skubal to keep him around for the next 5-6 years, whatever it would be, because, well, you're going to do anything else? And to that, I'd say, yes, I understand, because I think they should still do more. They should still do more. Now, what if you're eating Javi's contract and you're signing Skubal? That's like $100 million right there. But you're already paying for Baez. It's just a roster spot. So you're compounding that by trying to fill it with somebody else. There's a lot to digest here. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. But I want to ask the people, because I keep seeing more and more other people saying the Tigers must trade Tarik Skubal. Are you in that camp, or are you like, no, let's build around Tarik Skubal. Let's sign him to a long-term deal and build around this guy. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text us as well if you'd like to do that. We'll talk about it next here on 97.1 The Ticket. I had a great experience recently where I was looking for new garage doors because mine were, well, frankly, on their last legs. And I knew this. And I talked to Precision Garage Door way back before, almost a year prior to it. And fortunately, they said, yeah, you don't have to do it right now, but you're going to do it at some point. Well, I had to do it. And the guys were great. They helped me out, and they helped me select the perfect doors for my house. Got it installed in no time. John, Jeff, the whole crew, they were easy to work with. You're true professionals, and you want to work with professionals because it makes so much easier. And these days, you really don't see a whole lot of professionalism. But they're awesome at Precision Garage Door. They're available weekends at no extra charge. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. There's no need to call in. But if you wanted to call in, here's the number. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Or, like I said, go online and schedule a time that works for you. That's convenience. That's awesome. Visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're talking about the Tigers and the notion that some people want to trade Tarek Skubal. That they say he's the peak of his career. You're never going to get more trade value than what you can right now. Trade him. Get several players who are going to help this team out, and you'll take a step forward with the franchise. And I'm not buying that unless you can tell me who you're getting. Because teams aren't going to give up 3 major league players from the roster right now for the pitcher. that you can have a track record where you know these guys are going to perform. They'll give up prospects, but they're not going to give up the players. Now, these prospects may turn out to be great players, but there's an unknown factor there. You just don't know. But it seems like anytime somebody gets good and they're Skubal's 27. It's not like he's 23 or 22, but young to the organization that he's only pitched for a few years here with the Tigers. But it feels like anytime anybody does something good, the first reaction is, let's trade him. Everybody wants door number 2. Everybody wants to kick the can down the road and let's flood the team with prospects and we'll figure it out. It'll all shake out in the end, and a few years down the road, we'll be great. I mean, there's like a couple different camps people get in. There's that camp, and there's also the I'm impatient camp. Why can't we win now? You can't win now if you're going to trade away Tarik Skubal. And if you're complaining about having to be patient as a Tiger fan, is this move one that's going to expedite the process? I'm not so sure. 248-539-9797. Jim is first up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Gator. I'm really with you because I feel like the Tigers are really just one more good bat away from being a contender and being a playoff team. So I absolutely do not want to trade Skubal. I'm really sick of this, indefinite rebuild. And, we're going to, just give us 3 more years thing. I mean, and while we're talking about trades, here's my question. Can anyone explain the trade for Maeda to me? I don't understand it. Did they look at him and say, oh, his arm looks like it's got maybe one more good year, so let's go for it? Every time he's pitching, I ignore it.
Well, that's the free agent signing for Maeda, right?
He's awful.
Well, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, he has been terrible this year. He has been historically bad for him in his career. He hadn't been. This is his worst year by far. And, should there have been signs on that this was not the guy to look at in free agency? Yeah, I suppose you could definitely say that, because in 2021, his ERA jumped up to 4.66 with the Minnesota Twins. And his whip was 1.298. But that's after a year where he had a 0.75 whip in the COVID shortened year. He missed all of 2022 with an injury. Came back to pitch, made 20 starts in 2023 with Minnesota, had a 4.23 earned run average, and was a strikeout per inning guy. And his whip was down to 1.16. So the reason that you could look at Kenta Maeda and his track record as a pitcher and say, okay, if we're getting a guy who had this pretty good strikeout to walk ratio, really good strikeout to walk ratio, really good strikeout ratio period, and a lower whip, this could make sense. What you may not really, what really is the problem is it was a 2-year deal. 1-year deal would have been easy at this point if you say, okay, it's not working out, let's wipe our hands of it and DFA City, right? But his numbers are historically bad for him this year. Prior to this year, Kenta Maeda was a good pitcher, not a great pitcher, was a good pitcher. So that's why. They thought that they had maybe a bit of a reclamation project here and they could work with it. But, he's career low for strikeouts per 9 innings, and it's by a lot. It's 6.9 strikeouts per 9 innings. His previous low was 9.2. You're talking about 2 to 3 strikeouts less per 9 innings, I should say. His walk rate is the highest of its career at 3.1 per 9 innings. His whip is way beyond his career high at 1.5 this year, and his ERA of 6.7 is 2.5 runs higher than it's ever been, or 2 runs higher than it's ever been.
It's been a miss.
It's been a miss.
It happens.
Miss.
Flaherty was a hit.
Yep.
Maeda's been a miss. And they have a formula, or they have things they look for, projections, and try to figure this out. It worked with Flaherty. Unfortunately, that was just a 1-year deal. And Maeda, it missed. And maybe they felt a little more confident that he would be okay, but he wasn't. But at least, this happens. You're not going to bat 1,000. And so you move on. The thing with Well, unfortunately, they can't move on because he's got a 2-year deal. So, I mean, we'll see what happens after the year. But with the Skubal thing, I'm torn because my first thought was like you. I'm like, I don't want to trade Skubal. He's our best player. Why would you do that? But this team is so deficient on offense that you need bats. So how else do you get bats, Gator? How else do you get this lineup, some juice in this lineup? Now, is it the free agent market? Is it go out, spend some money? Or you have this blue chip prospect that can get you you said it, and it's not. I don't think it's out of the too much to ask. Is some kind of mega deal for young bats?
I mean, honestly, like people want to talk about Baltimore because Baltimore has this great organization in terms of the prospects, and they do. They have a bunch of prospects. They have like 3 of the top 12 prospects in baseball. Okay, so give me those 3, and then consider more because you've got something. You got a Cy Young winner here. That's what he is right now. He's a Cy Young pitcher. So if you're going to trade him, you have to ask for the world. And I'm not sure that teams are going to want to give up the world to get him, particularly when they're like Baltimore is this close to maybe being over the edge. Great. And let, give him the World Series. If I'm Baltimore, I'm not looking for Skubal. I'm looking for Flaherty. You don't have to give up as much to get that. But that's the thing. If you're going to give up Tarik Skubal, you're going to ask for the world, but you're probably not going to get it. Probably not. At least, and if all you get are the prospects and you think you just fleeced somebody for 3 of their top 4 prospects and maybe another one in their top 20, and you think you fleeced them, what'd you get? Prospects. We had the call was it last week, the week before, the guy was all bent out of shape about prospects? It was 2 weeks ago because Doug was in. And he was all bent out of shape about, what are we doing with prospects? They're just that. They're prospects. They haven't done anything. And to an extent, you're right. They haven't done anything. You're hopeful that they can. But, I mean, you see guys all the time that light it up at AAA. They get to the majors, and there's nothing there. You just don't know. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It is Monday, and Mondays mean champ and chump. So we will start with our champ and chump. And, Kang, I will start. My champ is going to be Colt Keith. Colt Keith, in his last 6 games, this last week, has gone 9 for 24 in that time with 3 home runs, 5 RBIs. He's walked a couple of times. He's got a triple, and he has been really, really good during this time. We like to see what Colt Keith has done, and bringing his numbers up to a respectable level here on the season, that helps too. Now his batting average is up to 244. His OPS is up to 654. These are big jumps. In the last week, those numbers have gone up by like 30 points in his batting average, and they've gone up by like 70 in his OPS. Colt Keith, my champ of the week.
I'm sticking with the Tigers as well, Gator. My champ of the weekend is Riley Green. He got the All-Star nod from the players. This wasn't, hey, the Tigers need a representative. He got in. No, I think he legit deserves to be there. I think he's been underrated and not talked about enough, actually, how good Riley Green's been this year and his progression. I mean, a lot of the focus has been on the bad this year, of course, because the Tigers aren't that good of a team. Torque being sent down. But Riley Green has been here the whole time, and he's playing real well. You look at his numbers, they bear out that way. He's having an underrated season, I think, and I'm giving him my champ of the weekend for making the All-Star team.
Now, for my chump, I hate to say it, I'm going to go with Parker Meadows for getting hurt. He just came back. He deserved to come back. He had a horrible start to the season. He had 0.96. Came back to the team after spending a couple of months in AAA Toledo, and he lit it up in Toledo, did everything he was supposed to, gets the call up. They send Akil Baddoo back down. He hits a home run in his first at-bat, looks competent at the plate, looks like it's a totally different kind of Parker Meadows here, ends up going 4 for 11 over the weekend with that home run, drove in a couple of runs. He looked great. And then he tries to steal a base yesterday and dives in head first at second, gets thrown out, and stays on the ground because he did something to his hamstring. And according to A.J. Hinch, it didn't sound good. So they don't know what that means, how long he's going to be out, but I imagine we'll get word later today that they're going to bring up probably Akil Baddoo, be my guess, although it could be Ryan Valade. I think that's the other option they have in terms of guys on the 40-man roster. But Parker Meadows getting hurt is my chump of the week.
My chump of the weekend, I don't think a lot of people will be texting or calling in on this, but I'm into the card collecting and collectibles. Well, there's a big card show this weekend over down in Dallas, the Dallas Card Show. It's a big one of the bigger ones in the country. One of the dealers there he had a bunch of cards stolen.
Oh.
Over $2 million worth of cards. I'm talking multiple Mickey Mantle rookies, Jackie Robinsons. It's crazy elite stuff. Now, you may say, don't be careless with that kind of inventory, of course, but they were kind of distracted setup. There's a surveillance video of these guys kind of Ocean's 11 this thing, where they were like running interference, things like that. No one deserves to have their stuff stolen, So I hope they get their cards back. That's some holy grail type of cards.
So the thieves are the chump of the week.
The thieves are the chump of my weekend.
They suck. 248-539-9797, a telephone number, or text if you want to give your champ and chump of the weekend. Please do. We'll talk more about this idea of trading Tarek Skubal. If that's what you want to do, we could talk it. Look, I'm against it, but it doesn't mean I'm totally closed-minded to it. Make your argument either way. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Got some ticket texts coming in regarding Tarek Skubal and people wanting to trade Tarek Skubal. Says, I think the narrative and feelings around Skubal are starting to shift towards us wanting to keep him. Due to the emergence of Colt Keith and the optimism that Parker Meadows may turn into something, maybe we're not as desperate for positional players as we thought a few weeks ago. Maybe. I mean, Colt Keith has had a heck of a start to July. He's been great in July. He had a really good May and had a bad June. But I think he looks like a different player now than he did when he was the first month of the season. He looks confident up there, and he's hitting it to all fields. He looks great. And I felt pretty good about Parker Meadows until he slid into second base yesterday and has some sort of hamstring injury. We'll see how bad it is, but King and I were talking during the break. Hammies linger, man.
Oh, especially guys with speed. That's it's so vital for their, why they're good, and their asset is how fast they are, and then the hamstring happens. And another thing we were talking about during the break is there anything more frustrating than getting a player back and that player getting immediately hurt?
No.
It's like
but it's right up
like
there,
you
man.
You just got back.
You just got here.
Yeah.
Home run his first at bat. Looks like a totally different player.
Oh my God.
He literally was hitting 096, right? They sent him down.
Couldn't get any worse.
Now he plays 3 games, plays 3 games, and now his batting average is up to 131, which is awful. But considering it was 096, right. He raised his batting average by 35 points. Like that. There, I went a snap wrong.
Yeah,
there.
right.
Just like that. In one weekend. Why can't we have nice things? Right?
Can't.
Chris Ilitch isn't going to let Scott Harris pay enough to keep Skubal, so trade him for as much as we can get in return. Well, I suppose that's the thing, right? If you firmly believe that the owner doesn't want to pay, and then go ahead and trade him, sure. I don't think that's the case. I think that they've tried to be frugal over the last couple of years while they were waiting for contracts to expire, particularly the Miguel Cabrera contract. They did spend money this past offseason. People just don't want to admit it, or they don't like how they spent it. Spent money on Jack Flaherty. Spent money on Kenta Maeda. You traded for Mark Canha. You spent money on a couple other players bringing them back, but it wasn't a big splash, right? I got it. But what if they were out to go out and sign Skubal right now to like a 6-year deal? Because Tarek Skubal's getting all the shine right now. Spotlights are on him. He might start the All-Star game next week in Texas. I think they play Tuesday night. He might start the All-Star game. And if he does, it's more and more attention on him. And I think there's more impetus, I think, to get it done. We'll see if he gets it done, but I want him signed now. I don't want to trade him. Chuck, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Gator. Hey, King. Hey, I'm on board with you, Git. I don't think they're that far away. Look at Colt Keith. Looks like he's turned a corner. Looks like Meadows turned a corner, but of course, with this injury, it really hurts. But they got Canha, they got Riley Green, and if Torkelson can come back and hit like he was, they got a pretty potent offense.
Well, but you're asking for
I don't want him to trade Skubal, but pardon me?
I was going to say, you just asked for an if Torkelson comes back. I mean, Torkelson's not exactly destroying AAA pitching right now. You mentioned Mark Canha. For me, Mark Canha does nothing. He's a free agent at the end of the year. He's kind of a rental player anyway, so, he's not part of the future for this team. Vierling maybe, but Vierling seems like he's just a guy, maybe a slightly above average baseball player. So they still have a lot of holes to fill.
Well, I'd like to keep Skubal and Flaherty, but is that possible?
It's possible, but and thanks for the call, Chuck. It's possible, but you got to pay him. I'd definitely pay Skubal. Flaherty, I think I would entertain trade offers, see what the market is like for him, and if there's a prospect you really like, then you think you can get for Jack Flaherty, then I'd probably make the trade because Flaherty's a free agent at the end of the year, and Jack Flaherty's about to write his own ticket. He's done a hell of a job this year. That's provided, of course, he's healthy. We'll find out on Thursday. All signs point that he's doing fine. The second injection helped out and threw a bullpen over the weekend in Cincinnati, and he's scheduled to start, I think it's Thursday against Cleveland. We'll see. But if he's good to go and he makes 3 or 4 more starts prior to the deadline and somebody comes up with an offer to you like, I like this guy that they're talking about in trade, then go ahead and make the trade. But if not, the Tigers have the opportunity to make a qualifying offer to him at the end of the season if they decide not to trade him. So they could be in the market to sign him, and then you still technically don't have to sign Skubal because he's still under contract for a couple of years. You could do that and then eventually sign Tarek Skubal and you get both of these guys. I don't know if I would do that. I would entertain the thought for sure.
I just worry because every time I hear the front office speak, they use the word sustainability. To me, that it kind of means we don't want to pay the max to anybody. And Tarek Skubal, if you're throwing out words like, phrases like mega deals in a trade, and he's a Cy Young winner, Cy Young candidate, Cy Young type pitcher, what do you think that return is going to be as far as a contract offer? And Scott Boras is his agent. They're not going to let you be sustainable. They're going to go, no, he needs to be paid more than any pitcher right now.
Well, I think sustainable comes from Steve Yzerman more than anything else. And that's the hockey and not the base, but both owned by the same guy. I got it. And I do think that Scott Harris wants to build something sustainable. But this is a franchise that not that long ago had a monster payroll. And if the team is good, then you pay for the players. You're going to end up paying to keep them or pay them to extend them. And they made a ballsy move to start the season by giving Colton Keith a contract. They didn't have to. They had Colt Keith under control for like 8 years. They didn't have to do that, but they did. They gave him a contract. Now, it's not this mega deal, but it's a good contract for Colt Keith to get paid right now. They took a chance on him, and he's starting to blossom a little bit here. Still not totally convinced, but I really like what I see. But it gets back to whether or not Chris Ilitch is going to spend the money when it makes sense to spend the money. Does it make sense this offseason? I think it does. Because in baseball, you can turn things around quicker if you can supplement things with free agency. Do you like having, Skubal, Reese Olson, and Jack Flaherty? I do. But is Flaherty going to be able to – can you hang on to him? That's a question. Are there other pitchers that are ready to step up? Casey Mize has looked better. Is Casey Mize ready to be that guy? Although now he's hurt with a hamstring injury because he was trying to feel the pop-up. But Jackson Jobe, is he part of this team's immediate future? You're like, will Jackson Jobe be called up in the next 6 weeks? They've got some players to build around for sure, but it's the position players that you wonder about. Ivory's in Redford. Ivory, welcome 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. First, real quick, I give my champion Trump. This is my first time ever giving champion Trump.
All right.
But my Trump is this Rico knows TikTok guy that on X or Twitter, whatever you call it, made the video about the Kyrie Jackson, the kid that unfortunately passed. People like that make my blood boil.
Who
if you don't like a guy, if you go on,
he basically doubled down on why he didn't like Kyrie Jackson, right? Wasn't that the
who was this?
Yeah, it's a whole. But I'm saying I'm not asking you to fake the funk if you had some issues with somebody, blah blah blah. But man, these kids died. They had some decency, man. People like that are lame. They're just doing it for clicks and baits so people can know who you are. This guy's whole track record is lame. Just stuff like that just makes my blood boil. But he's my chump. But anyway, my champ is Riley Green from the Tigers. He's a good player. I'm glad he made the All-Star team. Wish he would be a starter, but it is what it is. But my main point is the Skubal issue. For me, first and foremost, I don't want to trade him. I want to make it plain and clear. I don't want to. I think you build around your players. My first thought is to give him an extension. That's number one. But the thing is that this team has made it to the point where it's almost like they have a choice, but they really don't. Because, they're so deficient offensively and within their system on a lot of things that his dominance is serving him. If you can extend him, like I would go to him right now and sit down with him and his reps and try and work out an extension. pre-trade deadline, if you get any idea that he's not going to stay here, or if you lose to Cleveland in all these games coming up, you have to, if the proper package is there from somebody, you have to consider it, because you don't want to get into a situation where you're losing him for nothing, or you're getting into a situation where it's all pending free agent 2 years from now, in 26, I think it is up.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that, and we're up against it here. But yeah, I'm with you. I want to extend him. So you're talking with his agent, Scott Boras, and you're talking about getting an extended. If Scott Boras is like, we're not doing anything until we get to free agency, then I'd consider it. I'd have to be like, okay, well, then understand that we may have to move him because we want to have him. We want to extend him. We're willing to extend him here. But if you're just looking for the free agent contract, then, I guess we're in different places. And then maybe then is where I would say this makes sense to trade him. But right now, all things being equal, not looking, about a contract, just things are going. I don't want to trade him. I want to build around this guy. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers might have something going here before the All-Star break. They've got 3 straight wins, have won 4 of the last 5, and held the Reds to just 8 total runs in 3 games on the road. They can test out how real the success is as they return home to play the top team in the American League, the Guardians, who are in Detroit for 4 straight games now. Manager A.J. Hinch loves what Detroit was able to do in the Queen City. Cater Montero gets the rotation going tonight. He earned his first winning decision during his last start. The Detroit Bats will face young stud Gavin Williams, who had a lot of rust returning from injury for Cleveland in his last outing. Dan Dickerson's call right here on 97.1 The Ticket will begin at 6:40. We'll also await word on Parker Meadows' rough-looking injury from yesterday, hurting his hamstring during a steal attempt, and went in for further testing. In A.J. Hinch's words, it did not look good. And the next U.S. Ryder Cup captain set to be officially announced tomorrow afternoon. Many believe that Tiger Woods himself could take the role for the first time. Early reports state that Tiger may have turned down the opportunity. We will see. The Americans were blown out by Europe and Italy back in 2023. Next year's location will be Bethpage Black here in the States. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We got a lot of reaction. I'm bringing this up because I keep hearing people talk about it, people tweet about it. You've got people from, respected baseball pundits that have to react to it. They'll do their mailbags, and people always ask the question about Tarik Skubal. Should the Tigers trade Tarik Skubal? What could the Tigers get in a trade for if they were to trade Tarik Skubal? And people are responding to it. So thought I'd bring it up. I don't like the idea of trading Tarik Skubal. I want to hang on to the guys that I think are corner pieces of the franchise, someone you can build around, someone who could be here and help you win a championship. But I'm willing to listen to the other side of it. I'm not going to be completely stubborn about this. Someone says, I don't want to trade Skubal. I'd rather extend him. However, taking into account his contract ends in 2.5 years, Scott Boras is his agent, making it difficult but not impossible to extend him. How much he will cost versus how much Ilitch and Harris would be willing to give him. And I don't believe the Tigers will be in the World Series window before his contract ends in 2.5 years. Leads me to believe that trading him is the best thing for the long term of the Tigers. That's from Robbie at work. It's a lot there in a text, but we appreciate the text. Yeah, I mean, that's a kind of an unknown factor about this is how much money are the Tigers willing to spend to hang on to him? Are they willing to extend him now? Or are they going to wait this thing out until he hits free agency?
Well, you mentioned earlier they did spend some money this offseason, Colt Keith, right? They gave him a contract that he necessarily didn't earn, but they felt that that his projection was going to be good. He was going to be a really good player, so let's save some money. They gave him that contract, let's just be honest, to save some money in the future, right?
Yes.
If you extend Skubal now, you're trying to save money for the future, right? Because in the future, when he does hit free agency,
you'd assume
he's going to cost even more.
Like if you get him a 6-year contract now, it would cost you less than what it was if you waited for his free agent year, which is 2027, his earliest free agent year.
And salaries will go up by then.
Of course.
And so if they do it now, they'll save, quote unquote, save some money.
But the other thing is, keeping that in mind, you've got him for the rest of this year plus 2 more years that you really don't have to pay.
And that saves even more money than giving an extension now.
Yeah.
But another thing that Tex mentioned, though, is the window. When are they going to be a World Series contender? When are they going to make the playoffs? Gator, when do you think they're going to make the playoffs? And if so, they're going to have to get some bats then.
Yes, without a question.
How did we get those bats?
I'm saying they could do it next year to be a playoff team as early as next year. They could. But they are going to have to go out and in free agency or in trades and find something. They got to trade a bargaining chip in Jack Flaherty. Now this sucks because this is just dumb luck that Flaherty's got this back issue that is flared up, and we don't know how good he's going to be. He won't pitch again until this Thursday, more than likely, against Cleveland. But if he is good to go and pitches like the Jack Flaherty we saw this year, then you could probably get at least a piece that is going to help your lineup, I would imagine. Now, it would be a prospect you're getting, but it's somebody's prospect that is ready to play this year. But they're blocked by somebody. Now, can you get one of the Baltimore players? I don't know if you can get one of those guys, but you'd certainly try. There are other players around in baseball that they're in other prospects from other teams that maybe there's a guy that can help this team right away. But I'll admit this: if you're trading Skubal, mean, you're getting those guys. You're going to get somebody's top 2 prospects in an organization that could likely help your team out right now. What do the Tigers have? Just moving forward? I mean, again, it's the same thing we talk about with the Red Wings, that you're hoping your young guys take another step forward. I really liked what I saw in 3 games. It's ridiculous to say it. I really like what I saw from Parker Meadows when he came back, and now he's hurt again. Not again, but he's hurt, which stunts his growth. I love what I've seen from Colt Keith. Love what I've seen from Riley Green. The last 3 months, Riley Green is OPS has been over 900, and now it's like 1,200 for the month here in July. Love what I've seen there. That's nice growth. But I can no longer count on Spencer Torkelson being the guy and developing. He had 31 home runs last year. Thought for sure that's a guy. He may not be a guy. He's not showing it right now at Toledo.
And you still had hope for him for the longest, because he started off slow last year as well. You're like, well, he's actually on a better pace. You're like, hey, no, it's not happened.
Jackson Jobe was doing great. Then he got hurt. And now he's back from his rehab. He's doing some rehab with Lakeland. I think he's moving back up now to Toledo this week. Is he going to be back on the fast track? Well, as a guy who's a third baseman, he's not a great defensive third baseman, but if he can hit, he can hit, and that's all. That's what I want in this lineup. Give me guys that can hit, but it's unknown because you don't know if he can do it at the major league level, and it's not like he was hitting 300 at Toledo, so or at Erie for that matter. So I'm not sure. How Yu Lee is doing great at Erie, but it's AA. It's not triple. He still hasn't seen the next level of pitching yet, and he's only 21 years old. I like the guys they have in the minors, but they're years away. So answering your question about the World Series window, to build a World Series team, I feel like that's probably 4 years away, 3 or 4 years away before you start to see those guys. And then you have to hope that those are guys that are contributing, like Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal, and maybe some others that spring up here. Jackson Jobe could be a huge part of this team as early as this year to show his worth. But you're probably not going to want to pitch him too much more this year anyway. So next year is really his opportunity. So if Jobe is in the rotation next season, things could be going in a better direction. But it doesn't help the lineup. The lineup is the problem because they don't have a shortstop, because they don't have a third baseman, because they don't have a first baseman. They have guys that are good, not great in the outfield, although Riley Green's been really good. I'm counting on Kerry Carpenter come back. I am. I like Kerry. I'm the one who loves Kerry Carpenter here at the station. But he's got a past with injuries, and now that's a concern. Is he a guy? But I mean, those are major holes of production because these days shortstops are productive, third basemen are productive. First baseman has got to be productive. That's where you get your power. And then maybe an outfielder you need to throw in there. Catcher, I mean, I'm waiting for Dylan Dingler to get his opportunity with the Tigers because he's done everything you expect him to do offensively at Toledo. He's been great. But can he do it at this next level? Jake Rogers every once in a while runs into one. And they like Jake Rogers for the way he handles a pitching staff. I mean, that's Tarek Skubal's guy. So you're going to move away from Jake Rogers? Carson Kelly is someone who might have some trade value. And if you were to put Kelly with somebody with Jack Flaherty, perhaps, maybe you get somebody else's prospect. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. We got a lot of commentary from people that have sent some texts in. We got some people on hold. We're going to get to you next as we continue here at 97.1 The Ticket. Stan Hurley didn't want the Lakers job. Apparently, he has signed a 6-year, $50 million contract with UConn. What? 6 years, $50 million. That's impressive to stay at UConn. But
he's built quite the dynasty over there.
He has. Interesting word you used there.
A little more than a little over $8 million per year. But I think it's always a good thing when college coaches are staying. Because we see a lot of the guys going to the pros for all these reasons of NIL, transfer portal, all that stuff.
Right.
Dan Hurley has withstood all that and built a true a dynasty over at UConn. So good for him. Good for UConn. And he turned on the Lakers. Said no thanks. Thanks, but no thanks.
Which is interesting because he probably could have gotten more money to coach the Lakers.
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah.
And different kind of headaches. Dealing with professional egos is one thing. Although I have a feeling that it's going to be a similar feeling that college coaches are going through with NIL, and some of these NIL numbers are way out of control.
That's why I said that. Yeah, that he's staying.
I think it's interesting he's choosing to stay in college where you're going to have the same kind of headaches, but you could have made more in the NBA. But hey, listen, good for him. And I do like the idea of staying in college. When the coaches stay there.
He easily could have
shows
gone.
Commitment.
Yeah, he could have gone and took Laker money, and he could have flamed out in a year, and all that money's guaranteed, by the way, in the NBA, and then come back to another college program. But he said, you know what, I'm not even going to move my family across country. I'm not even going to deal with that. I like where I'm at.
248-539-9797, a telephone number. Matt's in St. Clair Shores. Matt, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Gator. Happy Monday.
Same to you. Thank you.
Listen, so I guess my concern is I don't think Chris is going to spend, and I know that you're thinking that they might spend when they're close. However, Chris also owns the Red Wings. Arguably, the Red Wings are on the doorstep, and the last couple of weeks has been this station talking about how kind of mediocre at best Stevie Y performed with the free agency and the trade class in the last couple of weeks. I don't think Chris Ilitch cares. I think as long as he's producing a bottom line, he has no incentive to spend more. So if Scott Harris has to do this on a shoestring budget, we have basically 5 holes that we need to fill. We don't have anybody except, like you said, Colt Keith in the infield and Riley Green in the outfield. Everything else we need a body for. So we have to turn Tarek Skubal into something because we're not going to keep him. He's not going to get paid by Chris Ilitch. Just like Chris Ilitch wouldn't let Yzerman go out and spend big money on free agents or spend money to bring in trades, he's not going to empower Scott Harris to do the same thing.
Well,
we literally have a case study across the street.
It's not a fair case study because the NHL has a salary cap and baseball doesn't. It's not the same thing. And they have spent money at the Red Wings, and they haven't spent it all yet because they still have to sign the restricted free agents in Mo Sider and Lucas Raymond and Berggren and Veleno. They still have to sign those guys, and that'll take up the rest of the space.
Where's the splash signing or splash anything in across the street at Little Caesars? You can say it came.
Did they not do it last year when they
rent the player?
They did it last year. They did it last year when they traded for DeBrincat, and DeBrincat's got the contract. They went ahead and gave Patrick Kane an opportunity, and then they re-signed Patrick Kane. I think what Steve Yzerman is doing, there's a lot of chess going on here where moves are made for what happens a year from now or 2 years from now when other guys are ready to come in and do what he thinks are going to be great things with his team. Like with the whole goaltending situation, Cam Talbot being signed to a 2-year contract, I think is brilliant. It's 2 years. Well, what's going to happen in 2 years? Well, in 2 years, I'm expecting Sebastian Cossa is going to be the guy, or Trey Augustine or whatever. One of those 2 goaltenders is going to be ready to take over and be a guy. In the meantime, they've got a bunch of these other goaltenders here, 1-year contracts, and it's like, okay, prove it years for you guys, but I think this team is going to be better. And then what happens in a couple of years? You've got other contracts that'll come off the books. You have to look at free agency and see what monster free agents are going to be available perhaps in a couple of years, maybe even as soon as next year. If Draisaitl doesn't get a deal done with Edmonton, he'll likely be traded, but there's no guarantee that team is going to be able to sign him to an extension. So Draisaitl could hit the free agent market. And his agent said that he wants a deal done. He wants an extension done basically in August. Or they don't want to negotiate during the season. So, I mean, it's interesting there with those free agents. But and you won't have Patrick Kane against the cap next year. That frees up what will be, $6 million, $6.5 million. You have to look at it kind of more long term, and when you're bringing up your other guys, this roster is going to be flooded with Yzerman drafted players, probably as early as next season, not this upcoming season, but the season after that, when you would expect Nate Danielson will be on this roster, that maybe that Nygaard is going to be on that team, that Exapelico and all these other guys are going to be there. They're sending Pelica. It's I can't wait to see what the Red Wings are going to look like in a couple of years. Yeah, at the same time, did I want them to go out and get Stamkos? You betcha. Got teased and thinking that was going to happen. But apparently it was a little bit too much more than they could afford to do. So it didn't happen, and it kind of fell apart. Now, how does that affect the Tigers? It doesn't, because that's a salary cap team. The Tigers are not.
Well, it shouldn't, but people know that, and you could say Marian Ilitch is the owner of the Red Wings. Come on. I mean, if, that could be just because of the casino stuff and legal reasons. If most people believe it's the same owner for both, Chris Ilitch, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I think he's drawn the comparisons of, hey, if he's not willing to spend over here, which they do have a cap, why would you think he was going to spend over here in this other sport where they don't have a cap?
Because they've done it in the past.
Well,
now it was his father,
yes.
but it was the family business. They spent money when it made sense, and then in the end, they're business people, and they're also sports fans. Mike Ilitch went crazy for a while there and spent a ton of money, but he didn't do it until the team was good. The team came out of nowhere in 2006 to go to the World Series. That was not a World Series team going into the season by any stretch, but they played like it and they got there. Now, they had a mix of guys that were veteran players, some free agents that they brought in, and also a mix of younger talent, too. When you look at Nate Robertson was on that roster, and I think Bonderman was still there, but Verlander was a rookie on that team. Joel Zamaya came in the season, and he did so well at the end of the year that they had a nice mix of players. The Tigers right now don't have that just yet. They're getting there. But I think the model is there for them to go ahead and take a big jump when the team is there. They need more pieces. They need guys like Jace Young to show up that he's the guy. They need Colt Keith to establish himself. He's a guy. Riley Green's a guy. It would be great if Parker Meadows didn't get hurt so he could show the rest of the season that he's a guy. And all of a sudden you're looking at this, okay, I've got 4 or 5 guys homegrown that are kind of the core of this team from a position standpoint, that now I can go out into free agency and fill those other holes with players, and we're going to start to spend this money. It'd be great if the Albatross contract is there, though. You got the 60-something million you still owe to Javi Baez, and that's brutal. To get no production out of $60 million left on that, it sucks. But I do think that they'll spend money soon. Is it this offseason? I hope it is this offseason, because if it's not, it's gonna be brutal.
I mean, we're going to go through the same thing with the other team where people thought they're going to spend some more money with the Red Wings. I think that's where the
but
comparison.
They have spent with the Red Wings.
I know, but people were disappointed, though, and you can't deny
they were
that.
Disappointed.
Yeah.
They were disappointed because they made their big signing on a Sunday night instead of on a Monday afternoon. Had they announced Patrick Kane on Monday afternoon instead, if that was the signing that they had, people would have calmed down a little bit, taken a deep breath, take a step back, and then look at the rest of the moves that have been made for the Red Wings, where they've made this team a better team defensively. They made this team a better team from a goaltending standpoint. But, yeah, they still have to make up some goals. There's no question about that.
I mean, yeah, optically it might have eased the pain a little bit, Gator, but even Steve Yzerman came out and said he puts them in the same group they were in last year, a team trying to fight for the playoffs.
And that's what they are, a team trying to fight for the playoffs. It's okay to say that.
No, but that's why people are restless. You understand? They want.
I know why people are restless. People are restless because they didn't sign Stamkos, they didn't sign Marchessault, they didn't sign Gensel. They got the deal out of the way with Patrick Kane and got enticed because there were rumors flying around that Red Wings were in talks with Stamkos, and it didn't happen. And then people lost their minds.
Well, whether it's Stamkos or not, people wanted this team to get better, a lot better right now. And you said earlier, like, I can't wait to see what the team looks like in 2 years or whatever. People are sick of wait 2-3 years. They want to see the team better now, whether it's Red Wings or the Tigers.
Look, I'm the one who said they were going to be a playoff team this past season, and they missed it by a fraction. Okay? Is this team a playoff team now? I think they're a playoff team now. I think they're slightly better than what they were last year. Have the other teams gotten better? Some have, some have not. But I think this upcoming season, yes, I think it's a playoff team. Baseball is a different story. They got to spend money. Okay, they're not the Tampa Bay Rays that has this great organization that can just churn out players and players and players, and you've got this formula in place that seems to work. And every couple of years, you end up being a playoff team because you're just that good as an organization before you have to jettison everybody off the team because you don't spend money. The Tigers have proven in the past that they will spend money. And they did spend some money this offseason, but people don't like how they spend it, and I totally understand it. When you Kenta Maeda a 2-year contract for whatever it was, $30 million or something, and Kenta Maeda looks like Mung, I get it. It sucks. Okay, but does he get credit for the reclamation project of Jack Flaherty? No, but people want more, and I do too. Let it play out. See what happens in the offseason if they go get guys. If they don't do anything significant in free agency this offseason, then we'll be speaking a different tune come spring training. But, it's like I say all the time when people want to boo a player that enters the game, like like a closer, he comes in the game and you boo him right away. Don't boo him until he's given you a reason to boo him in the game. Then you can go ahead and do it. But why do it now? Why complain about something now that hasn't happened yet that you can't do anything about until the offseason? But I guess this is why we're talking about trading Tarek Skubal, because people want to get players for him. Again, the prospects, you don't know what you'd get. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Karschen Anderson program. Gator with you along with Kang, our producer. Kenny's working the phones. Evan's lurking. Taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text us if you'd like to do that.
Don't hex us. Is that what you were going to say?
I don't want any hexing.
It
feels like there's already been a hex on the Tigers. There's a hex on Parker Meadows, comes back, has a great weekend, and then slides into second base. Oh, damn it! Guy raised his batting average by 35 points in 3 days. That tells you only played a month here. In 3 days. You're idiots. If Skubal becomes Nolan Ryan, what's it matter if the team is trash? Cooley plays every 5 days, pitches great, and still loses because the team is dog poo. Trade him. Well, I guess I'm counting on the team not being dog poo in the next couple of years. That's the thing. I'm thinking that these younger players they have, some of them are going to develop and play next year, and that they're going to go out and get in free agency, get a couple players that makes sense for this lineup. But you're clearly in the camp that you don't think the team's going to spend anything. So you want to trade them and kick the can down the road? How much longer? How long are you going to wait for these guys? Is this Verlander? We were talking about what would the trades be calling to trade him. Highly doubtful. Try this again. If this is Verlander, we were talking about would the traders be calling to trade him? Highly doubtful. I would imagine that teams, if they knew that Tarik Skubal was available, that they would light up the phones for Scott Harris because they'd have team control for 2.5 years before they have to give him a contract. What we're talking about is extending him. Can you get an extension worked out for him that goes beyond his free agent years? Can you get an extension for 6 years? Now, I don't know if I'd go too much more than that because he's 27 years old. 6 years is a long time. And if you go 6 years and, $30 million a year, can that get it done? I mean, his last 33 starts have been amazing when you look at it. Because you go back to last year when he made 15 starts last season, the ERA of 2.8. This year it's 18 starts with an ERA of 2.37. So you combine those two for basically a full season because that's 33. So that ERA around 2.5 and his whip, his whip is 0.9, which is spectacular. But his WAR is 6.3. Be one of the tops in the league. He's a great player. He's a great pitcher right now. So I understand some people want to trade him because they think he can get a bunch in return and that'll plug a lot of the holes. I want to re-sign him. I want to extend him. It's not re-signing, it's extending him. But people feel differently. Let's go to Brian, who's next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Brian.
Hey, good morning, boys. Hope all of you are well.
Yep.
So a couple of things on this that I might even contradict myself on. So here in Atlanta, Max Fried is in the last year of his contract, and I think he's 29 or close to being 30. And there's no shot the Braves are going to sign him because they're thinking, well, he's about 30, and do you give a 6-year contract to a 30-year-old pitcher? And Max Fried's a heck of a pitcher. I'm sure you guys know that. So I'm wondering, with you saying Skubal being 27, do you do that? Do you sign him when he's 29 to a 6-year contract with everybody throwing, max effort and throwing so hard and all the arm injuries? Man, that's tough. But the other thing I wonder, though, is and I have no idea if in 2 years if this will get fixed. I would think it would. But with the TV contracts or maybe lack of TV contracts, will the salaries be really higher like you guys talked about in 2 years? Or even if he has an arm injury, maybe in 2 years, I know God forbid that would happen, but then you could sign him for a little bit less.
I can't be afraid about arm injuries unless I look at his delivery and determine that this is going to be delivery. We're going to see more arm injuries in the future. And some people will do that. Like me personally, of course, I can't do that. But the Tigers as a team, do they look at him and say, okay, we're going to ride this out until he gets hurt because it's destined to happen? I mean, either you say that just because it's pitching and it always happens, or do you say it's more predictable because of X, Y, and Z? If you don't think it's a predictable thing, like if you look at his delivery is actually great, it's sound, and it should not result in more injuries in the future, then yeah, he's 27. He's not 30 like you said with Max Fried, and the difference in Fried will be 31 in January, and Skubal will be 28 in November. Another difference when you compare those two is Fried's been hurt a lot in his career, correct?
No arm injuries for the past few years. I think I'm not a Braves fan, by the way. I just
okay. I'm just looking at his numbers. He started 14 games last year, 30 the year before, 28 before that, 11 before that, 30 before that.
Hamstring.
Yeah. So I mean, there have been some things there, and look, it happens with all pitchers. But the fact that he's a couple years older, I think that is kind of a big deal.
Got it. Okay. Well, hey, I mean, I just thought again, I'm not a Tiger fan either, but I love listening to you guys' show and was interested in your thoughts on it.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. More Skubal texts. My argument is that I would rather get a couple really good bats in our lineup to play every day versus a great pitcher that pitches every 5 days. We have no offense. What's your solution for our offense? Nick in Rochester. I'm not against it, but you have to find the right guys. You have to find the right team that's willing to give you two guys that you know are going to be those bats in your lineup. And I'm saying this because if you're getting prospects in return, you don't know. Now, if you're going to talk to me about a young player that they're willing to give you that has already shown that he can do something, I half jokingly said last week with the Tigers, hey, you want to trade, if Baltimore wants Tarik Skubal, fine, give me Gunnar Henderson. I'm really not kidding that much about it. Because that's the kind of 1-for-1. If you're going to do that, that's okay. Let's talk superstar for superstar. Let's talk Cy Young for MVP. It's kind of what it looks at. Baltimore may have a couple more prospects there, though, that feel like they are Major League ready. Guys are actually playing Major League ball right now. Yerstad is playing now, and he's hit like 3 home runs in the last week. He looks good. They've got a couple of other big boppers down in their system, other younger players they have. Now, if Baltimore's going to come calling and offer me a package of players like that, yes, I would absolutely have to consider it. And, to the texter's point, rather have a couple everyday players versus a pitcher. Generally speaking, that's how I kind of feel too. But this pitcher's special. He's really special. He's not just a guy. This is a Cy Young candidate pitcher. He might win a Cy Young award this year. He might start the All-Star game next Tuesday.
Well, all those two things may be true, Gator, but where are the Tigers in the standings? And that's what I think people are saying. You know what I mean? Hey, Tarik Skubal, great. No one's denied. No one's called or texted and said that guy sucks. They're just saying we might be better off trading him because we can get more in return. And that's the question, Gator. So if they do keep him, well, yeah. But if they keep him, then what are they going to do to make this offense better? What are they going to do to surround Skubal? Because he's just one guy that pitches every 5 days.
And that's where it goes on to think, do you believe that they would spend money in free agency or that there are other trades to be had? I mean, they actually do have some pieces they could use to trade if they wanted to trade the prospects and do something like what the Tigers did back in 2007 in the offseason when they traded for Miguel Cabrera. They've got some big pieces. If they wanted to dangle Jackson Jobe out there.
Crosby, he's young.
Max Crosby would get you a lot. McGonigal has had a heck of a season in his first season there in single A as well. Jace Young. They've got young players like that are top 100 prospects if you wanted to go that route and find other players.
Did I say Crosby? I meant Clark. I will not.
Did I say Max? And then I went and said Max Crosby.
Yeah, it is because I led you there. I'm sorry, my bad.
Yes,
Max Clark.
Max Clark. He just did a grand slam last week too. He's starting to hit the ball further now. He's starting to feel it, get comfortable there, and then it'll be time to move on to West Michigan in 3, 2, 1.
Just keep getting better, man.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, exactly. Just keep improving. 248-539-9797. Paul is in Shelby. Paul, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Thank you for taking my call. Great show as always. Our track record of giving players away and trading them has not been good. I know over the last general manager, but we gave Verlander away, Scherzer away, Porcello away, Upton away, the right Martinez away, Castellanos away, and the catcher. We got nothing in return. We've got somewhat a pitcher that we could build around. This guy is he's another Verlander, to be honest with you. We have 2 other pitchers that are pitching very well. we're paying the price for 5 players not playing very good. Our first baseman was in the minor leagues, the shortstop, Carpenter and Meadows, and Aida. Those 5 had let the Tigers down. And I don't know, I'd want to build through the draft. All organizations build through the draft. And if we're going to have a good team, I want to see 2 or 3 young pitchers, and we'll find the hitters. They'll come along.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Paul. And building through the draft in baseball, it's tough to do. It's such a crapshoot in baseball. If you look at like past first rounds and you look at the names, you'll be surprised at how few players make it to being the guy you think they are. And playing that game, it takes so long. You have to have such a deep system that you start to replenish it. I think the Tigers have done a nice job of drafting the last few years, but they've got some misses, man. I mean, Torkelson and Mize could be 2 of the biggest misses ever. Both 1-1. And, where are they now? One's on the injured list again, and the other one's back in the minors trying to find his swing. It sucks. Those are 2 pieces you absolutely counted on being cornerstones for this franchise, and they're not. And, Paul mentioned the 5 guys that have been disappointing this year. Yeah, he's right. They've been disappointing this year, without question, those players. And you need to see growth from others. And yet here they are coming off a 3-game sweep of the Reds on the road. First time they won back-to-back games since the beginning of June. And no, I'm not leading the brigade of, here we come. No, not even close. Because this week, this is going to be a tough week. Leading into the All-Star break, you got games against Cleveland and the Dodgers. Oh, joy. I guess you have a really good idea of what this team is looking like when this series is over with. And I think the draft, I believe, is Sunday in baseball. And that's a whole other question of what direction they go in the draft. Do you go and draft a high school kid, whether it's a high school pitcher or a shortstop? Because those are the 2 guys that are high school guys. Or do you have an opportunity to draft a college bat that can just crush the ball and draw walks like nobody's ever seen? Because there's a guy like that too. And if he's available at 11, I'm taking the big fella who plays first base and walked 78 times last year and had an on-base percentage 225 points higher than his average. But that's a discussion for later in the week. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your texts and calls as well. But, hey, Pistons are making moves too. And I do want to get into a Pistons discussion. Weave that in as we continue here. We'll talk Tarek Skubal. We'll talk some Pistons. And we'll talk to you. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. I just took a quick glimpse and glance of the free agent shortstops for next year and free agent third baseman. It is slim pickings, man.
Wow, someone just gave up on Baez.
I mean, the top shortstop out there is former Tiger Willie Adames. It was slightly above average at this point in his career right now in terms of his offensive numbers. He actually drives in a bunch of runs, but his OPS is like 715 or something. Otherwise, it is slim pickings with shortstops. Third baseman, there's Alex Bregman. If he leaves Houston, obviously there's familiarity with Bregman, but he's north of 30. But hey, if he can produce, be interested in that. But that's what's available, shortstop and third base. There really isn't a whole lot else. It's brutal. Unless you go to outfield. And, of course, my plan is throw as much money as you can at Juan Soto, but perhaps the Yankees are going to retain him. And it may not be all that likely that the Tigers would be in the running for that, which, of course, might be I agree. It's probably far-fetched. It's just my own dream. And, damn it, I like to dream. Joe is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Joe.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I think the best scenario for Skubal is going to be that you trade him to a team that is just not known for re-signing him when he hits free agency. So like the Orioles or the Brewers, who have incredible farm systems, you got to get a huge load for him and offense and bats and things like that. Both of those farm systems have great catchers, great third basemen, and obviously the Orioles, ideally you can get Holiday for him. You kind of look at what the Nationals got back for when they traded Juan Soto to the Padres, and you see how those players are playing right now, like James Wood, C.J. Abrams, and stuff like that. So I think if you can look at that situation, I think the Tigers are so far away from being a contender. Yeah, you might be able to sneak into a wild card, but you have so much work to do. And for a guy you're only going to see every fifth day, I think it'd be worth it to trade him.
It might, and Joe, thanks for the call. I'm not completely against it. Like I said from the get-go, I'm open to listening to it. My biggest apprehension to making a move like this to trade Skubal is that what you're getting in return, first of all, is a giant unknown, particularly if you're dealing with prospects. You just don't know because they're prospects. You throw enough of them at me, and I'm going to listen. And this is a better situation than what the Tigers were in when they finally decided to trade Verlander, because when they finally traded Verlander, he was a free agent at the end of the year. It was a rental. And though they got 3 prospects in return for Verlander, they got very little. At the time, it looked like, okay, it's okay return, not great return. They didn't get one of the prospects that Houston had, but at the time, Franklin Perez was thought of as a pretty good pitching prospect, and he never pitched. Daz Cameron never really worked out. He's still in the major leagues, but he's not he's not an average major league player. And then Jake Rogers is the last vestige of the trade that's still here, and he's okay. But it's not.
He's not the Verlander of catchers.
He's not the Verlander of catchers. He's not the Verlander of catchers, and that's was that a fault of Avila at the time? Yeah, probably. I mean, I go back and I'll go to my grave on this, thinking that if he had just asked for 1-for-1, give me Kyle Tucker for Justin Verlander, could that have happened? And I still think it could have done it, but you wanted to get as many guys as you could, which I understand. Skubal would get you a bigger haul in return, without question. You're talking about teams' number 1 prospect and maybe number 2 prospect. And I'd be interested in Baltimore's guys, because those guys look like they're ready. Some of them are already here. If you give me Yerstead and they're like number 2 or 3 prospect in the organization, can that get it done? I'd be interested. But by and large, I don't want to move the best player on this team in Tarik Skubal. I don't want to do it. I'm tired of trading guys away. But there is a compelling argument to be made, and Kang, you've made this argument, I do think it is compelling, that where are you going to get the other pieces from? You know, I just went through the free agent list, and there's not a whole lot there for shortstops and third baseman. You know, first baseman are a dime a dozen. You can find them anywhere. And there are some first baseman free agents available. But, you know, I'm also of the mind that if I'm going to find a place for Jace Young and it's not third base, maybe it's first base. But I want to see Jace Young. Now, are we going to see him before the end of the year? Is he going to get a chance to play? I don't know. It becomes more likely if they're clearing out some guys from the 40-man roster. If they are able to trade away Mark Canha and Gio Urshela, if they can find some way to do that, or whatever they decide to do with Matt Vierling or McKinstry, and probably more McKinstry than Vierling. You know, those are 3 or 4 names that you could free up a 40-man roster spot, so that you can add a player to the 40-man roster and then bring them up at some point in time. But, you know, it feels like the Tigers are a long ways away, and yet I don't think they are. Not from making the playoffs. I think they're like a year away. I think they can make the playoffs next year with some wise moves in the offseason and some wise moves at the trade deadline. Does that mean moving Skubal? I hope not. I'd rather hear they've extended Skubal than hear that they've traded Skubal. But if they're not going to extend Skubal, it tells me that they can't do it. That Scott Boras won't let it happen, or that the price is too high. And then we're going to get pissed because, well, why not spend the money on the guy who's here? You finally have homegrown talent. The Tigers finally have 2 players in the All-Star game that they developed. Think of it that way. 2 of their own draft picks, homegrown guys, are going to play in the All-Star game, and they deserve to be there. One maybe even starting the All-Star game. And the other was voted in by the players, which means more than being voted in by the fans. 248-539-9797. Paul is in Madison Heights. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hi. I got your Ron Soto take was so cute. I mean, I'm sure
I'd love to have it, but it's not. Him. No, of course not.
Illich is not going to spend $30 million a year to keep school. He's trading. He's not going to spend $30 million a year for anybody.
Why?
He's going to trade him. He doesn't. He's running this franchise as a business and not a sports franchise that wants to win. He's not his dad. He's actually the antithesis of his dad. He wants to make money. He wants to get by. Eventually, I think he's probably going to sell the team, but he's just not. He's not here to win.
Well, his dad didn't spend money. His dad didn't spend.
There's no Magglio Ordonez coming.
His dad didn't spend money until the team got good.
They got better. He's not going to do this. He's not going to spend that money.
But you don't know until they get to that point. I mean, it's right now it's just conjecture saying he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. And then you're talking about what his father did.
Well,
his dad didn't do it either.
They're bringing in, middle of the lineup, bottom of the lineup guys on good teams. It's.
Well, what did they do when they brought in Rondell White or Fernando Vina? Those are like the first pieces that they brought in that were not exciting. I mean, they were former All-Star players, but isn't that the same type of thing? And then
he's not his dad. Don't look for the Magglio Ordonez. It's
isn't.
not coming, man. It's just not coming.
Okay. I mean, I guess. I don't know how you know. He's on the team for like a minute, for a few years here, right? His dad owned the team for a long time before they did anything. It was a long time. Like those 2 players I mentioned, Rondell White and Fernando Vina. And then they added Pudge Rodriguez, and then things started to slowly. Then they went and got Magglio Ordonez, and things, okay, here we go. Developed some of their own players. Then they brought in Kenny Rogers. Okay, then things got going. But what about the years like 1998 through 2004? What happened there? Nothing. So I'm not going to write him off and say that he's not going to do it. He's not his father. He may not be, but I don't know that. If you're going to base that off of what's happened the last few years when his team has tried to shed some of this bad money, I suppose you're going to make your own conclusions there. Based on the offseason, I think they missed on one pitcher, they hit on another pitcher, and then they brought in guys they thought were going to be professional players like a Mark Canha, who has been to it an extent, but he's been in a horrible slump. Gio Urshela had, 3 or 4 hits yesterday. It was nice to see, but he's not a solution. There's a stopgap. What will they do in the future? 248-539-9797. We're going to talk some Pistons as well and continue to take your calls about Skubal. Are you in the camp that you want to trade him or that you want to hang on to him and extend him? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Good afternoon. Looks like a beautiful day outside, a little breeze there. I know it's going to be warmer today. Beautiful. Yesterday. Gorgeous day yesterday. Really enjoyed that one. And we're enjoying the discussion today, although maybe not as much as I thought I might. Tarek Skubal is a hot button name, right? Name of the All-Star team. Might start the All-Star game next week. And I see more and more people talking about trading Tarek Skubal to get prospects because he's never going to be hotter. And the only way that I would trade Tarek Skubal, there's two ways. One, the offer has to absolutely flat out blow me away. And two, is that you would have to know that it's going to be near impossible to sign him to an extension. But you have 2.5 years to worry about that before he becomes a free agent. But is his trade value going to be hotter than it is right now? And I think more people, King, might be on board with moving Skubal because they think they missed the boat on trading Flaherty. Do you think that plays a role in any of this? because Flaherty, had the back issue that kind of flared up?
Maybe a little bit, but I mean, there's such. I mean, Flaherty's having a good year. Don't get me wrong, but Skubal is a pitcher that if you trade for, I mean, that guy commands a huge salary at some point.
At some point,
Flaherty's it's a clear rental. I highly doubt if they trade Flaherty to whatever team they trade him to. It just seems like more times than not that team's not going to keep him. They're just using him for this, down the stretch, and
Absolutely.
it's not a long-term thing, and he'll find a different team after the year. Skubal, whoever trades for him, I think he's in their plans for the future.
Well, it would have to be. Yeah.
I mean, not only is he under contract,
he'd literally
but
be
just-
there. Like if they traded him tomorrow, we'd literally be with that team for the next 2.5 years
They
before
have
they had
control.
to extend him. Exactly.
Yes, but I think the talk would be extend me now, right? I mean, at least from Skubal's camp. Who knows if a team does that? I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I sure wish that we would hear more talk about a possible extension. Like that it's actually going on behind the scenes that they want to extend Skubal and bring him here, and let's have a big, big celebration about it.
so if the Tigers don't trade Skubal at the trade deadline, do you think that those talks will finally surface to the public, or do you think they'll stay just like they are, where maybe they're waiting for this trade deadline to come and go to figure out what to do with Skubal, and if he doesn't get moved, that's when the extension talks start happening?
Well, I would love to be a fly on the wall with Scott Harris, because I don't know if his phone rings or not. I don't think the Tigers are trying to trade Skubal. I don't think they're actively doing it at all.
No, they don't need to, really.
No, they don't need to. So are you getting calls? That's the first question you have to ask yourself. Are you getting any calls? Is Baltimore calling? Is Atlanta calling? Are the Dodgers calling? Are the Yankees calling? If nobody's calling, then what are we talking about? Okay? Well, you want to be proactive and to try to create a market where there hasn't been one? I mean, it would create a market. But if you're the one that's pushing it in, I don't like that. I don't think that's a good strategy. And Scott Harris is probably thinking, what are we talking about? He's 2.5 years away from free agency. What's the hurry? And I think people are impatient. People don't want. I think honestly, a good part of this starts because Jack Flaherty got hurt, and because they don't want to waste an opportunity when the iron is as hot as it's going to be.
Well, that's the thing right there, Gator. You just said it. I mean, will Skubal's, his value be any higher than it is right now? Now, you think he's going to potentially win a Cy Young, if not this year, sometime in the future, right?
Yep.
But if you're not sure, because nothing's sure in sports, now's the time to trade him if you do want that mega deal, if you do want really, really great prospects in return.
Well, unless he goes out and pitches this well again next year, and we're having the same discussion all over again, and then he does it again the next year. I mean, if he is what you think he is, then there's no hurry to do it, because he'll continue to add to that resume, and it's not just a flash in the pan of, okay, 15 starts last year, but he had arm injuries in his career. Okay, yeah, okay, he made 33 starts this year, but I still want to wait and see. And then if you add another full season to it, then I think people are convinced
Sure,
he's
but
the guy.
that's the good side. The bad side is, what if he's Michael Fulmer?
Well, of course.
That's why.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it goes to, do you trust your medical staff and your experts in analytics and all that, and say that, okay, what we're seeing here from his delivery and his mechanics it's beautiful. It doesn't look like at all that this is going to be something that it will be a predictable arm injury, like maybe you could have done that with Fulmer and said, oh, we're going to roll the dice here. But I don't know. I think that I'm way more in the camp of we're not discussing this. And I think it'd be far-fetched to think the Tigers are actually trying to make a trade happen. Is it possible teams are going to call them about Tarik Skubal? It's possible. But I think if you're one of these other teams, you really think the Tigers going to want to make that move? This is all in the Tigers' favor too. 2.5 years more of team control. That's what you dream about, and building around this player. But to your point, how are they going to build around the player? How are they going to find those other pieces to come here? Because you're striking out with Spencer Torkelson. I mean, even if Tork comes back and has a big second half of the season like he did last year, aren't we in the same position we were a year ago? Or in the beginning of the season this year? Because he flamed out in the first half of the season. Like, I have no confidence that Tork is going to be the guy. Well, that's a huge piece. But fortunately, it's a first base piece, which is easy to find. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Victor is next up in Northville. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Victor.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm going to talk Pistons, but I just want to say this real quick. I couldn't agree more with that last caller. I don't want to get your dandruff up, Gator, but he's absolutely right. He treats it like a business. I've been saying it forever. He treats it like a business. It's a bottom line business for him. And where's the evidence? I see evidence where J.D. Martinez did everything he was hoped to have done. He did it. Castellanos, same thing. We grew him here. We got rid of him because it was time to pay these guys. They got rid of him. And then if you watch this Real Sports with Brian Gumbel, it's a couple years old, but he was supposed to invest in Detroit, and I know this is coming out long now. He was supposed to invest in Detroit, and all he did is buy a bunch of parking lots, stuff to make more money. He's all about the money. I don't get it. And the evidence is there, Gator. And where was the Detroit media talking about that? Why did I have to hear this on Real Sports by Brian Gumbel? Okay, with that said, I want to change the subject.
Hear what? People have been talking about the Illich and
how he's not being he's not holding through with his.
We've talked about that on this show and other shows. Absolutely.
No, I don't necessarily mean you guys. I mean just the local media like WDIV and stuff like that. I meant they're the ones that should hold the speech to the fight because that's beyond sports. That's development and agreement, tax and stuff like that.
I'm not going to argue with that.
Yeah, exactly. That's beyond sports. But I wanted to talk about the Pistons. I'm a huge Pistons fan. I'm going over to Summer League with my son on Sunday, actually, which comes out to be the 14th. So we're big Pistons fans. I can't believe it. They're putting something together. I mean, if Bernie Bickerstaff can come up with good lineups.
JB Bickerstaff.
Excuse me. If he can come up with some good lineups and stuff like that, I think they can actually compete. But they're one piece away, a center that can score. They don't have that right now. I'm glad they got rid of Wiseman. I think he's just kind of dangling. King, I know you follow the Pistons a little closer. What are they going to do for a backup center or a center that can score? Every other position looks like they're kind of, the small forwards, even the big forwards, guards, shooting guards. They all seem to if they just get it together and there's some chemistry, but the center is lacking.
Yeah, right now they have Jalen Duren and they have Isaiah Stewart at center. King and I were talking about this before the show. That
they're thin at the center position.
Yeah.
They're thin at the 5 position.
Which is
and Isaiah Stewart,
they were collecting centers over the last couple
centers
years.
that couldn't play, and that's why Troy Weaver's not here anymore, right? They need a center that can score, just like he said, and also a center that can protect the rim and play defense. Jalen Duren is really super athletic. I have high hopes for Jalen Duren. I like him a lot. But he just is not protecting the rim right now, and that's something he's got to learn. And the great thing is he's actually helping the Olympic team. He's part of the NBA select team that's helping him practice and work out in Vegas. So hopefully he learns some things from those guys out there. But yeah, Beef Stew is a smaller guy, anyways. If you want to play him at the 5, the good news is they do have cap space. They're one of 2 teams, them and the Utah Jazz. When all is said and done, when all the trades go through and everything like that, will be the only 2 teams with some significant amount of cap space available.
They have 19 or 20 million, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. So they can take on another contract. There's been talks about a trade for Mitchell Robinson from the Knicks. They can take on another contract. So the offseason's not over yet. Trajan Langdon just got here. I think they are better off where they're at than 6 months ago. But yeah, they do lack at the 5 spot right now. And I think they're going to have to get a body back there just because you can't have just 2 guys playing. And you need at least 3 guys playing the center position.
Yeah, and I do want to address what the Pistons have done the last couple of weeks here because I think it's significant, starting with the hire of Trajan Langdon and moves that have been made since then with the draft pick and then the draft picks, I should say, hiring of a new coach, and then free agency and trades that have gone on. There's a lot to talk about with what they've done. We're also talking about Tarek Skubal and great. He's going to the All-Star game. Might even start the All-Star game, but people are already saying, let's trade him. Let's trade him. Okay, interesting discussion. We'll talk about it with you next year. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we're still going to take the Skubal stuff, but I did want to get into the Pistons. And I don't want to say this too loudly, but maybe I should. I like what they're doing. I do. I taking a chance on a young GM like Trajan Langdon it's taking a chance. The owner, as much as he's maligned here, and deservedly so in a lot of respects, got to give him credit, man. He ate Monty's contract. So, yep, give me more. Yep. He ate that contract. $60-something million. He ate it. And then they went out and they hired a competent coach who's known for working with younger players and JB Bickerstaff. That's big.
Who's done the turnaround.
Yeah.
Not all the way to the max or anything, but he's taken a 20-something win team and doubled it.
Yeah.
And made him a playoff contender.
3 years in a row, they were better than 500. And, things didn't work out. Did he not get along with the star player? Is that why they moved on? Whatever. I don't care. But the fact he's got that in his DNA that he's done this, okay, good. Like that. They had the draft, and, what are you going to do with the draft? I kind of went, what?
Supposed to be one of the weakest drafts ever, too.
Yeah, so, okay, they didn't get some college shooter that can shoot lights out right away, but don't know if that translates to the NBA. They took a chance on an athletic guy. Sure. Okay, fine, whatever. Doesn't really move the needle either way. But free agency comes along with the trade season, taking on, other teams' bad contracts or whatever you're trying to do and get some draft capital in return. And, you end up getting Tim Hardaway Jr., still playing this league. You go out and you get Malik Beasley the other day for nothing. It's a 1-year contract for like $6.5 million or whatever it is. Okay, that's pretty great for a guy who shoots over 40% from the three-point land. That's great. And they went out and get Tobias Harris, which people may not be thrilled with, but Tobias can still play. Can still play in this league, and it's just bringing more veterans into this team. All the while, you still have a really young core that I think it's probably wise if they not make moves right now to trade away Jalen Duren or Jaden Ivey, because you don't know what you have. Maybe what you had is really good, but the coaching wasn't right for these guys. Maybe this guy's the right coach to get the most out of these players. At least find out. Give it some time here. And I'm hopeful that they stick around on this team at least through half the season before next year's trade deadline and try to figure that out. Because if you can get more out of those players, and a lot more, then this turnaround can happen quicker. But they've added other players, and then finally they did sign or re-sign Fontecchio. And can you start to put together some lineups? Just put it on paper. And this team looks a lot more competent than last year's did. This team looks like it's a team that, okay, they're not going to make the playoffs right away, but it's going to be a team that's going to win more games. Now, you said that the Vegas over-under total is 28.5.
Yeah, that's what Costa said.
And they won 14 games this past season. So double the Vegas total is saying they're going to double it up. I would probably err on caution and say under, but certainly it's going to be moving in the right direction. But I do like it when you're building around Cade Cunningham, which is the other thing. They're going to give him the big extension to have him sign that, and clearly they're married to Cade Cunningham. I think that's smart because I think Cade Cunningham is one of the really bright rising stars in the league. He's improved every year. But like every other sport here, we want it now. I kind of feel like Piston fans are going to be more patient because it's a whole regime change. Here comes a new GM, new coach, and moving forward this way. As much as some people wanted to paint the narrative early on, this is not going to go well because he still has, Arn Tellem is part of his group of advisors and worried about who Arn Tellem's son is representing, and they're going to steer in that direction. Well, they didn't go there. They didn't do that. So let's move from that narrative. And I kind of like, I guess, the early stages here. I like what I'm seeing. I, too, will be in Vegas while the Pistons are in the Summer League, and we'll see if I can get over there and watch a game. But I'm excited about the prospects for this team. I'm looking forward to watching them. I was so looking forward to 2 years ago when they drafted Ivy and drafted Duran and wanted to see how they played with Cade Cunningham, and it didn't happen because of the injuries early on. And I was so looking forward to it last year. And we just didn't see it because it seemed like, maybe this is, now that it's a full year removed from it, maybe Monty Williams and Jaden Ivey didn't see eye to eye.
Well, something was clearly up because he
was wrong.
He was playing Killian Hayes over him, and it's weird that I understand kind of you want to see what you have in a guy that young in Killian Hayes, but when he was let go by the Pistons finally, no one went after Killian Hayes. Like the rest of the league's like, we don't even need him in our facility to know this guy can't play. I was worried when Team France left him off their team before the season. Like, if you're an NBA player, it's almost an automatic for you to represent your country if you're not from the U.S., NBA, those guys, it's 300 guys in the league or whatever.
It also is speaking to the depth of how these European teams
that's true, too.
There's a lot of French players.
They're a lot better now than they were before, without a doubt. But this year, it's different than signing Monte Morris or Joe Harris. You thought those guys were shooters, but they were injured when they got here. I have no idea what Troy Weaver was looking at or talking to. He's talking to. They never played barely at all.
Right.
And they weren't big signings anyways. Malik Beasley, Tim Hardaway Jr., professional shooters. Tobias Harris, I'm not the biggest fan of the contract they gave him, but at least it's only 2 years, and I think he's on the downside of his career. But he's a veteran player that can still score the basket. And they need guys that around Cade to pose some kind of threat, So, on paper, this team definitely looks better than last year. I would still take the under in 28 games, but they better win something in the 20s, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
And they need to learn how to be competitive and close out some games, which they didn't do very much last year.
And maybe get some draft luck. That'd be nice.
That would be nice because they're
for
going
a
to be in the lottery again. But to development of players, and here's the thing, everyone stay healthy, build some chemistry. Let's see what Cade can do with some professional players around him.
Rich is in Shelby Township. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Gator. Hey, Kang. I love your show, man. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
I got a quick question before I get to my champ and chump. Me and my buddies have noticed you haven't put anybody on the list in a long, long time.
It's been a while.
And we can only think that that's due to the Lions doing so well last year. It's just you got such a brighter outlook on life now, Gator.
I don't know if I'd say that, but I put somebody on the list last week I wanted to, and I can't remember who it was, but we didn't go through the whole rigmarole because Doug wasn't here.
Right.
So that's another part.
Right. I know that you guys just randomly put them in numbers and stuff like that, but please tell me that if you had to rank them from top to bottom, Jim Belushi's got to be in the top of people that you just cannot stand, right?
I don't even recognize his name.
That's what I thought.
There's your answer.
So I get to my champ and chump. Champ is Riley Green. Just like you guys had pointed out, he wasn't just a throw-in the All-Star game. He earned it. He deserves to be there, and it's great to see a couple of Tigers representing the team in the All-Star game and stuff. And on my chump is all the people last week crying about Steve Yzerman didn't do this, didn't do that, and we only got this, that, and the other. And on day one, you pointed out, you warmed up by the end of the show to Cam Talbot. And I think he's going to be a huge, huge addition to the team. And I think that Yzerman's going to have a nice sit down with DeBrincat, and he's going to have a big bounce back year. He moved here. He's got his family and everybody and all the distractions and stuff. And I think Stevie's going to get him focused on the season and the task at hand. And I wouldn't be surprised to see 40 goals out of him this year.
Well, and thanks for the call, Rich. They're going to have to make up the goals somewhere. And it's they lost 75 goals from last year's team with losing Sprong and others, Perron and Fabry, along with Wallman and Gostisbehere. I think that's where the 75 goals come from. Where are they going to make that up? I think you can make up a bunch of them. Certainly, with Tarasenko is going to help. Patrick Kane for a full season is going to help. Alex DeBrincat bouncing back and having hopefully at least a 30-goal season, but it'd be nice if he approached 40. That's going to help out a lot. And having Edvinsson for a full season, Gustafsson, Johansson, those are the three additions on the blue line. I don't know. You're not going to make up the 22 goals that Wallman and Gostisbehere had last year between them, but you might get close to it. So I think really DeBrincat, that's a good observation. DeBrincat bouncing back and having a nice season where he scores, let's say 35 to 40 goals, that would go a long way to making up that big disparity of the 75 you've lost. Because I think the defensive additions to this team and the addition of Cam Talbot is definitely going to reduce the number of goals that they give up. So maybe that gap becomes better for the Red Wings. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. And more ticket text coming in regarding Tarek Skubal. I don't want to trade Skubal, but I think you have to. It would be a mismanagement of assets if you don't. This team is way further away than people think, and based on the past offseason's activity, the organization doesn't think they're close. Go get that guy. Go get that king's ransom of offensive prospects that'll kickstart this rebuild. Again, it's prospects, so there's no guarantee. I think that they did have plenty of activity in the offseason, but it's not enough of what people wanted. I know what people wanted. People wanted Matt Chapman, and people wanted J.D. Martinez. J.D. Martinez was a name that kind of surfaced up in spring training. That's all of a sudden people started calling for that, and I was for it. Thought it wasn't going to cost too much to get him. Go ahead and get him. Add that bat in the lineup. And at the time, the Tigers were saying they didn't want to block anybody in the organization from having the opportunity to move up. And to support that, Parker Meadows made the team, and Colt Keith made the team out of spring training. In fact, they gave Colt Keith a contract, and they were trying to work through it there. Kerry Carpenter started the season as he should have on this roster. And since then, they've given other guys opportunities. They had Spencer Torkelson wasn't working out, sent him down. Javi Baez had an injury. I don't know if it's an injury in quotations or not, but did have some, apparently had a back injection. And we'll see if he comes back this week or not. It's really inconsequential because I don't think Javi Baez is part of this team's long-term plans by any means. But in the meantime, Ryan Kreidler's gotten an opportunity. They brought Akil Baddoo back up, maybe out of necessity. Justin Henry Malloy has gotten a chance. Here's Wencel Perez. They've all gotten a chance. And they might have something with Perez. I don't know if they have anything with Malloy. Let him stay up here for a while and maybe for the rest of the season and see if he proves to be that guy. But that's where you're going to try to find those other players is if they hit on these players. But it's asking a lot to hit on a bunch of those guys all at once because that's not typically how it works. Marty is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Marty.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I just want to push a little bit on the Skubal trade stuff. I think, I know, this team record-wise is pretty far away, but, is the team actually far away in every aspect? Because I think if you look at the pitching staff between Skubal, Olsen, Manning obviously down in the minors, and obviously Job, we have AL scouts saying that Job is one of the most impressive pitching prospects in all of baseball, especially compared to Skeens and everything. I just think that is trading Skubal the actual right answer because the offense is horrible. It hasn't worked in every position, and we really are just struggling to find bats. And so, is there a way that you can maybe, between Flaherty, maybe a couple other pieces, Canna, right? Bring some bats back without giving up your top pitching prospect? Because I think this starting rotation, this bullpen is in a good spot.
Well, I think the bullpen is atrocious, but I guess you and I will disagree on that. The bullpen has been absolutely atrocious over the last couple of months, and I have no confidence in anybody that comes out of the bullpen that tries to close a game out or even pitch the seventh inning of a game. But with the rest of it, I mean, yeah, you can try to bank on Reese Olson and Tarek Skubal. I think Reese Olson's exceeded any of my expectations. He might be something special, and I didn't think that going into it. But he finished last year really well, and he's pitched really well this year. I don't want to trade Skubal, but if you're going to, there's no guarantees you're going to get anything other than prospects, which is the same thing about trading Flaherty. Can you get? And you mentioned Mark Canna.
Yeah.
I don't think Canna does a whole lot for anybody unless a team has a need for an extra guy on the roster that has some versatility and treats each at bat pretty with very tenderly, if you will. I mean, he works the count. I like how he does that, but he's not hitting. But Flaherty is the guy that gets you something. But Flaherty's hurt. So we don't even know if Flaherty's going to get you anything because he's going to have to prove over the last 4 starts leading into the All-Star or leading into the trade deadline that he is tradable. And if he is tradable, can you get a bat? Because I don't think getting multiple bats that's not possible. But can you get a bat? That's all I care about.
I agree with you. I think I think you hear offers for Skubal. I just think that there's only probably a set number of teams that you actually approach. Again, if the Orioles are going all in this year, I think you hold them obviously accountable and you say, who are the top people? Is it is it Cowser? Is it Holiday, right? They've got some top prospects down there, but again, like you said, just prospects. So is it the Brewers again? I know they just went out and got a pitcher, but they have Churiel, Frelick, some guys that are already kind of up, but they have an overload, but they just traded Burns. So I don't know if there's actually going to be an offer out there that's worth it. And I think that you have the pieces, some young pieces in the pitching staff. And I know the bullpen struggled the last couple of months, but I do think there's some good young arms there that I don't think I would just feel very worried about trading Skubal right away.
Yeah, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Marty. I'm not wanting to trade Tarik Skubal at all. But if the Orioles come at you and they say, we'll give you, Hurstad, the outfielder they have, Jackson Holiday, who's their top prospect in baseball, by the way, is that enough to make you say, well, maybe I would? Because that fills two holes in your lineup. Or puts two bats in your lineup anyway. Jackson Holiday got off to a poor start in his major league career. Only played in 10 games, and he had 2 hits and 35 at-bats. But he's doing just fine at AAA. He's hitting .273 at AAA with a .926 OPS. That's, and keep in mind that he's 20 years old. So he's moved up rather quickly, and perhaps too quickly. But do you think that that's going to be a guy? Yeah, I mean, top prospect in baseball. I'll listen if you're going to throw that name out there. I don't know if Baltimore wants to do that. Plus, it's a position of need. He's a second base shortstop type guy. Play shortstop? Yes, please.
I mean, that's if you're going to trade Skubal, yeah, you need to hear names like that, like the ones you just mentioned. But will that deal come around? And then if it doesn't, I'm okay with keeping Skubal because he's a great pitcher. But it goes back to what's the point? What if he wins the Cy Young this year? What if he starts the All-Star game? How good are the Tigers as a team, though? That's the most important thing, and they're just not good. So if you can get the team better by moving Skubal, that's something you realistically have to think about. It's just about getting the team better, Gator. I don't think anyone questions Skubal's talents. He's clearly incredibly talented, and he's pitching, and he's got room to even get better. I mean, he's still got room to peak.
Look, I think every team has to weigh out, will we be better with him or without him? Well, okay, if it's without him, what are we getting in place of him? And you have to weigh that. You do that with anything. There are some players we always say, oh, this guy's untouchable, this guy's untouchable. I don't think Skubal's untouchable. I don't think the Tigers have anybody that's really untouchable. They may feel that way. But I think everybody, because of where the team is at, because they have so many holes, you have to ask the question, which is why the question's being brought up here. I still wouldn't trade him unless you came out with some crazy offer like Baltimore could throw. But I'm not likely to make the trade.
And that's fine if you don't want to trade him. Yeah. But then you have to figure out a way to improve the rest of the team.
Yep.
Right?
And you've got a couple years to do that before Skubal becomes a free agent, which is why I want to extend him. Get the extension done. I guess, if you could extend him now or would you trade him now? Maybe that's the better question to ask. Would you rather find out the Tigers have traded Tarik Skubal or that they've extended Tarik Skubal? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More calls here. Dennis is next up on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Dennis.
Hello.
All right.
Hey, you got to be a moron to want to trade Tarik Skubal. This kid's the next Verlander for the next 5, maybe 10 years. I mean,
well, he's 27. I don't know if he's going to 10 years, but
6-piece chicken wings, Buffalo. I'm sorry, I'm at Walmart. Anyway, this kid to me is the best pitcher I've seen on the Tigers since Verlander left in his prime. I would not trade him. Maybe for the guy at Baltimore that's got 26 home runs right now, maybe. But I don't want to trade him.
Yeah, I don't want to trade him either, but I can't say that I wouldn't if the right offer is there. And Baltimore has pieces to do it. I don't know if Baltimore would have the balls to do it. I mean, Baltimore's doing just fine without him. But if they added him, how much better would that make them? They've got such a young, good team right now. They built it through the draft where they were horrible and they were able to take advantage of these top picks, and these top picks they're blossoming right now. It's a lot like what Houston did.
Yeah, I mean, I'm envious of Baltimore. Yeah. Absolutely. But the caller brings up stuff we've already said and everyone knows. Skubal's a great pitcher.
He's great. There's
awesome.
no question. Yeah.
How do you get the rest of the team better is my question, Gator. And if that involves trading Skubal, you have to look into it. And if you don't want to trade Skubal like that caller, then tell me, how do you get more bats? How do you get more offense? Because this team is struggling to score runs. What's the point of having Skubal, a guy who only pitches every 5 days, if you can't score runs?
It's a big question. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We got some Piston texts coming in. Gator, going over. This team is going to flirt with 40 wins. Mike and South Lyon. I wouldn't do that, Mike. But hey, if you think it's going over, bet the over. If you want to do that, go ahead and do that. Why shouldn't the Pistons make a move for Lauri Markkanen? He's being shopped, and the Pistons have young talent to trade that could interest Utah. Pair Lauri with Cade for the foreseeable future.
I would really like that. Actually, that was one of my bold predictions that Troy Weaver was going to make to save his job during the season to trade for Markkanen. Apparently, he is possibly available. The Pistons have cap space. I haven't heard anything about connecting the two teams or at least Markkanen with the Pistons at all. But that would be a guy, a stretch five for sure that can score.
Monty Williams was a competent coach who was working with young talent. Also, everybody was really excited when he got here. Yeah, except I don't think Monty was in the right headspace. Monty didn't want to coach. And Tom Gores went back to him, literally made him an offer he could not refuse. Like, well, if you're going to pay me that ridiculous money, sure, I'll come and coach. I guess I have to. And he kind of had to. And it's my opinion. And maybe Monty will talk about this at some point, but my opinion is he wasn't there. He wasn't all there. He wasn't totally dedicated to it like he normally would be because he had some personal stuff going on and he literally wanted to take some time off. And then Tom Gores comes in and says, no, don't take time off. We want you. I love what the Pistons are doing. Trajan Langdon is the new Brad Holmes in town. That's from Dimitri. Slow down.
God, I would hope so. I mean, that's the hope, but
slow down.
That's a big, that's a high bar.
Yeah. I mean, didn't luck into Penei Sewell right now with their draft pick like Brad Holmes did, because Penei Sewell should have gone earlier in the draft and he didn't. Thank God he didn't. And then of course it's not just the first round. Brad Holmes has been amazing. I see a starting five of Cade, Beasley, Fontecchio, Harris, and Duran. Cade will finally have the space to work. The same can be said for Ivy on the second unit. If Stu gets a little bit better from three and you've got Sasser and Hardaway hitting threes, Ivy can use his speed to get to the basket. I think you see a lot of growth in both guys. I think there's a lot of potential for this team to be so much better than they were this past season. Part of that's because they only won 14 damn games. The other part is I actually like what they put together in the offseason here. And I'm encouraged that the head coach is going to be the right hire. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. King, as we discussed, the Skubal talk here of people wanting to trade Tarik Skubal, and it seems like more than half the people that have responded, whether it's through text or through the phones, would trade Tarik Skubal to try to get a haul of players in return. The more we talk about this, the more it hits me that it's so important that Jack Flaherty is healthy and can show it over the next 4 starts leading into the trade deadline. Because if he returns to form, it's a big piece that they can trade instead of trading Tarik Skubal, or even in thinking of that and getting somebody from somebody's organization. I've been looking at Baltimore's prospects they have. They got a ton of really, really good prospects for sure. The third best prospect in the organization is Kobe Mayo. He's a third baseman, first baseman type, big kid, 6'5", 230, right-handed bat that hits a ton of homers. I think that'd be great. Corner infielder. Love that idea because we don't have a third baseman right now in Detroit, an everyday third baseman. So I like that idea. But is that far-fetched? It might be, because even though he's the third-rated prospect in Baltimore, he's likely a top 50 prospect in all of baseball. I suppose I could find that out too. But it's you just start to look at things like that and see that Baltimore is definitely a franchise you want to look at because they've done so well in developing players and drafting players, and they're all hitting right now, and they've got their cup runneth over. They're in a position that they can. It's out of strength. They can go get somebody's best player and give up a prospect or two, and maybe not even have to give up their top prospects and still keep this thing rolling. But please, Jack Flaherty, be good. Be back to healthy. Your back's feeling good. You're ready to finish up, and teams will want you. Look, I'd like for the Tigers to try to maybe even extend him, but that's not likely. This guy's going to hit a jackpot at the end of the season because of the way he's pitched, assuming he stays healthy. D is in Detroit. D, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, D.
What's good, Gator and Kane?
Hey, man. It's Monday.
Hey, man. Hey, bro. I want to get so excited for these Pistons because, bro, I love the Lions, but I'm married to the Pistons, Gator. I'm married to the Pistons, bro. I've been in love with the Pistons since Kelly Tripucka was a second leading scorer. And you know how long ago that was.
Yeah, I was a kid. I remember watching Isaiah and Tripucka from the same draft class. Was a lot of fun in those early years.
So to see this team fall off from grace like they did the last 15, 16 years, it's been killing me, bro. So these moves my man just made, I'm loving it. I'm loving it, Gator, because like everybody been saying, outside shooting is the key to success. Outside shooting and defense. So you tell me we got Fontecchio, Beasley, Hardaway, and Tobias Harris, legitimate shooters. You throw my boy Marcus Sasser in the starting lineup, which he will be a starter, fellas, because he's a lights-out shooter. Marcus Sasser will be the other starting guard.
Wow.
And let's roll from there. And if, like the caller said, the beef stew can start earning his pay, because since he got that contract, it seemed like he fell off a little bit. So
he
if beef stew can start... Come on, Gator. He came back and still wasn't producing like we thought he was after he got that payday, bro.
I don't know. He got hurt, and he actually improved his 3-point shooting dramatically. I mean, there's reason to be optimistic about Beef Stew.
You're right. It is. And he's got that toughness. So if he can come through, and I just got one more move for him to make, go bring back Sadiq Bey. Don't trade for nobody. Sadiq Bey is out there. He's available. He's ready to prove all the naysayers wrong, and he shouldn't have never got traded, Gator. So I hope they bring Sadiq Bey back. I know they won't, but, man, he out there, and he available, bro. And he adds something to the mix. You know what I'm saying? Well, but Gator, I'm so excited, bro. I'm so excited, man. When the tickets going to sell? When the tickets going to sell?
Yeah, they can get tickets anytime you want, man. But good luck with that, D. I appreciate it.
Pretty sure they're available.
Yeah, I think they are. Sadiq Bey is not a center.
No, and his 3-point shooting completely fell off last year with the Hawks. I think he shot like 31% or something, 3-point range. Yeah, I think we're good on the shooting now.
Yeah,
by the way,
for this season anyway.
What I worry about, that he did mention those defense. They got to shore up the defensive side of the ball. I think they got some competent shooters around Cade. real guys that have shown proven track records that they can shoot the three in this league. Now they need to get something, a rim protector. They need to play defense, and
they need another big man without question. Asar Thompson, I think, reason to like what
he can play
do.
defense. Yeah. Ron Holland, supposedly, I don't know how much time he's going to get this year, but his athleticism is so good. And he already possesses elite defensive capabilities. Not that, NBA is a totally different game, but
Fontecchio looks like he's long enough to play some defense. Cade's got great size.
Cade, but
Duren has to take a step forward.
He does. Yep.
And hopefully with coaching here that he can take that big step forward. But I'd feel a lot better if they had somebody who's like 7 feet tall, legit.
Block shots, man. Yeah. At least contest a bunch of shots. We mentioned earlier, I think, who's the guy I mentioned earlier? I forget. Oh, yeah, Mitchell Robinson was the guy that was thrown out there. Robert Williams, he's been hurt a lot, though, but he's been a guy that's been thrown out there because you need someone to contest shots in the paint. And
like Tree Rollins.
Did he play with Kelly Tripucka as well?
Against him, yeah.
Oh, okay. Your nickname's Tree.
Right. Trade for Shaq. Do something. I don't know. Kevin is in Grosse Pointe. Kevin, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Kev.
Gentlemen, thank you. I want to talk about the Tigers and specifically like their approach and why it's so concerning, and talking about trading Skubal is so concerning because it doesn't seem like Harris has a grip about any sort of plan that involves an outcome that could be achieved. And so we're left at this point where we don't know what's happening. We've taken all of our assets and we've moved them to the major leagues where they've diminished and they don't hold the same value. Most clubs will protect their assets in the minor leagues for a time. So, they have inflated numbers or they're looking at great prospects. We still don't know their potential. And so people are more likely to trade for them. And so our assets that we've brought up have lost value. And so that's a concern. And then you have Skubal. You could talk about Torkelson. Like, if you had kept him in the minors to start the season and had him at 350 and putting up some decent numbers, there's still some unknown there. You could have used him as a bat. Colt Keith is doing okay.
You would have started Tork in the minors? He had 31 home runs last year.
Okay, so again, I don't know that specifically if he is the guy, but Colt Keith is a guy you didn't need to bring up right away. Do you think he's having great success? Do you think he's more of a value as an asset in the minors, or more value to the team?
I think since May, when his OPS has been like over 800, I think that's pretty good success as a rookie.
Yeah, and then Tork had great success too. But I think if you protect that, you see guys don't come up to the majors right away and show their colors. And we've had some flashes, right? But they've also gone much worse as they've gone on. So a lot of guys hit success right away in the majors, and then people figure them out, and they get lost in the grind, and they don't put the numbers up that they could. And so we see what their value is. And the Tigers haven't done that. If they had signed some free agents at the beginning of the year, I'm not talking 280 guys, I'm talking 250 guys, 260 guys, somebody to shore up some positions so that you could have some flexibility with who you bring up strategically and not bringing them up and exposing them.
I would disagree, Kevin, and thanks for the call, that I don't think they've rushed anybody up. I think Colt Keith deserved an opportunity to play, and he had a decent, more than decent. He had a really good May, had a bad June, and has had a great, and I stress great, July. I think it's all part of it. This is part of the growing pains of your rookie season. Guys don't usually come in as a rookie and go lights out. It doesn't happen. It's a process, and you have to start at some point.
You're saying like what he did in the minors, it justified the fact that he was called up. Maybe the contract might have been rushed. To some people,
yeah, sure.
But you're saying he was gonna get called up.
Yeah, and look, it's a risk that they took, but it's also reward if Colt Keith continues playing like he's playing or close to it for the rest of the season. That contract is going to look like, the greatest gift in the world, because he'd be hitting. But I don't think they've held anybody. I don't think that they rushed anybody through. Torkelson might just be showing what he is. But he had 31 home runs last year. Of course he was going to make the team out of spring training. Yeah. Riley Green is 23 years old. He's gotten better each year. You have to, I mean, I don't think he's being rushed through. I don't think, were pitchers rushed through? I don't know. I don't get it. I'm not going to, I guess I don't agree with that. Now, if they promoted Hao-Yu Lee right now, would that be rushing him through before he's hit AAA? Maybe. If they promote Max Clark, that'd be rushing a guy through just to see him.
Well, yeah, that would totally be rushing a guy through. Are you kidding me? That's funny because we usually get the opposite call, which is play the young guys, right? Like play the young. Why are we waiting? Play the young guys.
That was a different call.
Guess what? When you play young guys, there's gonna be struggles, and no one ever thinks about that.
Yeah, you have to be okay with the struggle, I guess. And I was going to be okay if
the struggle is real,
Colt
Gator.
Keith struggle. The struggle is real. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
The Tigers return home tonight, riding a 3-game winning streak. One of the best teams in baseball, the Guardians, in town. Here's how the Tigers' rotation is set to stack up. Cater Montero starts tonight. Kenta Maeda goes tomorrow, while Reese Olson starts Wednesday. It's a 4-game series, so the finale will be on Thursday as Flaherty makes his way back to the rotation as well. Coverage begins tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:15. Red Wings veteran Patrick Kane spoke with the media today. He was asked about the possibility of playing on the same line with Vlad Tarasenko. He also said his heart was set on returning to Detroit this offseason. Bengals QB Joe Burrow was on the Part of My Take podcast and suggested that if the NFL expands to 18 games, they should also add a second bye week. He also thinks one of the weeks should be a universal bye. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you along with our producer Kang. Doug will be back tomorrow.
You sure about that?
I am. I feel pretty confident about it.
Because you're the one who knows this stuff.
I knew he wasn't here today.
Yeah, you're the only one.
I was the only one.
Yeah, I mean, the whole building got traffic emailing me. Our bosses, both are, the people that set the schedules out didn't know. And we got people texting in, where's Doug? I thought he was back this week. So
No, Doug will be back tomorrow, and we'll discuss the terms of the hot dog that he's going to have to eat, and because he lost the bet last week.
Oh, he definitely lost the bet.
Oh, he lost the bet. He lost the bet weeks ago.
Yeah. But it was official last week.
Right.
It was like official.
I mean, when he was banned, he made the bet after the ban.
Doug bet me and you, Gator, that for people that missed it, he bet that Joey Chestnut would be eating the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, even though he was banned. He thought it was all ploy, to build up maybe marketing, or he just thought that there's no way Nathan's would not let him eat because who would watch the contest without Joey Chestnut?
He thought it was a ploy. It was not a ploy.
No.
It was real business.
Yep.
They banned him from entering the contest and from being there, and Joey ended up going halfway across the country,
What was it, El Paso?
outside El Paso, Texas.
Yeah.
To raise money for the military.
Yeah. And he did not eat at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. So, and Doug said he would eat a real hot dog if he didn't. And if he did, that me and you, because we were against him, we thought he was wrong, we would eat a plant-based hot dog.
That's right. So we won.
So we don't have to eat that plant-based hot dog.
And we get to eat real hot dogs, which
Mhm.
is going to be great. And Doug's going to have to eat one too, which is also going to be great.
Before you get back to the phone calls and texts, Gator, I want to ask you, because you brought up Texas. We both kind of just did right there. Did you hear about the shark attack in Texas this past weekend?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Shallow water too, man. This shark is like up
mean-
on the beach. Go ahead and look it up. It's South Padre by South Padre Island.
And they're already dealing with the hurricane right now.
Yeah, right now. But this
Beryl
was yeah, I mean, people just enjoying the weekend, 4th of July weekend. Go ahead and look it up. They believe the same shark, I think, attacked 4 different people. And one lady, I think, is going to end up losing her leg. I don't think anyone was killed, fortunately. But I'm talking like this shark is like right near the sand.
Oh my God.
Are you looking at it right now? There's some video. Someone grabbed a cell phone, of course. And yeah.
4 people are still recovering after being attacked by a shark on 4th of July on a beach near South Padre Island. One of those victims is from North Texas.
I know you're a big fan of Shark Week and all that stuff. Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of shark stuff lately. I'm amazed. Like now, I saw this special where these researchers were doing work on the great white shark, and they're in the waters with great whites, and they didn't feel threatened. Like the sharks would come up to them and they would simply push.
So they're not in a cage or anything.
No, these people were like free diving with them because they wanted to tag them.
A game of tag?
Yeah, right.
Oh no, tag them like for scientific purposes.
Yeah, tag them for scientific purposes.
I thought you were like tag you're in.
No, yeah. You're gonna lose that one.
Yeah, right.
But they were like literally
Hey,
pushing
no tag
up
back,
on the upper part of the shark's snout, and the shark would just kind of like go up, and then they'd push down its belly, and it would swim away and leave them alone. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And eventually the sharks became a little too aggressive, kept coming after them, so they got out of the water. But people are nuts. These researchers are nuts. Did the same thing. They were also doing something with I saw stuff with tiger sharks and bull sharks.
No, I don't care. It's
They're all
shark in the
fascinating.
name, I'm out.
Yeah.
I don't need if it's like something cute, even like you know, like
you and Jerry Tarkanian. No, you're out.
That's Tark.
I know, but they
Oh,
call him Tark the Shark, and forget it. Here's the quote. She said, "I turned around and all I saw was something gray in the water. So I just kicked at it because I thought it was a huge fish. and it was coming at us. That's when I think it grabbed my leg.
Oh, God, what a nightmare. I mean, that's...
In fact, it was a shark that attacked her in the shallow water, ripping off a chunk of her left calf. I was just screaming help and trying to get to the shore. And then even once I was on the shore, I think I was just in shock. I could feel numbness, I guess is the best way to describe it. A chunk out of your calf.
When was the last time you were in the ocean?
It's been a long time.
Okay,
man.
so like I haven't been in the ocean.
That's a great question. I probably haven't been in the ocean since I think each of the times I've been to California. I've only been to the beach like once or twice. We didn't go swimming. We just went out to we were in Santa Monica, went out to the pier, or I walked along the beach in Del Mar. We didn't go in the water because it was at night, and it would have to be since I was 20 years old, maybe. Went on a cruise and we had, various stops and islands in the Caribbean.
See, I love the ocean. I do. But when stuff like this happens, it creeps in your mind. Like, I don't care if you're just swimming or you're not going into deep water. Because I was talking to my wife about this, and she's like, well, they were just swimming. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you're still going into the ocean. It's still their domain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't care how shallow the water is, how far away from land you are. Once you enter the waters, all bets are really kind of off. That's their territory.
Yeah, exactly. And when you hear about bull sharks, this is something I was reading about or watching over the weekend about bull sharks. Bull sharks are as comfortable in salt water as they are freshwater.
What?
Exactly. So there would be like some rivers and tributaries that end up coming out into the ocean. So they end up going up some of those rivers and finding themselves in freshwater areas. Like, I didn't sign up for this.
No.
I did not sign up for this.
Well, people are texting me now, Kang, what about watermelon sharks? But because I live with a watermelon shark. She's fine, though.
Used to be former watermelon sharks.
We'll see what happens next year.
I hope they change the name. I have to go back to watermelon sharks. It's so much better. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Richard, you're next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Richard.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you guys both doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, okay. Hey, do you think they'll bring up Dylan Dingler? Has he been doing well in the farm
He's been doing great. Dylan Dingler's a catcher who's playing at AAA Toledo right now, and he's got 11 home runs and 40 RBIs. He's hitting .288 on the season. His OPS is .844. These are all good numbers. He's 25 years old. Let's go.
Does he play center field too?
No, he's just a catcher.
Oh, okay. I just wondered. And I'm just going to say for the Tigers, congratulations. They got 2 players, and that's going to be my champs for getting in the All-Star.
Yeah, it's really nice to see they got the 2 All-Stars, and thanks for the call. Yeah, not just the obvious was Tarek Skubal, but Riley Green making the team is great. And it speaks to the baseball players who voted him in. Did they recognize what kind of a season he's having? I mean, each night they keep showing during the games on Bally's the number of extra base hits prior to the All-Star break in Tigers history. And I think he's now second in history, and they still have another week's worth of games to play. He'll likely have the top spot when all is said and done. The last 3 months, his OPS is in May it was over 900, in June it was over 900, and then this month it's like 1,200. He's been phenomenal since May. So good for Riley Green. He deserves to be here. As far as Dylan Dingler is concerned, I think he gets called up at some point this year, but probably obviously gets called up if they were to trade Carson Kelly at the trade deadline. If he gets traded, I think he's got some value. They should probably try to get something, whether it's part of a package deal with Jack Flaherty or something like that. Maybe that gets you something better. But it opens up a spot for Dylan Dingler, who is probably deserving of getting this opportunity. He's hit very well this year. Like I said, 288 on the season. 351 on base percentage is good. That's a number that Scott Harris likes to see. The 844 OPS altogether is pretty good as well. So he'll get called up if someone is dealt or if there's an injury. But I think it's just weeks away from happening. Just like I thought it was days away from happening with Parker Meadows, and it literally was. And unfortunately, he gets hurt yesterday. But Dingler's deserving of that chance. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Somebody has retired or announced their upcoming retirement from a sport.
Sport-ish?
It's not a sport, but it's certainly athletic. There's a lot of
Sports and
athleticism involved.
entertainment.
Sports and entertainment, absolutely.
Right.
And I do love that world of sports and entertainment. This guy retired or announced his retirement from that, but it's not going to stop him from doing what his other side hustle is, which he's actually gotten pretty good at. We'll talk about it next year at 97.1 The Ticket. And Shark Week gets all the stories coming out. Jimmy and I were just talking about bull sharks and how they can swim down rivers and stay in rivers, go in areas where people fish and swim. You don't really think about it, and then you hear an attack, and you're like, okay, now we got to start thinking about it. Yeah, King, to your point, I'm terrified of going back in the ocean. If it's not just on the beach. I mean, obviously, I'm not too fearful of a popular beach going swimming in shallow areas. It's not like I'm swimming 50 yards out. I'm staying, waist deep, which of course attacks
but
can still happen.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this one in South Padre wasn't. I just sent you a picture of the woman's leg. Did you see
great.
that?
No, I haven't. Of course,
I just emailed
this
it to you.
warning Gator graphic, which you probably should have said ahead of time. Labeled as shark bite. Oh, fortunately, I can't.
It's literally like you drew it up, like someone took a chunk out of your calf.
Why did I do this? Why get out of it? Oh my God. That's horrible. That's just horrible. Oh, sweet Lord. Yeah, literally a chunk taken out of your calf. And I got big calves, so I'm thinking that the shark would have a nice meal there. That's not good.
We got to take a text that said, human beings drop like 10 levels in the food chain in salt water. Like, why would you go in? I think it's more than 10 levels, but yeah. There's a lot of stuff out there that can get you. Because he was talking like jellyfish, other fish, turtles, whatever. Anything can come after you.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. That's really kind of scary, actually. I don't want to talk about sharks anymore.
Okay, sorry. It's summertime. People are going on vacations.
I could talk sharks all day long. I'm not going to lie to you. Isn't there's one of the places in Vegas you can swim with sharks, can't you? Like in the aquarium?
I don't know with them,
or
but you can see them. Yeah, there's an aquarium.
But there's a slide that goes into.
You're
where protected.
Yeah.
I mean,
we saw when we went to Vegas, we saw a mermaid show. We did do the sea aquarium. I think it's at the Mandalay. We did that before. We've done that before.
Okay.
You could touch a stingray if you want. That kind of stuff. No,
I would.
I think they used to have a shark thing. I don't know if they do.
I'd like to
touch a stingray.
Yeah. You're not gonna look. You're not gonna have a Steve Irwin situation here. You're gonna be all right. Just saying. Anyway, we noticed that wrestler John Cena has decided to call it a career in the ring, and I think he plans to have one more match at WrestleMania next year. He'd like to have one more match. And John Cena is one of those guys that has made the transition from one form of sports entertainment into acting. And he's done a bunch of movies, right? And he was in the movie The Marine, and action movies seem to make sense. But what he's also done is he's been involved in movies that are not action movies. Done a lot of comedies lately. He was in Trainwreck, and he's fantastic in Trainwreck. LeBron James is actually good in Trainwreck too, which I hate to say because I don't like LeBron James. But
he was good in that.
He's pretty good in Trainwreck. He was in Blockers, another movie there. And he's funny in that.
With Cena?
Yeah, Cena's in that. And he's done a bunch of acting where it's like John Cena's not bad.
I've been pleasantly surprised with Cena. Like when he first came on, I think he was doing the action movies, because it's just a natural transition for a guy who's athletic, like I think the Marine or other versions of the Marine, Payback, all that stuff. But when he started doing comedy, that's when I really started to like Cena and appreciate, because people think comedy's easy to do. It's not. Like his delivery, the way he kind of really sells everything and gets into the character, hilarious.
Yeah, and
he's a big guy too, so you're like,
is he big? is he strong? Does he have muscles?
And what was the movie Trainwreck where the guy's like, "You look like Mark Wahlberg." He's like, "I look like I ate Mark Wahlberg." He was offended by being called small.
Exactly, because
I'm big.
Works hard at that.
I'm strong.
Doesn't want to do that. But it got us to thinking: who are some of the other non-actors that ended up doing a real competent job by becoming an actor? I was thinking, like, I think it was Harry Styles, I think, was in No, it's a war movie, World War II movie. Good God. Why am I struggling with this one? Dunkirk. Thank God. Thank you. I don't know what the heck's going on with me. He was in Dunkirk, and he was a small role in that, but was pretty good in that movie. We've seen other athletes do, like even wrestlers. Stone Cold Steve Austin, Roddy Piper was in some movies. The movie They Live, I remember when that movie came out, I had to see it because I was a huge wrestling fan. And I'm like, Piper wasn't bad. Wasn't great, but he wasn't bad. Then Roddy Piper did some other movies that were just terrible, but nonetheless, I love Roddy Piper. So that was good. You had Arnold Schwarzenegger, might be the biggest success story ever.
The Rock.
Well, and The Rock as well. But I mean, Schwarzenegger was like the first one to really break through and do it when he was, they had the documentary of Pumping Iron, but he does.
He went from just straight bodybuilding to acting?
Yeah.
Like, that's even more impressive than the wrestlers, because the wrestlers are playing characters. They're acting.
He was, Schwarzenegger was in some awful movie in like the late 70s where they dubbed his voice. They dubbed his voice. He was basically playing himself. He was like a weightlifter trainer type guy. But then he did the Conan movie, Conan the Barbarian. And the whole world took off for him. He became an action star like that. And it was awesome. He did the other Conan movies and then the list of all of his movies after that. You used to always watch a Schwarzenegger film. It was like for 15 years straight, I wouldn't miss them. They were just fun. And I think he was the next guy, I guess, he's the first guy to kind of do that. But Cena doing it now is great at it. But who's the guy you really like, or, whatever. It doesn't have to be an action movie star or a former athlete, but it's just a non-actor, whether it was an athlete or a musician or whatever, that got into the world of acting. And you're like, they did a really good job with that. I was kind of surprised by it. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text us as well. There was a TV show in the early 80s, mid 80s called Hunter. And Hunter was played by Fred Dreyer, who was defensive lineman with the Los Angeles Rams. You would have cameos occasionally in TV shows with the athletes, and you did Keith Hernandez and Seinfeld and stuff like that. But there's been some really nice transitions. Jim Brown, great running back, made it big in the movies after. In fact, that's why he left the NFL. I was like, I can have a career in movies. I don't need to do this NFL thing. But just curious, and you mentioned Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, but who was it for you? You were like, wow, I was really surprised this person who's not an actor actually did a really good job as an actor. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You can text us as well if you want to do that. We want to get into this. This is kind of fun. We've also been talking about Tarek Skubal. Would you sign Tarek Skubal to an extension, or do you want to trade Tarek Skubal? Do you want to build around him, or do you want to move him for prospects? That seemed to be a hot button today. We talked about the Pistons and the moves they've made. Seems like it's a competent organization again, at least early on, these moves that they've made. I kind of like what they've done. Or getting your opinion on that as well. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. It's also a Champ and Chump Monday. We'll talk to you next year. 97.1 The Ticket. We're talking about John Cena, former multiple-time WWE champion in the world of professional wrestling.
How many times, Gator?
I don't know. A lot. Many.
You don't know?
I have no idea. Many times.
This is not on a WrestlingReference.com?
No, I mean, I'm sure I could look it up real quick. But it's different. Look, guys win the belt all the time now. It's not like back in the old days when you would hold on to the belt for years and years. Plus, there's so many different belts now. It's like collecting baseball cards. There's so many different kinds of cards are out there now. Like you've got the WWE Championship. There's the Heavyweight Championship, Intercontinental Championship. You got the AEW. There are a million belts. It's crazy. But nonetheless, he's announced that he's going to retire after one final match, I think at WrestleMania upcoming in 2025. But great wrestling career. And he's transitioned into the world of acting. And he's done a very good job with that. Very, very good job. And we mentioned some of the movies we really like. Trainwreck, I thought he was great in Trainwreck. It's just funny, because you would think automatically he's only going to do action movies. And yeah, that's how you start, because you got the body like that, the athleticism. They're going to throw you in action movies. But can you move past that? Can you get out of that stereotype? And he has. He's done a lot of comedies. The Rock is the same way. Rock got in with Scorpion King and stuff like that, and all these action movies and Walking Tall, and then started doing some comedies. And The Rock is great. When he works with what's his name? The comedian Kevin Hart. Those are funny. It's funny when he works with Kevin Hart. But it's also funny to see the size disparity between the two. But who are the other actors or actresses that did not start off as actors and actresses that came from other worlds, like the world of sports or singing for that, or music, that you thought did a great job, that you were kind of surprised by? We'll start with Leon. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Leon.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Probably the most famous and successful transitioner would be Will Smith.
Oh, he's definitely one of them, yeah.
People forget how good he was as a rap. Well, you got to be a rap connoisseur. But two of my favorite people who transitioned was, number one, Jim Brown. Yep. I mean, he only played one type of role. But another was Harry Connick Jr., great jazz musician, and turned out to be a really good second banana type actor.
Yeah, he was in was he in a movie with Sandra Bullock, some kind of rom-com?
He's actually been pretty good as an actor.
Yeah.
He's been in a few movies. He was in Independence Day. And he was, I can't remember the name of one with Sandra Bullock, but quite a few roles.
Yeah, it was Hope Floats or something like that. I forget what it was, but
something like that.
Good call with Will Smith, though. Yeah, a lot of rappers have done that too. Ice Cube.
Oh, he's totally transitioned. I mean, he does. I mean, Daddy Daycare.
Yeah.
From gangster rap. That's
21 Jump Street, 22 Jump Street. Those are funny.
The ones where they keep saying, they keep making fun of the sequels.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that after the credits?
Yeah.
They go to school, back to school.
It's great. That's funny.
Cooking school. 29 Jump Street.
Snoop Dogg. I've seen a bunch. Look, Tupac. Tupac was in movies.
He was in the.
Tupac was a really good actor.
I would have liked to seen how far would he have done the full Ice Cube? Like I said, I make fun of him, but I mean he's doing Daddy Daycare or whatever, 21 Jump Street. Would Tupac have done that full transition into comedy or just something? Yes, they do more dramatic type roles.
Or you just stick around being the tough guy, the gang leader type guy. That guy who's always in trouble with the law. I don't know. He was great. Tupac is one of a kind, man. Was one of a kind. Ernie is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Ernie.
Hey, Gator. Kang. Yeah, listen, the one, I know there's a lot of rap guys, but old rock and rollers too. Gene Simmons from Kiss was in a movie in the mid-'80s, and he played a terrorist. It was phenomenal. I thought it was the best terrorist I ever seen at that time.
I try to remember the name of the movie. I know the movie. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
I think it was Runaway.
It was
I'm
Runaway.
not positive.
Yeah, no,
was
that was
Runaway?
it.
Yeah. He scared the hell out of me, man. I'm telling you. And he's a great, he's an iconic rock and roll guy, yeah.
But
that's one that came to mind with me. But I think he's been in some other ones since then. Not sure.
Yeah, he's done some other movies, and he had the TV show that he did, but that's
yeah, he had Family Jewels and all that stuff.
Right.
But the movie thing, man, that was when rock and roll guys typically didn't do movies back then. But man, that was great. That's all I got.
Thanks. Ted Nugent did a cameo in Miami Vice. He was a bad guy in Miami Vice. That was a pretty good episode. Bob is next up here, 97 Ticket. Hey, Bob.
Hey, hi guys.
Hey,
I know this is a while ago, and he wasn't exactly great, but Detroit's own Alex Karras.
Oh, it was Mongo. In Blazing Saddles, and then of course did the TV show Webster.
Yeah, and I just the other day I was watching an old episode of MASH. I think that was one of his first things. He was in an episode of MASH.
He was in an episode of MASH. Thanks for the call. He was in a lot of stuff. Alex Karras. He was in not all the right movies. Oh shoot, I forget the one the Phil Collins song, Jeff Bridges, and I forget. It took place in Mexico, but he was part of a football team. Anyway, whole other movie. We got Jamie next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jamie.
Thank you for taking my call.
Sure, against all odds.
Quickly, two of the sports, I'd say, unless it was mentioned already, Dick Butkus and Bubba Smith.
Yeah, a lot of commercial work with those guys, and Butkus did some TV
movies,
stuff.
Police Academy, Longest Yard. That's Ray Nitschke, wrong one there. Gus, remember that one? And then just add to one more. The TV show in the late '60s, it was a failure, but then, and not saying they were great actors, Jim Bouton and Ben Davidson.
Yeah, I remember Ben Davidson did a lot of commercials with Miller Lite back in the day. He was also in, I think he was in the Conan movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the first one, Conan the Barbarian. Brad is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brad.
Hey, Gator. Hey, man, you stole mine. You're saying all the good ones, but I guess Tupac actually started as an actor because that was going to be what I was saying. And I researched it. I think he actually had some classical training before he went to.
I think he was in drama class in like a one of those theater performing arts high schools.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was kind of going to counteract myself there, but yeah, obviously Juice and Above the Rim, all the movies. He's just so engaging and played those roles well. And I would have liked to see what he could have done down the line. I was thinking about Champ and Chump. They asked me, and I think Trajan Langdon has a good mind. I think he has a good plan. I think the Chump, though, is the NBA lottery. Just thinking about, Banchero and where they're at, watching Chet Holmgren with OKC and really seeing what the Spurs are doing right now. Obviously, Victor's a great player, but bringing in Chris Paul to maybe tutor Castle a little bit. Vassell is nice and young on the wing, getting Harrison Barnes for nothing and a pick swap. I'm just a little bit jealous right now. Malik Beasley doesn't really move the needle for me. Fontecchio's fun, but I just feel like we're going to be in the basement forever. So that's my chump, I guess, would be the NBA draft lottery, and that we couldn't get number 1 or 2 in a couple of these years here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they did it with Cade, but they missed out on Wembanyama, missed out this year, although by all accounts, not a great draft class this year. I like the Malik Beasley signing. It's another knockdown three-point shooter they got. If they keep adding shooters to this team, and it's a one-year deal, it's nothing that's going to hold you back in the future. And in fact, if he can shoot the level he's been shooting, maybe it's a trade piece that you have at the deadline that you can get some draft capital out of. 248-539-9797. Ryan is in Ann Arbor. Ryan, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on the conversation about how some of the people have turned into a good acting career. Doesn't go without mention, but Mike Ditka, I think he does a good job playing himself and being an actor in his world.
You're going to go with Ditka?
Not saying he deserves any awards or anything.
Yeah, no Oscar nomination.
Kicking and screaming, the role he plays, playing himself. I just think that it's pretty seamless transition.
All right, thanks for the call, Ryan. I appreciate it.
And the winner for Best Supporting Actor goes to Mike Ditka, who played Mike Ditka.
Playing the role of Mike Ditka. Playing the role of Mike Ditka is Mike Ditka. Scott's in Canton. Scott, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Scott.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
I'm well. I got Justin Timberlake. I think he's done a good job of all kinds of different roles.
Another kind of guy that started off because he was with the Disney group, and was it Disney where he was kind of an actor as a kid.
And then I also got Terry Bradshaw. I love his little parts that he pops up in little movies. I think he's hilarious.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Terry Bradshaw was in Cannonball Run and was also in the movie Hooper as a when both Burt Reynolds movies. Burt Reynolds was a stuntman in Hooper. It's good. Hooper's a really good movie, and I think it still holds up. Terry Bradshaw is part of that too, getting a big brawl. Scott, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Scott.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Okay, well, I have a couple actually, but one person you never mentioned is LL Cool J.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
He started off in TV, I think, first.
No, he started off as a rapper.
No, I know, but I mean, like his first acting gig, I think, was the TV show, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had his own TV show.
Hanging with Mr. Cooper,
like that.
Oh no, that's Mark Curry.
No, that's
In the House.
Mark
You're right.
Curry. In the House.
Yes.
In the House, because he had Debbie Allen and Alfonso Rivera.
Yeah, and then end up doing movies as well.
Yep, yes, sir. And another one was Prince. Nobody remembers Prince. Purple Rain, Under the Cherry Moon.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Thanks for the call, Scott. Yeah, I'm obviously a fantastic musician, and then they did the movie Purple Rain, which is kind of autobiography. So he was sort of playing himself, but an acting role, and he did well doing it. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Just kind of breaking things up here. John Cena is going to call it quits on his wrestling career. One more match at WrestleMania, and then fully transitioning to the world of acting. That transitioning.
What about Bruce Jenner?
No, that's stop. I'm saying that he has transitioned his career from being a wrestler to being an actor. Please stop. Look, these days it's going to be really hard to find reliable service. And I'm going to tell you about a great local company that has great service. They came out to my house and really put me at ease. Precision Garage Door. It was like a year ago. I was having real problems with my garage door. They came out and they gave me different options. Hey, look in service. We need to do this, and this, and you need a battery up here. And it was great because they weren't pushing a new door on me right away. Now, they said, you're going to need a new door, and I absolutely need a new door. But in the meantime, these guys were great. Call Precision Garage Door today. They're awesome. They're going to walk you through the process. Everybody who works in the team, they're great. Daryl, his whole team, they're easy to work with. I'm glad they are. Look, they're open on weekends, available at no extra charge on the weekends. That's great. And you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. Not just their schedule, for your schedule. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com to schedule that appointment. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you, taking your phone calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Doug will be back tomorrow. Kang, we're really looking forward to having Doug back so we can get the parameters hammered out here on this, the hot dog.
Oh, I'm sure he's looking forward to it, too.
Yeah, he's got to be. He's got to be. Do you think that weighed heavily on him the last couple of days of his vacation?
I was thinking about that.
He gets anxious.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, or I think he might be, I don't know if he's going to be angry about it or not, or he just maybe, you know what, I'm not going to let this ruin my vacation. I'm not even going to think about it. There's no way he doesn't know, right?
I mean, he has to know. Yeah, you can't avoid it. He knows. He knows.
Because he likes to disconnect while on vacation.
Yeah, but he knows.
You haven't texted him, obviously.
No, I
haven't either.
I thought maybe on July 3rd we sent something to him. Didn't you send something? I don't. He's like,
I don't even remember
He's
anymore.
screwed. He's absolutely screwed.
I haven't seen Doug in so long. I thought I was going to see him today.
You were wrong. Brian, welcome to 97 on The Ticket. Hey, Brian.
All right, I got a good one for you. Randy Savage as Bonesaw in the movie Spider-Man. Dig it. Remember that one?
I do. Very briefly.
That wasn't the one I was calling, but I just thought of that. Now, the one I want to see if you know, and I'll ask you in trivia, who was the WWF cameo appearance in the movie Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze?
Oh, with Terry Funk.
Oh, okay. You knew it.
Yeah, Terry Funk
right,
was
so
also, Terry Funk was in Paradise Alley. Terry Funk was in Over the Top.
Yeah, he had some spots there. Now, I got to get to something with music, Gator, because me and you have a little docking playing in common. But what do you feel about the band Wasp from the 80s?
Wasp with Blackie Lawless.
Yeah, do you delve into that archive at all? I'm just
Not
wondering.
much. I will tell you that there was an album they had, Inside the Electric Circus, like 87.
Yeah.
And I liked the title track off that, but otherwise I wasn't a big Wasp fan. They weren't terrible.
A little Cries in the Night or Restless Gypsy? Come on, man.
Not a big Wasp guy. I just
kind of been digging them up lately and just been getting into that band.
Fair enough.
But,
hey, to each their own, man. I always say this about music. Music is, if you like it, that's great. Don't worry about what other people think of it. It's fine. Not a big Wasp guy. It's all right. I don't dislike them. Like I said, there were a handful of songs. Blind in Texas was a fun song. About getting drunk.
Mm-hmm. Blind in Texas?
Blind in Texas. Got blind drunk in Texas.
That's pretty drunk.
Yeah. And it mentions a bunch of cities in Texas and different drinks he had. It's great. Ryan, you're next up here, 97 on The Ticket. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Ryan.
Yeah, I just want to comment. Comedians made the transition, like Rodney Dangerfield, Easy Money, Caddyshack, Back to School. Also, Robin Williams was
Robin Williams
good.
and Steve Martin. Yeah, a lot of comedians. Eddie
Steve
Murphy.
Martin, yeah, Father of the Bride, and that. I like their serious roles, actually. Robin Williams and Steve Martin than their stand-up act. I thought they played good, serious roles.
Well, that's the thing. And thanks for the call, Ryan. When you see them do something that is beyond what you expected them to, like we mentioned with John Cena, you didn't expect him to do comedy. You expected him to do action movies. It is kind of cool to see them do something other than that. Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting, and he has other serious roles too. But I mean, you're thinking of some kind of goofy roles that Robin Williams has played throughout his career. It's kind of cool to see them go beyond that and stretch and see what else they can do.
Oh yeah, when the comedians or comedic actors turn serious, it's always interesting to watch. Yeah, Steve Carell is a guy who's completely comedy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's done some serious roles.
Absolutely. The wrestling movie that he was in with Channing Tatum, The True Story,
Foxcatcher.
Foxcatcher, yeah. It's a really, really good movie. And he's real serious in that flick. Steve Carell's a good call. Let's go to Derek. Derek, welcome to 97 on The Ticket. Hey, Derek.
Hey, Gator. Hi, Kang. How you guys doing?
All right, you?
Good.
So this might be a long shot, but our homegrown Eminem, Marshall Mathers, 8 Mile.
Yeah, no,
I know he only played in one movie, but hey,
it
was a heck of a movie.
It was. It was pretty autobiographical as well, but no, that fits the bill. Absolutely. Maybe you had low expectations going into it, but he was great in it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thanks.
He kind of played himself a little bit in a way,
it's
right?
autobiographical,
If you want to go the other way, when Bradley Cooper played that musician in what's the movie with Lady Gaga?
Born?
That blew my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that man, I believed that he was a singer.
He was great.
The voice lessons he must have took.
I don't know if he actually played guitar on that.
Yeah, I don't know about that part.
He did,
But the
I think he is
singing,
a guitar player. But the singing was great.
That's Bradley Cooper.
That was Bradley.
That's nuts. That's crazy.
You know they remade that movie 4 times.
Is it 4? I knew it was a remake, but because it was Barbara Streisand and Chris Christopherson back in the 70s.
Dude, I think.
I think you're right though. It was like in the 50s
Garland
too,
was
or something.
one. Yeah,
Good God,
they remade that movie. I think that was the 4th time they did it.
It's a lot of remakes. It's a formula that still works.
I guess.
I guess so. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I every time it comes on, there are parts of it I want to see.
You know what? If you can collect it, you can remake it. Right, Kang?
I'll log that one, man. I'll log that one.
So Rico Beery joins us in studio. Did you enjoy your weekend?
I did. This was one where the weekend ended a little too soon.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what? If I was smart, I would have just took Friday off. Because Friday was kind of like that. It was like a bullpen day. Yeah, you really didn't. That getaway, you didn't want to be there. You just hope you just don't trip and fall down the stairs.
But Mike wasn't here on Friday.
No,
right?
Mike wasn't. Mike was the smarter of the two.
So only one of you can take that day off.
Right. He beat me to it. Well, that's a whole other. That's a Jimmy thing. So that's why we have a fine group of people here like Jeff Rieger. They could fill in Stoney. So anyway, we want to kind of play upon something that Costa was talking about this morning, where it's that age-old debate. Do you love football so much that you'd be willing to punt the rest of the summer? If you could snap your fingers, it would be that first weekend in September college football starts. Would you go that route, or no way in the world?
Like just skip over the rest of July and August, just get right to football?
You had July 4th. Now it's just going to be a pressing heat in Michigan, humidity. You snap your fingers, boom. You're right there, week 1, Friday night, Spartan Stadium. Saturday, you're in the big house.
Yeah, me, absolutely not. I'm not snapping those fingers. I'm going to enjoy my time leading up to football, and I will love football when it's here.
Costa died on that hill. I'm like you.
Man, there's stuff I want to do.
You don't get too many of this. And here's the thing. I know it sounds weird, and I'll make it quick before we get rung off the stage like we're amateur night at the Apollo.
The shark on it.
Yeah. But last year, I think we may have actually experienced too much football. Because think about this. Normally, around December, Lions are out. Bowl games will happen at the beginning of the January, but that's it. And beginning of January, Lions are done. They're not in the playoffs. Last year, Michigan goes all the way to the middle of January, wins the national title.
Well, that was too much football for sure.
No. Well, it was. But then the Lions
That's insufferable.
Lions took it to the middle of February.
No, Lions are fine. Let the Lions do what they want.
But it was just like, I don't think we expected, but it was like so much that you don't want to pace myself. Just in case that run happens again, because I was used to Gator at January. I was tired because I'm not used to that. It's kind of like the college player when they go to the pros. You're used to the 40-game schedule, and now in basketball you got to play the 85.
We got to train.
A bit of a different.
You got to train for it.
I know, man.
That's what the off season's for.
You know, I need Mick. Cut me.
All right, Rico and Mike coming up next year. 97 on the ticket.
Vladimir Tarasenko spoke to the media for the first time after signing his 2-year deal last week. He chooses his landing spots with one common theme in mind. Tarik Skubal and Riley Green were named All-Stars yesterday thanks to the player vote. The Tigers also captured a series sweep with the Reds. Now they welcome in the division-leading Guardians. Kader Montero makes his third MLB start tonight at Comerica Park. His last start saw him go 6 1/3 inning, allowing just 2 earned runs. The Big Three Basketball League officially announcing their plans to secure a franchise in Detroit. The city will join LA, Miami, and Houston. Game Above Sports will serve as the primary ownership group. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome in on a Monday. Beautiful day. We got so much to do. And I have to start the week, guys, a little bit of disappointment. I don't think, David, you picked up on this in our pre-show meeting. Rico Beard not even in a fleeting mention of the biggest story in sports this week. I was surprised. I know Kenny was surprised. How could you miss this storyline?
What was that?
You are in a state of complete bewilderment. Biggest storyline in sports.
Biggest storyline in sports.
And you missed it. You didn't even, and again, we allowed this to happen because we wanted to come on the air and have an aha moment with you. Just this idea of, how is this not on the show sheet? How is this not like forefront in Rico's world? This is right in your wheelhouse.
New conferences started.
No, but I like where your head is at. This is fun. Because I actually have, for later today, Kenny and David remind me, I have a power stat that I don't know that it's a topic, but it's a stat that if I showed you that college football, it's a stat that tells you college football's indeed dead. It's for Rico. He hasn't seen that. But biggest story in sports, this isn't ringing a bell to you.
No, I am. No, I thought you were trying to be funny because all the new power conferences are realigned starting. Yeah.
No.
2 Tigers make the All-Star team.
Rico, it's opening week in Saratoga. All right, that's out of the way. So, David, what's that Fred Sanford drop you got? I'm pretty sure it would work right here.
No, I got to grab that. No.
But this is important because, not that anyone cares, but I was thinking about this. It's opening week in Saratoga. Woo! So I was thinking a lot about this. And because I am selfless, not selfish, it was the idea of everybody has a Saratoga. They have to. If you're a sports fan, what is that sport, like the place you go that just, it gives you all of the feels, as the kids say? Your sports Valhalla. Like heaven for you. What?
I'm sitting up here thinking like, what sports is going on?
I know you were so stressed.
I'm thinking real sports. Okay.
Now, we're not tolerating that.
Whoa!
Wow. I mean, honestly, second only to an ethnic slur by you. Now, listen.
Hey, there will be none of that.
Now, listen.
I had a good conversation with Big G. I'm in a great mood.
He's in full football mode, which we're going to get to that. People wishing for football now are psychotic. Jim Costa being one. More on that later. What would be, and again, I go around the room, but I'd love to hear from the people on it. What is your version of Saratoga? What is the sports venue that you just cannot wait to get back to? That there is nothing that compares to it? That it's just you go to this place and you don't ever want to leave?
Well, it's funny because, David, didn't I say, is Mike in today? I didn't think you were going to be here today.
Well, I mean, I don't have to be. I could easily
fix
because
that. I knew it was coming up, so that's why I was just like, maybe he just kind of snuck in a couple extra days.
Mike ran for the border. It's
right. A couple extra days. He made a quick little day trip or the weekend trip out here. So I knew that was it, but yes, pardon me.
No, you're good.
I didn't equate
I was being totally facetious.
I know.
It was fun, though, because your brain was working overtime of like, oh, no, did I miss a big Pistons trade? No. But for instance, what is it for you? No smarm. I don't care what sport it is. What sports venue do you go to that's how you know you're where you need to be? What is your version of Saratoga? Straight up. If you want a moment to think about it, I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, give me a second.
Take your time. Kenny, now, you can't say the bar. They don't play sports at a bar. What would you...
Jeez, man. All right. Start the week off great. Thank you.
We're back. What would your Saratoga be? What is your sports Valhalla?
Did you know it used to be the Joe Louis Arena back when it was still standing? And I know it's a crummy arena. I know it was the facilities, all of it, real bad. But there was so much winning that I watched in my lifetime there. Mm-hmm. It filled a very special part of my heart.
Okay. Now, the problem is it's gone.
So, LCA doesn't have that for me because there's been no success. There's been no winning.
Do you go stand at the new apartment buildings they built there?
I think it probably would end up being Sanford Stadium.
After some of his retail shopping?
Well,
you know what? It built up faster than the district.
Low bar to clear. It would probably end up being Sanford Stadium, between the hedges, under the lights.
Okay.
I think that's where I land.
There's no issue. Look, I know a number of people will call in. Maybe they'll say the Big House. You know, we do have Ohio State, Notre Dame fans who listen.
Did invent the light show, by the way.
We didn't
do that.
I've heard that. Also invented the night game.
Yeah.
But no,
football in general.
What would it be? For some, it's like the Masters, golf, or a favorite golf course. It can be anywhere. It's just... I wanted to know what our audience's version. This thing, look, Saratoga, besides we break each other's balls without mercy, it is the most special place in the world to me in sports. Right. And it's just this idea of everybody has that, or you're not a real sports fan, right?
No, you're right. Because I think for me, Mike, it's that Friday night at Spartan Stadium. And also watching horses make a bunch of left turns. Or is it right turns?
You shut your whore mouth. Just keep going.
No, but like Friday night, Spartan Stadium, that means football is back. College football is back. Normally a game that you're going to win. Last year was even better because Cookies was there, so I got to hang out with him. But
you set him up. You can admit it a year later. That was Marion Barry. Bitch set me up.
You act like I don't have that much power. Come on. I'm just a nobody.
You called Tim Brando on that broadcast. 3 bottles of bourbon. You get this sad SOB on camera.
David's seen me. I'm a nobody, man. I just go there, man. I'm just happy to make it inside. But
so is it still, though? Because here's the interesting part.
Well, no. But see, that's why I said this year is going to be different because of all the changes. I want to know, will I still feel the same way? That Friday night, driving up, seeing everything going on against a team that they're probably going to beat, even though we don't know what they are, but it's still okay. College football. This is going to be a big Friday. That Friday night is going to be big because if I walk away from that and call you and like, Mike, the thrill is gone, man. I'm sounding like BB King, man. it's that won't be a good thing.
No, because I think it's interesting is like listening to you talk about it. It makes me sad because, look, Spartan Stadium would have been a 1 and 1A to Saratoga for me years ago. Yeah. But I lost it. I mean, that started for me souring on the university in 2016, but then you kind of move your way towards the end of D'Antonio and you're like, I ain't here for this. So I don't have those feelings
And anymore. I guess it's kind of like first game, you're probably going to win. You haven't experienced sadness yet for the season. Playing? I got to look and
see.
Be
careful.
I said we're probably going to win.
Watch, it's going to be the Colorado School of Gems and Mines or something.
But, you haven't experienced the sadness part of it yet. So, Florida Atlantic.
Be careful. So, Tom Herman's still down there?
I don't know.
That's Tom Herman, isn't it?
Is that Florida Atlantic?
I can't keep up. Right. Maybe he hit the portal. Maybe. All right, so for you, fine. Yeah. And again, guys, it doesn't matter what sport it is. And hell, I don't know, would you term it like that place for you, where you go with your pappy to some drag race or something? I don't know. I'm asking. Because for me, my most special place, and here's what makes Saratoga special for me.
Horses?
Yes, amongst other things, but it is finite. For people in the Midwest, I would compare it to Keeneland. Keeneland is only open October and April. That's it. No more. Saratoga used to just be the August place to be. August. That's it. Now Greed is taken over. They'll open up on the 11th. And
conference expansion.
It is.
Bringing in extra horses.
Hold on.
Oh, my
Call
goodness.
me a boomer. Here we go. I don't like it. As much as I love Saratoga, I don't need it this early in the month. I don't need more of it. You're taking away what makes it special. I digress.
Got horses transferring in from the Preakness.
Hitting the portal. I don't want to run here.
Right.
I like the conditions in Louisiana.
I was promised better oats, better carrots.
That's right. So
what are your sugar cubes like?
They don't eat peppermints.
They don't eat sugar cubes?
Peppermints.
Really?
They can smell them from 6 feet away. They'll turn into a 1,000-pound puppy for you. David, go ahead. What is your version of Saratoga? What is your sports? What's the place?
This might be weak, but it's my couch the very first weekend of the NFL season.
No.
I told you.
No,
might not accept it.
Because that's not what we're talking about. There has to be a sporting venue.
Then I'll give you the venue. It's similar to Kenny's, but it's gone. It was the Palace. That was everything to me. From when I was a kid going to watch Grant Hill, every moment at the Palace was amazing to me. Playoff time.
You can go stand in the parking lot now.
I can't sit in the parking lot.
You can sit in the parking lot and look at the garbage dump.
Which actually...
The moments won't be there, though.
It's kind of the same as the team. But now, hold on. Now, for people whose magic place is gone, it has to be replaced with something, right?
I can't say LCA yet. The Pistons haven't done anything there. The Wings haven't done anything there.
See, and
I can't say it yet.
My fear is where David and Kenny is. If football sours,
that your place will be gone.
It'll be there, but I won't care to be there. It now becomes work.
And I'm telling you, there is a sadness in what Rico is saying. And I think what you're feeling potentially with what used to be the magic place, Spartan Stadium, is what Piston fans feel with the Palace. Perhaps look at Tiger fans. Think about this. Comerica was a very special place for a very nice 6-7 year run.
It was amazing.
It was awesome. 3 million people through the turnstiles. Look at what that team did to my Yankees every time they faced them. Ripped them to shreds. You guys were incredible as fans. You miss that. It doesn't have that anymore. I don't know what the place is. I don't know what speaks to you the way Saratoga speaks to me. I just wondered as we kicked off the biggest week in sports.
By the way, did your Yankees hit the portal?
Couple of problems, couple of issues. Lord knows we need Scooble now more than ever. All right, 248-539-9797. I do not care to talk about Saratoga. I'm asking you, what is your version of it?
No, you can.
No,
here's why.
Yours is on the line, though.
No, but here's why, Mike, because I should have known better. David, I should have known. There was a pep in your step, a gleam. Like you were just genuinely happy when you walked through the door. Like you were high-fiving people. You were giving the finger points. Hey, guys. Right. Hey.
That's actually a byproduct of 5 days of not seeing you. So it just, it was.
I was, thank you. Happy to be around your people and the horses, but okay.
What the hell was that? What? Oh, that's Evil Biden.
Evil Biden, yes.
Wow. It's going to be a good week, people. 248-539-9797. We'll get your ticket text. We will continue. And again, are you in Rico's position where the most special place in your sports world might actually be in the rearview mirror? Uh-oh. You hate
I have to
see
play that college football game now.
There you go. Recreate it. Rico's back. All right, summer driving season, it's here. Combination of increased traffic, 18-wheelers. How about motorcycles going like 180 miles an hour? Construction everywhere. Bottom line, you're in Michigan. It's summer. There are tons of car accidents. You get injured in one, you need David Femininio. Him and his team ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You could speak to David personally right now, calling 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's right.
So Rachel won.
That's correct. What is your version of that? What is your sports destination that just lights you up? That's the question. David, what are we getting on Ticket Text? We got a ton of calls on it. I want to see what the people have to say.
Oh, they are all over the place, and I love it.
That they're supposed to be, though, right?
My special place is Father's Day weekend, 4 days on the infield at Michigan Speedway, Redneck Paradise. That is from Gregory.
Gregory, if I could ask you a question. See, I've never been on the infield of a race.
It's different.
It strikes me as a place for Kenny, not me.
Yeah. It's not a you thing.
Both from like a gene pool thing, but also a general alcohol quotient.
I mean, as far as the infield for on net, like those type of NASCAR events, they're there, and it becomes a community for the week where you are living there and eating and drinking and washing clothes like you're on the infield.
Washing clothes?
Yeah.
I'm out.
You hang it up to dry, and then you literally, when the race is done, David, you all pack up and you go to the next city and you do it all over again. It's almost like tailgating for the summer.
Not for me. David.
I'm good on that. Keeneland and Santa Anita, he says, both have beautiful scenery. That is Al from Canton.
Keeneland is incredible. It's incredible. Also, the surrounding areas, it's magical. I mean, it's an unbelievable spot. And again, if you're driving from Detroit, 5 hours versus about 10 to get to Saratoga, it's much more doable.
Dan in the truck says, my Saratoga is Comerica Park. Growing up, we used to plan going as a family when JV would be on the mound on a Friday night. I still love going to the park.
All right, do you remember when this was an actual phrase that no one made fun of you for saying? It was must-see JV.
Mm-hmm.
It was every night he went out there for seeming like a 3-year run. It could be a no-hitter. You felt like it was insane. It was insane. Verlander at his peak here when this team was rocking was insane.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one here, and the reason I thought I'd never hear.
What?
Ford Field playoff football. Absolutely amazing.
It's you know what?
That's something that's brand new.
But don't laugh, because here's the thing. What did you guys say about LCA? They've had no moments.
Mm-hmm.
Ford Field has had micro moments. But the solidification of that being a destination for Lions fans was the delivery of a promise that they could win a playoff game. They could do it at home. Hell, we're going to win 2 of them. Those crowds in those 2 playoff games, I don't think you'll ever see it like that ever again. That's not a shot. It's just, I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that in the NFL.
Mike, it was a crowd matching the crowd intensity matching the play on the field, because the crowd has been there through bad seasons.
Right.
They've always showed up, but the team would let them down. Last year, it was like the perfect storm, and it was an intimidating place to play where other teams, where it used to be just an easy W. You would hear teams say, we didn't really prepare for the Lions. Not anymore. Those days are over.
David, one more. I'll get to the callers.
For me, my post-sports place, my special sports place is Spartan Stadium, especially the Labor Day weekend game on Friday night. Hated it at first, but now I love the Friday night game.
I've lost it, and I don't know that I'll ever get it back. And that's okay. I mean, life changes. Your priorities change. What you enjoy changes. It makes me sad. I wish I shared with Rico, because there was a time both Rico and I felt the same way. But it's gone for me. I went to the home opener a couple of years ago. It just...
Oh, David, it was like, how people are all excited about this video game coming out?
Yeah.
That's how I felt, because it was vintage Mike, tailgating.
Yeah.
I got to hang out there. Mike, overly cooking the tailgate food. This is not hot dogs and burgers. No.
Got mouths to feed.
Right. Mike.
Rico showed up with that little man bag he likes to strap around his body.
Mike actually killed a moose.
That's
and
right.
Grilled it right there on the spot.
We set up a rotisserie on top of a truck.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Right, David. But it was just like, okay, I missed this Mike Valenti, and then we all went over to the game, and we were sitting there. It was a cool thing.
Yeah,
but we lost him again.
That's it. Over. All right, let's go to the people. Sad. Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Just looking forward to the college football season, and this is a great time. I just wanted to say, for me, my special place is for sure Notre Dame Stadium in the fall, obviously, preferably in October with the mums that line, the
That's
sidelines
right.
behind the benches. But for me this fall, Mike, I told Rico and Stoney when you were out, but this is something you can relate to from your trip to Tiger Stadium last year and years past to the Grove. I hope my dad's not listening, but if he is, this is a cool way to surprise him. But I'm taking my dad. I haven't surprised him yet. We're going down to Kyle Field, Week 1, College Station, Notre Dame at Texas A&M this year, and I can't even wait, man.
Amazing.
You appreciate it, and so does
Hell
Rico.
yes.
I have goosebumps.
Rob, amazing. Well done by you. Yeah, I've always wanted to see Kyle Field. I mean, it looks.
Have you heard anything about like one of my partners down in Florida? He went to UF. He has said that College Station is kind of dumpy, not that cool of a campus, but the stadium obviously is.
Yeah,
but
you're
have
there.
You heard anything about College Station?
Yeah, I've heard it's awful. I've heard it's the sticks, and you're there for the stadium, and it's also very.
So it's like you're a Mississippi State. You're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. It would be like a rich man's version of Starkville. But like Rob, here's the other thing, and I know I joke about it with U of M, but I mean it with A&M. It's a very culty vibe. It's like you're driving into a compound. It's a very weird place from everything I've heard.
Like having your new head coach sing some song he doesn't know at the press conference?
Yeah,
creepy.
And sway back and forth with their arms around each other. That was Rico. That was really weird.
Rob, have they announced a game time for that game?
Not yet. Not that I know of. I believe. We're going down on my flight. We're getting in Thursday night and we're leaving Sunday night. So I haven't even looked at the game time. But I would believe it's 3:30, but I don't think it's on NBC, so it might be 7:30. I don't know though.
No, listen. And look, Notre Dame underrated. If you guys haven't tried it and you thumb your nose at it because it's ND, you're wrong. It's a magical place, dude. ND, little chill in the air.
I understand this is an Irish Illustrated, but our schedule this year is very favorable. We don't have an Ohio State or a Clemson or a Georgia. We got Mike Denbrock from LSU. Mike, in my opinion, we should go 12-0. There's no excuse, the reason not to. But we got Florida State, Louisville, but we have them at home. So we'll see what happens. But I cannot wait to get down to College Station. And you already know I'll be calling back that Monday to let you know.
We'll talk to you plenty of times before you leave for your trip. I think it's fabulous taking your dad. That's amazing. Kyle Field, I would love to go. I would. It's not as high on my bucket list as a few other places, but special place for him, Notre Dame, I can't argue it. The college football thing, it's, I don't know.
It may get you back.
I actually, you know what, while we're taking these calls, I have a power stat for Rico and people of his ilk. Great use of ilk on your bingo card. Not that. I have for people who are greedy conference expansion people. Jesus, TJ.
That's how we keep our jobs.
You mean get to the phones? I got a power stat you're not going to want to miss. Next, 97.1. All right. Now, before we get back to the phones, and no, we're not doing horse racing. It is opening week at Saratoga, and it prompted a question. What is your version of Saratoga? What is the place that means the most to you that place means to me in sports? And Rico is having a bit of a battle. I'm not making fun of it. It's real. The place that has defined his sporting life, Spartan Stadium, he's potentially falling out of love with. And we are going to find out. In fact, we're going to send a camera crew. We are going to find out whether love is still in Rico's heart that opening Friday night, because it's all on the line. This is exciting.
Right. I mean, Mike, put it like this. I was thinking about, like, maybe I'll just either do the show remotely or just take that day off. And now I'm just thinking, or maybe I'll just drive up after the show.
Or don't go at all. It's wonderful. So
then I'll be like David, just sitting on the couch.
I want to give you this power stat before I get to the people. Because, look, you guys know I don't think I've ever thought less of college football. Do you know what the number 24,000 represents? And this is in relation to Rico Beard, TV exec scumbag, ruining sports stuff, conference realignment stuff. 24,000.
24,000. Mm-hmm. Boy, you really just set that up perfectly. No, I have no clue.
Okay.
The amount of money that somebody's losing something, right?
That is the combined mileage that Cal Berkeley will travel for their 5 road games this year.
You know what?
So, interestingly enough, do you know what 24,900 is? Answer, the circumference of Earth.
You know what? Wow. So Cal has to travel a lot on their private plane?
The circumference.
Wow.
No, stop.
Wow.
No, that's a false wow. Wow. No, inappropriate wow. Wait a minute. The circumference of the globe for 5 road games. Mm-hmm. Come on now.
But it's broken up into 5 different trips.
Come on now. Atlantic Coast Conference, okay. Pacific Coast team.
Then I would say this, Cal, don't take the checks.
False why.
Don't take the checks. Don't join the conference. Don't want to hear it. Don't buy a sports car if you can't afford the oil change.
Can you just stick to the point?
Why? There you go.
David, legit why or false why?
That's a false why.
It is not a false why. I'm sorry. You're going to get the ACC checks, so guess what? It means you're going to have to travel. No. David, it's not like they're traveling on some little puddle jumper or they're flying, coach. They have their own plane. They'll be okay.
No, it's because they were forced to go to the ACC because of everyone else moving before them. The Pac-12 disintegrated because of USC, Washington, Oregon, and UCLA.
The WAC was right there. WAC was. Hold up, David. Why didn't they go to the WAC?
I'm not answering that question.
Well, the WAC isn't a conference.
No. Why didn't they go to the WAC, David? Go ahead and finish. Because they weren't going to make the same amount of money as
comment.
The ACC.
No comment. I plead the fifth.
False why.
Why?
All right, let's get to the people. 24,000 miles for 5 road games. Yeah, college football, huh? Student athletes, right.
It'll be okay.
Let's go to Kenny. Let's go to a real Kenny, not ours. Kenny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
How are you?
I'm good. I got a good one for you, Mike. Like you, I am a transfer to the area. I've been here for 10 years, but there's nothing here that is anything like Wrigley Field. I'm from Chicago. Baseball ain't my favorite sport. I like Chicago teams, but when I walk into Wrigley Field, every single time I'm instantly 7 years old again with my dad. When I see the Ivy, when I see the scoreboard, when we root for the Cubbies, there's just nothing like it in the world. And in the summertime, when I can get home and I can go with my family, my dad, to Wrigley Field, there's just nothing like it.
So let me ask you a question. I haven't been since the renovations. So has it lost any of its charm for you, or is it still the same special place?
No, not to me. I mean, the scoreboard's big. I don't like all the screens, but like it doesn't lose the specialness to me. I mean, that huge sign with the old LEDs is still out there in front, and the traffic, the parking. Like, I don't know. There's just it hasn't changed enough for me from what it always has been my whole life. The lines, and so it didn't make an impact for me. You know, you got to modernize it too, I suppose, but they integrate it nicely. You know, the screens have that green color that the scoreboard has and everything, and the main scoreboard's still out there. So I would say no.
No, I'm with you, Kenny. I loved it the 3 times I've been. I haven't been since the renovations. It's an incredible place. I think it's something you only get, as far as the major 4 sports, you're only going to get it in baseball with places like Fenway or Wrigley. They destroyed Yankee Stadium, so we'll just leave that alone. But yeah, Wrigley makes total sense.
But they just rebuilt it across the street, but it was like the same dimensions and everything. It
sucks. It's a doctor's office. It's gray and sterile. It sucks. Also takes an hour to get into the damn place. You got to do a blood draw and a retina scan. It's worse than LaGuardia. Please leave it alone. Place sucks. The team sucks. Aaron Boone should be fired. I've had enough. Tarek Skubal, FTW.
But you got Aaron Judge.
Shut your face. Go to the people. Go to Joey, 97.1. What's up?
Mike?
What's up, Joey?
Mike, it's October 91. I'm 5 years old. Just to be a diva, I'm donning a blue sweater over a yellow turtleneck. My dad and I are on our way down to Section E, row 13, seats 12 and 13 at Munn Ice Arena. Before it was sterilized and corporatized, and before it was Big Ten, when the CCHA teams were written, their logos were drawn on the wall, and nothing was on the boards except MSU Spartans in cursive. No sponsors. It was it had a soul, but they've ruined it. But that's mine, Mike.
So what was it? So give me a little more about it. Munn Ice Arena, early 90s. So it's like hockey purist. It's memories with Dad.
Wait, but I guess I'm
memories
lost.
with Dad. Michigan and Lake Superior State owned the CCHA, but State owned everyone else. And once in a while, you'd get that Michigan game that wasn't on the season ticket list, and it was like the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And it was just, I don't know, just the smell of it, man. It's just
okay, Joey. Now this makes sense because I was like, wait, you're wearing Michigan colors to Munn, but I got it.
That was the only time. And Michigan State won that game. But we sat behind the lady that in the most raucous years of Munn would do crossword puzzles and not even blink through the goals. So
what has replaced it as your special spot? Because it's over 30 years later, and you hate it now.
Probably the runner-up would have been the Joe. Probably Yost or me and my little brother go to Comerica a lot.
But see, Joey, so you identify with what Rico's going to.
Lugnut Stadium. What's that?
Yeah. Oh boy, Lugnut Stadium. Jesus,
Rico.
Joey, we've fallen on hard times here. Go ahead, Rico.
Rico, do you remember green and white game 2015? You were on your way down to the field. I was sitting in the end zone, Spartan Stadium. I said, hey, and shook your hand. You probably don't remember, but you were real cool. I appreciate it, man.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
And that's Rico's way of saying he has no idea who you are. Dude, the run-up to the election, the drops. I mean, these two candidates, the amount of drops they offer you anytime they open their mouth.
See, I promise you this, Mike. By October, we won't be playing any of these.
No, we'll have new ones.
Right.
But no. This one's forever.
See, I put the over-under on the over. There's going to be a new one that you're going to be like, yeah, we don't need this one.
That was egregious, and I apologize. David, Kenny, we'll get to everybody. I like this. It's better than arguing about bad teams, because I will tell you, we're going to have a topic later, but I want to announce I am hitting the radio host portal on this topic. I'll explain what it is later. I can't do it anymore. I'm not going to fight a fight that I think is stupid. I'm not going to be vilified because of it. And I'm done. And it involves a local team, and it's a big-time topic, and I think both sides have credibility. But in today's world, we're not allowed to have those discussions because you're either on my side or you're a bleep hole is basically the way it's being treated.
So basically whether the Michigan Panther kicker should be the regular kicker for the Lions.
No, I'll just leave if you talk about that. Just straight up. You've heard me talk about Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more or sells more Trex than Northville. It's simple. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason Northville can move that much product. They stock it all. It's in their warehouse mile down the road. You buy it, you get it, you build it, you enjoy it. You could be on your new deck today. Get down to Northville. Save money while you do it. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro as well. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Quick timeout. We'll give you some football. David, dealer's choice, college or pro?
This one's for you, Rico. We're going to start with you because I need you to make a phone call to your boy.
Why are you laughing?
Because anything college or TV related, it's me.
Go ahead. This isn't TV related.
Oh,
I need you to make a phone call to your boy because he's at it again. Your boy Brandon Ayuk went on social media again, showing people that he was watching the Commanders practice film. Amongst the rumors that are going on continually that he wants to get traded, why does he want the attention? Like, shut up, Brandon.
Because, David, he's a wide receiver. And it's here's the beauty of it. I think that people should really appreciate the Calvin Johnson and the Amon-Ra St. Brown here because they're not that type of wide receiver. They're just go out on the field and get the job done, whereas he is it's almost that Dennis Rodman effect. The more people talk to him, the more he wants to say and do stupid things because it's intoxicating. In the end, I think the deal's been on the table, and the Niners are like, dude, just sign this deal or we'll just franchise tag you and we'll deal with this next year. I don't think he's going anywhere, but I think it's just the fact that he craves attention like every wide receiver does.
He kind of said it all. I'll just shut up.
It's just so annoying.
And it's why, seriously, appreciate the guys you have here in Detroit because Calvin could have, didn't. When he was done, he walked away. It wasn't some big, well, if you give me enough money, I'll come back. Now, guys, I'm done. St. Brown, he just creates a list of everybody who does anything that ticks him off, and it motivates him. That's what I want out of a wide receiver.
So this came up today, actually. Joe Burrow was on Pardon My Take, and he had a suggestion for what the league should do for the Pro Bowl. He says they should do a league-wide bye week around week 13 for the Pro Bowl. So now that allows now this is for 18-game schedule, by the way. I'm sorry, I did not mention that.
If they go to the 18-game
schedule.
What he wants, because I was reading about Mike, he wants just the entire league to take a week off, and then you hold all your all-star events during that week, similar to baseball, similar to basketball, similar to hockey, where it's a pause. Now, you don't have people who have to opt out because of the Super Bowl because you can play in this game. And you could go to all the festivities, and you don't have to worry about that. So he's saying probably, I think, David, we looked it up, week 13 would be
around Thanksgiving. Yeah.
So probably either a week 12 is when you would do this, where you would just, everybody's off, and you meet up in a city, and you have all-star festivities, or you can go, you don't have to go, but the entire, like football just takes that week off.
Can all of it. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
First, you don't like the 18 games, so
no, I don't like any of it. I don't like anything that left Joe Burrow's mouth. Well, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
18 games, inevitable. If you're going to continue this farce called the Pro Bowl,
there's your problem. We don't continue farces.
But the league somehow wants to keep doing this.
I don't have to like it. No, my answer is no. You're not putting it in the season. Stop. End. That's a nightmare. It'll take one guy stubbing a toe. And you know what happens?
They don't
Chaos.
Do anything.
I don't want to hear it. Robert Edwards tore his leg apart in a beach volleyball game.
Okay, how many years ago was that?
I don't care.
Okay. I don't think Kenny was alive.
Don't turn into Jansen with fireworks. Don't do that with me.
I don't think Kenny was alive. Like, it happened, Mike, but nowadays they literally play rock, paper, scissors.
Teddy Bridgewater's leg exploded. No one touched him. You bubble wrap your players. If you're going to die, do it for my team.
Right, but
that's the message,
kids. The festivity was what, dodgeball?
I don't know.
Did you see? I mean, seriously, it was dodgeball.
Average Joe's. All right, let's go.
Yeah, let's have a little fun here. I want to know if you can, Mike, you may remember some of these. I want to guess. I have the sack numbers allowed for each team this year. Who
Giants.
gave up the least amount? Who gave up the most amount?
All right, most
and
Giants.
then I'll give you the Lions. Most was Giants. They had 80. They gave up
Are you serious?
85 sacks last year.
It's not all Daniel Jones. There's
85.
a reason he's in a neck brace and a wheelchair like Lieutenant Dan. He's got no chance. And by the way, full admission. Here, just to show you, I'm an honest man. I watched Hard Knocks.
Oh, did you?
It was actually pretty good.
I haven't watched it yet.
Listening to Joe Shane have to explain to our feeble owner, John Mara, why they can't pay Saquon Barkley was the saddest stuff I've ever seen.
I saw that scene.
Right. Yeah. So, Giants, most. I'd say Carolina had to be up there, right?
Carolina, they are up there for the second most, tied with the Commanders. Second most number, 65.
I did my job.
So the Giants have 20 more than the second most.
And mind you, we have an all-pro left tackle. So how bad are the four other stiffs?
Is the Cincinnati Bengals on that list?
They are, what would that be, the fifth most at 50.
Now, who's got the least from last year?
Yeah, who got the least?
I'll say Green Bay because they're an elite pass pro line.
No, third least. 30, but good.
He goes, nope. like I was way off third.
Did they protect the best quarterback in the league, Brock Purdy?
They did not. They are the 5th least, 34.
Yeah, I'd say they did a good job of it.
So the Bills are the least at 24.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a quarterback who's built like a transformer.
Yes.
He'll run before you can sack
So
him.
does that mean Baltimore was second?
Baltimore was not second.
Oh.
The Chiefs were actually second least.
And you know why? Air yards. Because Mahomes has turned into a check down Charlie, and he's elite. It's the truth. Everyone thinks he's this mad bomber like he was his first 4 years in the league.
It worked for Tom Brady.
He had to.
No, I'm saying Brady was just a check down king, but he won games.
So where do you think the best offensive line in football, Detroit Lions, placed?
Well, it's a little different. Your quarterback isn't mobile. I don't know, 10th?
I was going to say 7th.
No. 4th best.
Oh, all right, good. See
31.
Bitch,
You're
set me
way
up for
off.
a fail.
What
Wait
are
a
you
minute.
talking about?
All right, okay. No, all right. I thought he was going to be like 23rd.
No, they were really good, just ahead of your 49ers, Rico. Just ahead.
Hey, how'd your Steelers hold up? Just
the
kidding.
Steelers were actually 7th best, 36.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Surprised.
shocked.
You should be.
I am shocked by that.
Defense can't sack the quarterback when they're laughing on the field.
Next.
All right, so let's close it out with this because there was a list. You know how everyone talks about least to first all the time. So I want to know from any of these if you think they can get from least to first. Let's start with, well, we don't really have to start with them. The Commanders and the Panthers are not going from least to first.
Why not?
Because they're
Hold on. What if Jaden Daniels is C.J. Stroud? You have an elite wide receiver core, elite skill players. You have amazing athletic ability where Jaden Daniels is a difference maker. David, I'm just saying it's not impossible. They're not bereft of talent the way Carolina is.
It's not that big of a stretch, and you're in a conference that every year there's a new division winner. They'll probably have an easier schedule, similar to what the Texans had. I could see that happening.
If the
now,
QB is a unicorn, that was all I was saying.
All right, I just don't want people to think that it's going to be a quarterback like that every year, but I could see it happening. Probably unlikely, but yes, I
All
could
of
see
it's
that
unlikely.
happening.
all of it's unlikely. Next to Arizona Chargers.
Arizona. Chargers going to need a year. It's not that Harbaugh won't work. It's a complete roster turnover. It's a complete seed change in the ideology of the franchise and how they want to play. It's going to take a year. Arizona could work. The addition of arguably the best prospect in the draft in Marvin Harrison Jr. and a quarterback who everyone, myself included, we like to break balls, seemingly has put down the PlayStation and picked up a playbook. He was better last year, and if he takes another step, Seattle, I think, falls back. I don't know about the Rams. Why not? I'll say Arizona.
Final three would be the Titans, Bears, and Bengals. I think the Bengals, we pretty much believe they can.
But it's the toughest division.
It is. It is.
Okay, here's where Rico will make fun of me, and I'll just turn my microphone off. Don't sleep on the Bears.
No, I'm not going to make fun of you, Mike, because I think about the Cardinals, and yes, but that would mean that they would knock off San Francisco to get to first, which they're the Vegas betting odds favorite. But yeah, the Bengals, man, but they were a false last because they didn't have their quarterback.
So which means that make the Ravens a false first.
Yes,
yes,
it
yeah,
does.
There you go.
It does. I do like the Bears. I think for the Bears, the best thing that happened to them is their early schedule allows them to win some games and build confidence.
People don't want to talk about it. They are loaded offensively. And if Caleb Williams is ready to play, if Caleb is this guy that a lot of people think he is, why not? Guys, it's a year-to-year league. And I understand, everybody thinks the Lions are going 17-0, but it's very hard to repeat in your division. Yeah. And by the way, Green Bay is going to have a lot to say.
Very much so.
Can't wait to get vilified because I don't think the Packers suck.
But like
this will be a great fall.
But the fact that the Bears' early schedule has winnable games for them, so a young quarterback,
momentum.
Yeah, that all of a sudden it's you're not Bryce Young just getting pounded into the ground every week that you just hate football and hate life.
And that is in Football Today.
Brought to you by Miller Landscape. Akil Baddoo and Javier Baez have been spotted on the field at Comerica Park. Nothing official yet from the team, but Ryan Kreidler's locker has been taken down. Most speculating that Parker Meadows will be heading to the IL after his right hamstring tweak in yesterday's game as well. Baez has been absent from the big league club for over a month with lumbar inflammation. He's been rehabbing with Toledo, however. He's played in 4 games, logging 3 hits, a home run, and a double. The 56-32 Guardians are in town to face the Tigers tonight. Kader Montero on the mound for Detroit. Gavin Williams will be his competition as he makes just his second big league start this year for Cleveland. An elbow injury in spring training caused him to miss the first half of the year. His command was off in his first start on July 3rd and surrendered 5 runs in 4 innings. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:15. After turning down an offer to become the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, Dan Hurley has inked a 6-year deal with UConn worth $50 million to remain the Huskies head coach to the 29-30 season. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Lots of people with a lot to say here. We've got more of an open-ended topic to start the show, which was simple. It's the biggest week in sports.
I thought the Kentucky Derby was in May.
I don't care. It is just, what is your version of Saratoga, the most special place for you in sports, where you go and you're like, everything is right with the world.
Really? Because this is like a lot of heat and humidity down in Florida.
You know what? Why don't we just put you 6 feet under? See if you like those conditions. Yes, David. Breaking news.
Everything is right in the world, Mike. You are right. Javi Baez is back in town, and the expectation is that he will be activated tonight. In fact, Kreidler's locker is gone.
He's back. He was on a tear in AAA. He is ready. He is Javi, not Harvey. He's going to be that key piece to take them, and they're going to the playoffs.
Coming off a sweep, entering him into the lineup.
That's right.
Guess
2 guys
what you need?
made the all-star team.
Yes.
You could feel the energy in the city. It's July in the D.
You know what? Honestly, you guys sound like the rest of the media in this town, so maybe I'll just join in. Whatever Scott Harris decides is fine by me. Okay? There you go. That's my new approach to Tiger baseball. Whatever Scott decides is great with me.
Hey, Javi being back?
Oh, it's the right move.
We'll take that.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll take that. I'm done fighting. This organization is ridiculous. Go ahead, Kenny.
I'm not crying for Kreidler because I really don't care about Kreidler all that much. He stinks too. But I was looking at their WAR just to kind of compare them. Kreidler's a full game better than Javi Baez. So you're actively making this team worse by clearing his locker out to put in Javi Baez.
Correct.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
No. Because listen, if you don't take the approach that everything the Tigers do is right, you are a 5-year-old. That's how you're made to feel in this town. Somehow, we're still in the defend the Tigers mode. Yeah, look, we can get to it if you want. It's real simple. Congrats on a sweep. You haven't had one since the opening 3 games of the season. In other words, don't care. You're a million games out of first. You're a million games out of the wild card. Don't care. Oh, look, a guy I actually cared to see is already hurt again in Parker Meadows. Like, I don't care.
But, I mean, the Reds are like one of the best teams in the National League, right?
Or an under 500 team owned by a cheapskate. Anything else? Look, do whatever you want with it. You're playing Javi Baez. The idea that Javi Baez plays for this team, you as a fan should take it as a personal affront. It's an absurdity. Do whatever you want, because you know what? I've moved on. I don't care. You want to talk about Scooble? Great. I'm not fighting you anymore. Do whatever you want. Whatever Scott wants is right. Kenny, you want to talk about the Wings? I don't. Whatever Stevie decides is fine by me. Yep, we're done here. I'm done. I've come back from the 4th of July a whole new man. Whatever the teams decide is good enough for me.
I want the old Mike back. I don't want this Mike.
Nope.
No.
David, give it 2 minutes.
Nope.
Give it 2 minutes. It's like Michigan weather. Just wait. It'll change.
Am I wrong to be upset Baez is back?
You are.
Come on.
And you do realize David and I were speaking in jest. And this was everything that's going to be said tonight at the game. Oh, it's good to have Javi back at shortstop, and he was missed. And
I can plan. I'll tell you right now, I'll write Benetti's monologue for him because basically he gets his script. It may as well be the Kremlin. Oh, I'll tell you, Javi's presence in the room will be real important tonight.
Veteran leadership.
Oh, let me tell you, he's a defensive staple of this team with a -8 defensive runs saved.
His first hit, he'll get a standing ovation.
I'm just tired of getting lied to on one side and gaslit by the other. Here's the other one. Oh, Max Clark hit a grand slam. Right, against prepubescent teens. Wyatt Langford went 4 for 5 with a double and a ribby yesterday, and he's got a 900 OPS since coming back. Look.
So they hit it out the park at Lugnut Stadium?
Right, honestly. With the Molson hot dog cannon signed 02. Hey, it's Wiener night at the park. Listen.
David, what I tell you? 2 minutes.
If you're pumped up about Max Clark, that's fine. But here's what you're telling me. You're punting next season. And that's fine. For you. We're not going to see Max Clark till 26. I don't care. I want to win now. But you're not allowed to say it. You know what? Scott Harris made the right move. Whatever Scott decides is right. Oh, no. I forgot about the desk full of rings he has from the teams he's built.
Well, the Max Clark thing is you're taking into account your hope, the future. Well, it's going to work out.
Right, that he's not Jurickson Profar?
Right, but so...
Mark Appel, Matt Bush.
About to say different position, but Spencer Torkelson.
Right, or Casey Mize.
Yeah, I was like, oh, well, he's coming in, he's going to do this, and he had his moment in the sun, and...
Jackson Holiday, who needed a trip down, and you know, look, the whole point I'm making is, Kenny said this best, and when he first said it, I bristled. But Kenny might be right, that even if Max Clark is the truth, which, by the way, I don't care about single A. He's 2 levels from being 2 levels away. It's, even if he comes up, is it going to be a linear development? Is he just going to come up and be Paul Skeens? I can't project any of that. If you're projecting that, you're projecting a world the way you want it to be, not the way it actually is. Fine. But Kenny said 2027. That the idea of penciling in Max Clark as my leadoff hitter or my 2-hitter, the idea of relying on him, knowing I'm going to get an 850 OPS, knowing he's a star at best, in all likelihood, unless he is CJ Stroud, 2027. Mm-hmm. So that's fine. I'm as pumped up as anybody. I hope Max Clark is awesome. I hope he's number 1 prospect in baseball. You know what that guarantees? Nothing. Mm-hmm. That's my whole point in this. I want to win now.
Except for right now, the year ends in 4, not 7.
I don't know, but you could turn your microphone on for the next 7 minutes. What is it with that microphone that it turns off?
It's on.
What happens?
I must have turned it off.
It was, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Listen, the Javi thing I leave to you guys. You tell me what that... first of all, you're not even watching this team. Who are we kidding? You can't watch him in most cases, and you choose not to in the rest. But Javi coming back, it's like, look, if you want me to get positive vibes about this team, Carson Kelly's got to go. Call up the Dingler. Jace Young, if he's healthy, bring him up. Oh, but the defense, I don't care anymore.
So
I'm done with this.
Right off the rest of this year, play the young guys.
They wrote off the rest of this year when they didn't bring any bats.
Okay, Mike wins.
And again, if you guys want to have a Scooble conversation, you can email RicoLBeard@don'tgiveanf.com. I'm done. Whatever Scott Harris decides is right, it's good enough for me. Because I'm not going to argue about this. Yesterday, you had on Pat Robertson in the afternoon, and he's hanging up on anybody who does want to present a case about, look, it might be okay to trade Scooble. Oh, my God, you were treated like you were a half-wit.
Well, then he's not going to like what I'm going to say here because I am in the trade Scooble camp. Because you're right, Rico.
You're an idiot, moron, scumbag. You don't know anything.
They punted on this year, and by not trading him and getting bats and pieces that can play every day, I think they're punting next year as well.
No. Look. It's all going to be fine. They're winning 100 games next year.
I mean,
Scott, we trust.
If you want the real David, it's going to be a long time because the mandate, and I think you're seeing this for both teams coming from the Ilitch family. Wait for the young guys. We're going to play the young guys, and when the young guys are ready, that's who's going to lead us to the promised land. We're not going to make any types of moves. We're just going to be patient and wait. And I think that both organizations know you're not going to be fired because this is what's coming from up top. There's no sense of urgency to try to pick up an extra bat or something like that or trying to really jumpstart this team. Your job is safe. You believe in these young guys. I'm willing to wait on the young guys.
Where does everything stand with Skubal? I know Gator was talking about it. What did I miss while I was gone? Look, and by the way, here for the record, even though I've been painted inappropriately, I'm fine keeping him if you sign him. But until or unless somebody can explain to me the actual timeline horizon of this team winning 90 games, 95 games, and being a World Series threat, if you can't, with any great conviction, present that to me, and if it doesn't line up with the fact that this young man will be less valuable as we go on, I just don't know why there's a vitriolic response. It's simple to me. I would field offers. If I got a great one, I'd take it. If I didn't, I'd keep him. But I don't see a magic bullet that's going to have this team winning 95 games next year. I don't. Sorry. You know what my biggest fear is? Jack Flaherty's spine. My biggest fear is right now, what? Jack Flaherty goes tomorrow night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest start of the Tigers season tomorrow night. Because if that guy's not right, you're not getting anything for him. And that'll be 2 trade deadlines in a row that were completely fugazi. But you know what? I want to stay in my lane. Whatever Scott decides, I'm good with. Kenny, ask me about the Red Wings.
You can feel the sincerity.
Ask me about the Red Wings. You know what? I have your answer. Stevie's doing an unbelievable job.
What about all these young guys coming up, Mike? What do you think about them?
But they're all going to work out. 1927 Yankees.
Oh, no, you missed it. Oh, while you were on vacation, when Stevie came out and said something that only Stevie can get away with, to paraphrase, going to be just like last year, guys. So, yeah, you know how this last year's season went? That's pretty much going to be us this year.
We're going for long-term sustainability.
I mean, he literally said, no, it's like, Stevie, you didn't make the playoffs. Yeah, I know, but you know what? We were good. We were competitive.
How dare you?
It's going to be like last year.
He played with a broken orbital bone. How dare you?
His timeline hasn't changed.
No.
10 years. Don't you know it? You don't know nothing about the Toledo Walleye. How dare you? No, I'm not going to fight about it. It's summer. It's 90 and sunny. Like, there's nothing to fight over. All right? You haven't made the playoffs in a decade. We're angry. We're tired. We're passionate. Same thing with the Tigers. What do you want to argue about? I'm not going to do it all summer. You want to keep Skubal? Keep him. You want to trade him? This will be the one show you can call where you're not made fun of. Because I'm actually open to the idea the horizon for the Tigers may not align with his contract. Mm-hmm. I know I'm awful. So look, do whatever you want. In Scott, we trust.
Yeah, and for everybody who says, oh, you can't trade him because the team's going to go down, I can give you an example of 2 teams here locally that traded their stars away and end up doing pretty darn good.
How dare you present facts? All right, companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing is for free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned, 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft is your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They're going to beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com.
All right, so a couple of notes. Baez is going to be back tonight and playing. I guys, whatever you want, because I am not going to spend my summer upset. You know where I stand on it. I think a real owner and a real franchise would have bought the guy out. I don't want to hear about it. Your owner's got more money than Hal Steinbrenner. He owns the Yankees. I don't want to hear it. Second of all, the Skubal thing, right? This is our, hey, we're back from 4th of July sabbatical. I told you, I haven't argued about it in, 5 weeks? I'm happy to keep him if you sign him. I'm happy to shop him. If you get a great offer, I would take it. A great offer, not a good one. But what no one wants to discuss, what is the horizon for this team to be really good? So listen, if you're telling me they're not going to be good until 26 or 27, then what are we talking about? Now, if you just like to watch Tarek pitch every fifth day, you want to call up and tell me that's your enjoyment, that's fine. But the idea, if we do this, we'll become a minor league team, I don't know what kind of cereal box logic that is. No, it's about, I have an asset. It's not really going to help me in the time being. I have the number one pitching prospect in baseball in Jackson Jobe. You swap them out. I have Chris Fetter, Scott Harris, and A.J. Hinch, who have done a good job finding pitching. Maeda notwithstanding. The point is, if it can expedite my rebuild from an analytical level, you just analyze asset retention, asset acquisition, and you do what you want. But I'm not going to fight about it. Just not doing it anymore. Do I think they'll trade him? No. Do I think they should? It's all relative to what you can get. Do I think you can get an offer where my answer would be yes? Probably.
Yeah. Or if you got this long runway with him, then go ahead and re-sign him now for a long-term deal, so at least you know he'll be here when 2027 comes around, and you're not going to be in a contract.
Or as I prefer to call it, the Clark era. David Ticketex.
I hope Max Clark is the truth. I also hope I'm still alive when he's playing for the Detroit Tigers. That is from Cam.
Yeah, and realistically, that's not a bad opinion by Cam, because it would be really irresponsible of this team to rush him. And mind you, cautionary tale could be Torkelson, who, by the way, was a college-age bat, like Wyatt Langford.
From Scott and Carlton, this just in. If you want to trade Skubal, you hate puppies and are immediately given penis cancer. That is from Scott.
That actually should be every host at the Ticket except Mike and Rico. Regards, penis cancer. Literally. If you have an opinion that you say, hey, I'd shop. And you are Satan in this town.
And we're not saying trade Skubal for just anything, like for a franchise-altering haul of players. That's when you say yes.
And if you can't get the offer, move forward.
Yeah, you keep it going.
Keep it moving, exactly.
And here's the other thing. Guys, I hope Flaherty gives you 6 really good innings against a really good Guardians offense, okay? But if you're not nervous about Flaherty right now, you're not living in the real world. A guy with a bad back who's had multiple injections and missed multiple starts and pitched awful in the last start. Guys, we need Jack Flash badly if you plan on getting anything for him.
What happened to pro sports being entertainment? What are these two teams doing for our entertainment? That is Kevin in a car.
Who's these two teams?
Tigers and Wings.
They're offering you...
Whatever Stevie decides is all right by me.
No, Mike, they're offering you the ultimate when it comes to sport. Hope. Hope sells.
No. And the home plate club.
If you could afford
it. Dude, listen. It's all going to be fine. Okay?
Sure will.
Year 8 of the Iser plan. It'll be the year.
Okay.
You know what the problem is? All snark aside, I just want to win, man.
Thank you.
I just miss winning. I miss knowing that the owner bled to win. I missed a sense of general urgency that I don't see with the Wings and Tigers. And I know urgency is a catchphrase or a buzzword, but like if I had to define it, it's just feeling that the organization wanted it at least on a level the way that their customers wanted it. And I'm sorry, but I no offense. I mean, Kenny, Tarasenko, not a bad player. It's also not 2018.
I was going to say, it is an upgrade, but I was going to say, urgency isn't even the right word to use, Mike, because we're going into year 6 now. Just be competent. I'm not asking you to go fast. Fast would have been trying to push last year, the year before. We're going into year 6. Well, this isn't urgency.
No, and that's my point is, Kenny, like, look, I know the Toronto Sun dropped a bomb on Yzerman. Okay, it's Toronto hate, right? But there is a lot of truth in that piece. And it's this idea of, why are people still bending over backwards here, stateside, defending any of this? Whether it's, look, I can't demand a World Series from Scott Harris, and I never have. But if I identified a faulty game plan in the preseason, and then you get raked over to coals for the whole year, and a team sucks, what am I supposed to do? You mean to tell me I'm supposed to let Scott Harris off the hook because Torque stinks? If your plan came down to, is Torque going to be a dominator, and if he's not, the bottom falls out, then your plan wasn't very sound. So the same thing. You had an opportunity in the draft. All right, McGonigal is 63rd on this list and 39th on this list. Hey, guys, take your lists and keep them. The reality is when you call the kids up, we find out if they're any good. If you follow baseball, you know the drill. You need numbers, not just one prospect to save you. This isn't one of Rico's Avengers movies. So it's the idea that, like, look, imagine what this would look like now. Now, real time, not 2026 or 7 or never. If I said to you, your core was Riley, Colt Keith, and Wyatt Langford, right now, in real time, every night, they're batting 1, 2, 3 in the order. I can make decisions for this franchise that I can't currently make right now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I don't think you're looking at 27 now. You're looking at maybe next year you're a piece or two away.
Are you basically what I think Rico is asking, and maybe this is the question, are you comfortable just punting next year for both the Wings and Tigers? You're punting. That the Wings at best will be first-round cannon fodder, if they make it at all. And the Tigers, it'll be another year of kids and things and Max Clark highlights in Albuquerque or wherever he's playing. Like, are you accepting of that? Because if you're defending these teams, that's what you're accepting of. And again, if you're okay with it, it doesn't make you a bad person. I just don't understand you. I don't understand how we can go this long without winning, and there's no real sign of urgency from either team. And you as a customer, or whether it's the station, TV, newspaper, explain it to me. That's all, and that's fine. But what I'm not going to do, Rico, I'm not sandbagging you. I am not going to fight these people all summer. The weather's too nice and football season's too close. No. I'm not doing it.
No, I get it.
Oh, Tarasenko, fine. I'm sorry. I didn't go into the offseason with like $32 million in cap space, lying awake at night, dreaming of Tarasenko as a Red Wing. He's an upgrade, but it's also a guy I wish they could have had 6 years ago.
It is an upgrade. I would have liked to see the defensive core upgraded more. That's kind of where my biggest gripe is at this point.
Okay, so like where we sit right now, and then I know we're up against it, but like, Kenny, do you know factually in your heart, are you better defensively right now?
No, I can't tell you that with any sort of definitive.
All right, so then how do we, why are people doing the Fred Flintstone to try to defend Yzerman still? Why can't we just treat Steve Yzerman like a human being?
Well, Stevie came out and said it's going to be just like last year.
Well, great. I hope for the people who spend their hard-earned money, that's good enough for them.
That stinks because the people that I've been to a bunch of those games, and that is a passionate group. That is a passionate fan base, and you're doing them a disservice if that's the plan.
Okay. Kenny Cott has spoken. I want you to attribute your slander to Kenny Cott. All right, Old Nation, it's Shandy season. You know the drill. It's summer. It's 90. You need a little lighter something. The Shandy, it's the best in the game. There is nothing like it. No one competes with it, and I'm so glad I talked to the guys at Old Nation. They finally upgraded the can. They went from like the cartoon thing that said like Duff beer, and they actually put like a lemon on there. Like, thank God. The point is, it's what's on the inside of the can.
What's wrong with Duff?
It's have some fun with Old Nation Shandy. It is the beer of summer, and get it before it's gone because you know the drill. You guys crush it. You sell them out everywhere they put this stuff. Get it now and stock up. Old Nation Company, Brewing Company reminds you, drink responsibly. Please plan for a safe ride home whenever you enjoy one of their great beers, including the beer of summer, Summer Shandy.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Javier Baez has been seen taking batting practice at Comerica Park this afternoon. It's believed he'll be activated today as Ryan Kreidler's locker has been removed. Akil Baddoo is in Detroit again as well. Parker Meadows likely heading to the IL after his right hamstring injury yesterday. Tigers All-Star Riley Green was asked whether he would be interested in the Home Run Derby today. He responded with, quote, "I don't really know. If it comes up, I will think about it," unquote. Green has 17 bombs this year, including 2 in July. The Tigers host the Guardians today at Comerica Park. First pitch at 6:40. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Patrick Kane spoke to the media for the first time after his extension. He had high marks for his first season with the Wings. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
Hey, by the way, shout out Rieger. You can read into it what you want. Flaherty has been pushed to Thursday. It's Maeda tomorrow. So, and again, maybe Flaherty starts Thursday. Everything's fine. We get it back on the rails. Couple of good starts for the deadline. You trade him. But right here and now, 2 injections in his back, skipping starts,
Doesn't
pushing
seem like he's
starts, lousy in some starts. Look, my team's desperate for pitching. The Yankees are desperate for everything, including a manager with a brain. I wouldn't trade for Jack Flaherty today.
Not trying to be funny. What happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I just would rather move on to other topics, including we talked to Garrett, 97.1. Garrett, how you doing, buddy?
Doing well, Mike. Long-time listener. Love your guys' show and everything. I was just talking over the weekend with my twin brother, actually. Yzerman's been part of the organization for 5 years, right? How many more years do we have to keep waiting for these young guys? 5, 6, 7 years, where they keep saying that we have to bring in these young guys. Well, he's been a part of 5 drafts now. Where are some of these guys that are the younger guys that should be anywhere from 23 to 25 years old right now? And, you know, he keeps saying, wait for the young guys, wait for the young guys. Well, we drafted 5 years of this, and we haven't seen any of the young guys up in the organization.
No, listen, I mean, Garrett, are the Wings marginally better? Maybe. Is that what any of us really wanted to go into the offseason with? No. Not with that level of cap space. So I think it's okay to have that conversation. And look, if they're the same as they were this year, I have bad news for you. You won't make the playoffs because the East is better.
I totally agree.
All right. I mean, it's and again, do not take what I'm saying, guys, in listener land. Don't take it that I don't care. No, I care deeply. I'm exhausted because I'm fighting fights that I don't even know what we're fighting about. I'm not going to yell at someone who calls up and wants to trade Scooble. I'm not going to yell and if they want to sign him. But status quo, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Timeline doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't believe. Now, if the organization goes out this winter and with 1 trade and 2 big free agent signings, increases the payroll by, say, $60 million yearly basis, and I have 3 new bats in the lineup. Well, now
a gigantic paradigm shift where now you're saying, okay.
Stop. You got to stop. Go ahead, Rick.
No, but it's a shift where all of a sudden now you're going to be a have and you're not a have-not. Because the problem is you're a have-not that doesn't realize you're a have-not. You still think that, we can win this thing. No, you can't.
Who thinks that?
The way the team acts as if we're close, these young guys, and we're just going to – no.
I'm most excited to see some of the younger players post-trade deadline. Like, look, they're going to trade one of their catchers. Bring up Dingler. Look, Young is terrible at third base, and he's been hurt. The point I'm making, I think their way forward, they might have to move Colt Keith to first base in the offseason.
Right. But the thing is, doing all of that means not only are you punting on the rest of this year,
right,
which nobody wants to admit, you're punting on next year as well, because I don't see how this is going to get any better.
Unless, as I said, Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch decide we have to get bold, enough's enough. But again,
Mike, I would then say, what was that come to Jesus moment that all of a sudden you see the bright lights like everybody else in this next offseason that you didn't see in the last offseason?
I'll tell you. The fact that, well, A, you realize Mark Canha was a faulty idea. B, Javi Baez sucks. He is, in fact, dead. Torkelson sucks and may never play here again.
But what about Vierling?
Okay, you know what? I tried sincerity. You chose violence. Let's go to Mark 97.1. Mark, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. What's on your mind?
Hey, well, me, my wife Carrie, shout out to Carrie, my kids, we've all been Detroit fans for all the teams forever. And you think about it, forever we had the Pistons, the Red Wings, and the Tigers. They were doing great. And who was the bad team?
Lions.
The Lions, right? It switched around. Now the only team we got that's doing good, very good, is the Lions. All three of our other sporting teams are doing terrible. And you think about it, since the senior Ilitch and Davidson, both those two passed away, where have those teams gone? Tigers, Red Wings, and then the Pistons, that's even worse, right? You know, I totally agree with what you're saying, though, Mike. Spot on. I'm not copacetic with any of it, you know? Come on.
I know a lot of people aren't. I think it's just this weird spot we're in where, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people, you're vilified if you're just angry or desperate to win or willing and open to all possibilities to getting better. Like, I'm sorry.
You're fed up with mediocrity and you want something. Like, either tell me we're going to just be bad for a long time or go out and try to be good.
Yeah, if Scott Harris came out and just said tomorrow, guys, look, I don't know what you think I took over, but this is a disaster and it's going to take time. Cool. I'll tune back in a couple of years.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, man. When you do these off seasons and you paid $12 million for Mark Canha, I still can't believe people bought into that. All right. Summer is here. John Jansen Weight Loss Fiesta. There is still time to make progress before summer's over if you're looking to lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between for that matter. IdealU.us right now. Don't wait. Go to IdealU.us today. You book your free consultation. You find out how you could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Go to IdealU.us. And it worked for John. John lost over 60 pounds, and he's kept it off. They will get you on the road to success, and they will teach you, guide you, and support you through the entire process, just like they did for John. So go to IdealU.us right now. You get that $200 Visa gift card. That's IdealU.us. All right, turn our attention to football. Touch the table. David, some music, please.
I wish they would use this theme again.
Yeah, I wish the sport made sense. But, who cares? Rico got his money. That's all that matters.
So let's talk about programs that should take should take a few steps this year.
Okay.
Let's start with Texas A&M. It says, of course, they changed their coach, and they have former 5-star recruit Connor Weigman, and their defense should be good under Elko.
They need a leap. The people in College Station are not buying steps. They have to make the playoff. I mean, And by the way, Wegman's really good. Yeah, I know no one here cares, but Wegman is very good. It's playoff or bust. Like, what the hell are you? If I owned an oil company, what the hell am I doing here if we never end up winning anything?
No, it is, especially because all your success is based off of what Texas does. And when Texas is winning and Texas is making the playoffs and you are not.
Great point.
That's added pressure. Now, it's one of those schools that if they were the only school in the state like Ohio State, maybe it's less. But no. Texas being better, people talking about Texas. You see a Texas player on the cover of the college football game.
And face it, it's the little brother concept.
It is.
I mean, that's the deal.
Next on the list is Nebraska. They have Dylan Raiola, second year under Matt Rule. And Mike, me and Rico talked about this last week. Nebraska should be 7-0 heading into the Ohio State game.
Oh, God, here we go. All right, I'll give Rico a chance. Nebraska's going to win the West. This is the year the Huskers get it right.
Can I say something?
Oh, there is no West. All right, I'd like to tell you they'll just be a giant nothing burger. Look, they should win 7 or 8 games.
No,
come
Mike,
on.
They should come out of the box winning 7 games. They have the ultimate dream schedule.
Yeah, I'll give it to you real quick. UTEP, Colorado, Northern Iowa, Illinois, at Purdue, Rutgers, at Indiana. Off a bye.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? When you read the actual games, Rico's right. All right, yeah, then they'll take multiple steps forward. 9-3? Does that work for everybody?
Yeah. No, I think they may actually be 10-2, Mike. And the problem is they can't make the playoffs because I would rather see a 3-loss team that played a real schedule get in rather than this fake schedule. This is problematic.
Here's what they have after going to Ohio State: UCLA, at USC, Wisconsin, at Iowa.
Why can't they win every game? That schedule.
Ohio State.
Oh, not Ohio State.
Everything but, of course, yeah.
Dude, that schedule sucks.
Right.
Wow.
That's what it's like. They landed that perfect schedule.
Maybe I'll be a Nebraska fan this year.
Oregon.
Since I don't have a team.
Well, let's talk about them because they are on this list here.
Are we?
Michigan State.
Well, I'd say not having a coach lose $82 million in a hotel room, that would be a step forward.
Yes. It really... David, it boils down to if Aiden Childs is as advertised, because I think he could end up being like Kenneth Walker III, cover up a lot of warts in the program, just make plays and they win games. And if you forget, like, oh, well, this team doesn't have all the pieces that you need. What?
Wait, run that back for me one more time. What did you just say?
I said it really is up to Aiden Childs.
And he could be what?
He could be like Kenneth Walker III.
Holy moly.
Mike,
okay.
Did you hear everything that I said?
I was in shock for a moment, and then my brain caught up.
Let me rewind the tape for you. K9 covered up a lot of deficiencies on the team.
Including the one on the sideline.
That you didn't realize how bad...
You beat me to it, Mike. You beat me to it.
That you didn't realize how bad the team was because he just made plays. Okay, what did I do?
Oops.
Nothing. David and I were having a moment. Keep going. You're doing great.
I'm good. Go ahead, David.
No, I'm saying...
No, you're saying everything that's right.
You know what,
Rico's point is well taken.
No,
No, it's well taken. Because the college game is a higher level of impact for the quarterback than even the NFL. If you have a great quarterback, shout out Kevin Garnett, anything is possible. Rico... 57 career pass attempts.
We don't know. So, but if he comes in here and all of a sudden no one knew what Walker was going to do, and I'm not saying he's going to lead them to some 11-win season, but it's one of those that if he's is as advertised, then maybe this could be the turnaround.
Well,
if he's not, it's going to be a long season.
Well, I was going to offer this to you. Vegas win total provided by FanDuel, 4.5.
Right. And
I mean,
to go back to my
enjoy,
but my old argument, that Kenneth Walker year, 4.5.
Rico's promising 2021.
Wow. Okay, then.
You know what? I'm done. I've hit the portal. You guys finish this.
I should have saved Michigan State for last. Next team on the list, Virginia Tech. And everyone's expecting quarterback Kyron Drones to take a huge leap.
I think he
this
sucks.
year. Okay.
I'm sorry. V-Tech is painful. I've wanted to go to Lane Stadium my whole damn life. I love the Hokies. I want them to be good. They were everything right about college football because it makes no sense. You're like, who is this team with a turkey as their logo? But David, where is this leap coming from? They are inept offensively. I mean, they are Michigan State bad offensively. I again, that one I'm going to pause on.
Next on the list, Syracuse. Yes, Syracuse is on this list. The reason why they put them on the list is because of Fran Brown, the new head coach from Georgia. He's been red hot on the trail for them, recruiting trail.
Listen, I'll leave it to this guy. This guy tells me I don't have a right to want more from MSU. I'll let Rico dictate.
Now, Mike, I love how you twist my words. Here's the thing, David. Going out and winning on the recruiting trail means nothing now because they may be gone next year. And they'll hit the portal.
Great sport.
And the guy that, but here's the thing. The guy that you're like, oh, all we got was this 3-star kid. Next year will be the hottest thing out there. Like, oh, we need this guy to transfer to the school. So it's a year-by-year thing.
So it's almost like if Aiden Childs is awesome, cool, he's going to Oregon.
They already got 2 quarterbacks out there. But I get what you're saying.
It's hard for me to care.
I get what you're saying, Mike. But I think in the end, you're still going to care.
Kenny, can I be a Georgia fan?
You won't want to admit it.
Come on over, buddy.
You won't want to admit it, but you'll still
cousins with Carson Beck. All right, let's go. Next.
Last 2 teams on the list, both going to the Big 12 this year, Colorado and Utah.
Okay. I don't understand the Colorado thing. I don't. And the reason is, okay, let's say Shedeur Sanders is one of the 5 best quarterbacks in college football. He can be highly impactful. They got the young man murdered last year. Dion is not recruiting. He's taken no recruiting visits. He doesn't do anything. They bring in 900 kids in the portal, all of whom stink. I don't understand the love here. If any other coach was operating this way and doing what this man is doing, he would be just buried. Do you think they take a major step?
No, I don't, because I still don't see how they can stop anybody. It was the defense. Like, they would have to score 45 to 50 points in order to win games.
Can they protect Shedeur?
And that's not sustainable. Plus, Shedeur, it's basically been told, keep your stats looking good. Just, take the sack. Don't throw an incomplete pass because that's going to look bad against you. But, yeah, their defense, Mike, horrible offensive line, horrible. I don't see it outside of.
But what about the Lil Wayne concert everyone was forced to attend?
It's because it's Deion. Deion has that personality, and a lot of people, and you're seeing it here in hockey, a lot of people see one of their star athletes that they grew up on now in a management type position.
Rico just compared Iserman and Deion.
No, but the fact, because people still remember the good old days when they played, and they just figured, you know what? I trust you implicitly, whatever you say.
I went through that with Jim Harbaugh. Interesting. That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The anticipated Tiger roster moves are now official. Javier Baez reinstated from the injured list after playing 4 games in Toledo on a rehab. That means that Ryan Kreidler has been optioned to Toledo. Parker Meadows placed on the injured list with a right hamstring strain that he sustained yesterday on an attempted steal. And Akil Baddoo has been recalled from Toledo to replace him as well.
I mean, seriously?
And Javi's batting 7th.
Don't kill the messenger here. Anthony Thome, one of the ownership partners of the new Big 3 franchise in Detroit, on what to expect on the court in 2025. He also said the ownership group would prefer to play in Detroit. Anthony Edwards is preparing for an appearance in the USA Basketball at the Olympics alongside LeBron, Steph Curry, and Kevin Durant. He says, quote, "I'm still the number one option. Y'all might look at it differently, but I don't," end quote. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, that's
You know
enough.
what? You should probably have a Tournament of Champions drop.
What do you mean?
Like all the winners of the drop contest.
Stoney has talked about that. I do not.
Because the second deck is still a classic.
It is. It is. That's coming up next week, by the way. Our job right now is just get Rico to part 2 of his global world tour. But next week, the drop tournament is on. Bob and
David, I'm going to watch horses.
No, you're not. No, and earlier in the show, we just said, I mean, the biggest story in sports, it is Saratoga opening week. It was more, what is your version of Saratoga? If you want to hear it, look, everybody can participate. What is the place that you go to for sports where everything's right with the world? And that's, and also Rico is falling potentially out of love with his. Can I just touch on something in that update?
Yeah.
This big
Akil
3
Baddoo?
report. No. Whatever Scott Harris decides is good enough for me. I guess my question is whether it's the big 3, whether it is the USFL, whether any of what we consider secondary leagues. I wonder, do people really care? Will they care? Now, all jokes aside about, all right, well, we don't have an NBA team, so why not have a big 3 team? But is that something people will support? Because my understanding of it is it has been a barnstorming league. That you have a team with a name, but you play all over the place. How many can you put in LCA if you played? Look, they play like a 12-game schedule. It's not some 30-game thing.
Right.
Let's say they play 4 games at LCA.
You'll probably get people to go down there for the first weekend, that first time, the novelty. But after that, I don't think you're going to see people down there for like that 4th weekend because the care factor's gone. It was like, oh, the Michigan Panthers are back. That opening weekend, I don't think they outdrew that crowd ever again because people were like, oh, it's not the NFL. You're going to be like, oh, this is not the NBA.
But see, and again, I know I'm the wrong person for this product because I don't need more sports. I don't.
I mean, unless it's your favorite former basketball player that's there.
I've been dying to see Larry Hughes play at age 48.
Or you want to see Jason Richardson out there dominating. So he's on that tour.
David, I mean, is that, would you take the kids?
Not to a big 3 game. I've taken them to a USFL game to see the Panthers.
But
that was one time.
Why not the big 3?
I'm just not interested in the big three. I'll watch it on TV a little bit, but barely that.
They're trying.
I don't want to see Big Baby. I'm sorry.
Right,
I'm good.
I don't think you're going to. Isn't he in trouble?
Well, okay, bad example, but yes.
They're trying to get people. It's why they went after. It's why they tried to get Caitlin Clark to play in the league.
The only place you're going to see him might be the California Penal League.
Bad example. You're right.
Just saying, he might not be in the player pool.
Mistakes were made.
But I don't need it. But there is someone we know that is involved in the Detroit team. He's part of the ownership group. TJ Lang.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, Faye.
Yeah.
Oh, is there going to be
reading the story?
Is there going to be a phone call made at 6:00? Oh. That is all I can tell you.
Along with Earl Boykins and
George
Gervin.
I understand now. So TJ, give it the drop ready. TJ is going to need people to play on his team, so he's going to say.
Or he'll be advertising. Now, I am an hour and 51 minutes from calling him, so I'll handle that later. So,
I guess I'm going now.
No. Just it was something because like we always hear about these other leagues, and it's this idea. The leagues clearly believe people have more bandwidth for more sports. I don't. I mean,
they're thinking what they're hoping, Mike, is that in your summer days while you're waiting for the NFL, maybe you'll just kind of take the kids down and come watch this game. And they'll make it very Globetrotter-esque.
Could you get 10,000 at LCA 4 times?
No, which is why it was why Ice Cube made the pitch to see if Caitlin Clark would come because he knew people would follow her and she's like Taylor Swift. They would just show up just to see her going up against somebody.
So is the big three now morphing into something where they want to have stationary, but like actual teams that have an actual home venue?
Apparently so, because they have a team in LA, Detroit, and I believe Dallas now.
Wait, so there's 3 teams in the big three?
I believe. Well, no, there's more. But I'm saying there are now city-centric teams now that they're trying to do.
Yeah, listen, I have a bad attitude about any secondary league. Like whether it's the USFL, the XFL, it just look, there's the MLB, there's pro and college hoops, there's pro and college football, and then there's hockey. Yeah. I don't need more. There is no more, especially with what the NFL has done. The NFL has taken up all the oxygen.
It has, Mike, but I think in their world, if they can get what minor league baseball gets, that's a win for them.
What's the TV contract for the big three?
I know they're on CBS, so let me look at that and see exactly what it is.
I'm just interested because here's the thing. The one thing they would have with this big three that the other leagues don't have is there is no pro basketball team here. We don't have one.
You just went there, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Okay. Because it's true. We don't. And by the way,
hey,
hold on. Wait 1 moment. What the hell is Trajan Langdon doing? We don't have a single first-round pick acquired this summer. What?
You don't. But I thought that they would be more active in the 3-way deals. But
I like Malik Beasley for $6 million.
Here's the thing. Kind of like how I gave Scott Harris the trade deadline. I want to see what he does at the trade deadline when you have that team that needs that extra player.
Okay.
And because you still have money under the cap, you could be the third party, and that's going to come with picks. Now,
whatever
if it doesn't
Trajan decides is fine by me.
I hate you.
Spoken like a true Detroiter.
If it doesn't work out, then yes, I was disappointed. But I want to see what happens at the trade deadline because at least he went out there and kind of did what the Tigers, we wanted the Tigers to do. Short-term deals, but you're helping the team out right now. Even though you know they're going to be bad, you're still trying to put out some type of competitive team, and you see what happens. So you brought in 3 guys who could shoot threes. Are they the greatest players? No. The longest deal is a 2-year deal. We see what happens. Because maybe one of these guys takes off and they become trade bait, and you're able to send this guy to your Celtics or this guy to the Knicks or to the...
I don't need none of the Rudy Poo people you signed here on my team. championship DNA is
Tobias
required.
Harris shooting 55% from 3
until the playoffs come, and then he's
But you
in
won't know.
witness protection.
Oh, David, real quick. Bad news for your team.
Yeah, I saw the news. That's not bad news.
Cam Sutton suspended without pay for the first 8 games of 2024.
That was expected news.
Wow, he just told you.
Yeah.
By the way,
I mean,
did you hear one of the owners of the Big Three team?
TJ Lang?
No, little Earl Boykins.
Oh,
yeah, he's also an owner of going to be an owner.
So
of
basically, Eastern Michigan is just trying
George
to buy a team.
Gervin is along with
The
that
Ice
as well.
Man?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, do you see the common thread?
What
here?
about Amani
TJ
Bates?
Lang?
It is Eastern.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's where Amani could play.
It is.
Wait, yeah.
It is.
Isn't he G League Cavs? But
With
you're
the
right.
Cavs, yeah. But
You're
his
right.
future is Big Three.
Wait, you put him on there along
What about Derek Dials?
And,
See, and that's why I don't need it.
And Belleville's own Gabe Brown.
Oh, dear.
It was fun initially when you see Joe Johnson and Chauncey Billups was on it initially. White Chocolate was in it. Initially, it was fun. I don't need it anymore. I don't.
All right.
And
So
when I take my kids aren't going to know who these players are.
What if they can get Allen Iverson on the team?
I'm good.
Here's the question. So, would you rather watch an NBA Summer League game or a Big Three game with a Detroit-based team? Serious question.
Summer League for me.
Okay. And there's no wrong answer. I'm asking.
You know what?
Because the reality is,
I'd actually take the Big Three.
Okay. Look, the whole point I'm making is we don't have an NBA team.
We do have an NBA team.
Not really. It's is there a need for? I assume they would play in the summer. Is this the design of this?
It is summer, yes.
Okay, so it's the dead of
Yeah,
summer.
it's going on right now.
Okay, so the Tigers stink, and they're not even on TV. You don't have an NBA team. Football isn't close. More on that in a moment. I'm guessing, and I'll call TJ at 6. I'm guessing they got to fill 3 or 4 home dates for this thing to be viable. They only play like 12 games in a Big Three.
Yeah. Where are they playing?
Well, they play
The Convocation Center.
That's what I'm wondering.
No,
All these
no.
I
They
don't
have to
know.
play at LCA. They've played at LCA before.
But they've had their first 3 weeks here have been in Chicago, Dallas, and New York this season. Close to 30,000 fans in total, so 9,000 per event.
So could you get 9,000 to 10,000 at LCA if there were one home game a month in the summer?
I think you could.
One a month,
Yeah,
probably.
you could, because it's just something to do.
Correct.
And it's the novelty, and you see all your old players that you used to like in the NBA, and you're like, oh, you know what?
So that's what they're still trying to do, though?
Yeah.
So hold on. Here's my question. Is it like I'll ask TJ. Is it the Legends Club where like you're signing 55-year-old AC Earl, or are you actively going to try to find young players with functioning limbs?
I think it's anyone that isn't in the NBA anymore.
Yeah.
So you could not be in the NBA at 28 and you're eligible to be in the Big Three.
I won't take calls on it, but if you want to take a text, would you actually go watch this? Go ahead.
But
That's
yeah,
fine.
I mean, Mike, I was not joking when I say one of the biggest, Jason Richardson is like one of the biggest draws to this thing. It's like, wow, okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Oh, he's balling out this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw highlights of him. He had 40-something points in one game. Yeah. Shooting the lights out. Now, he doesn't have to play full court, so that makes it better.
You think? 248-539-9797. We'll take some ticket texts on it.
For a one-off, I think people will go down there.
There's a phone call at 6 o'clock. When it comes to an IRS collection or you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems, you need Maurice and Jerry. You need legit representation. It's Abraham and Rose. They're not some tax organization with random people answering the phone. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS. They'll advocate for you, fight for you, and they're going to guide you through the entire process. Save your dollars and hopefully your headaches. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today or call 248-539-5040. You will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. Yeah, quick note on that Tiger game. Javi Baez is back. I know y'all are thrilled. Parker Meadows, enjoyed seeing him for 10 minutes. He's hurt again. And Jack Flaherty's been pushed to Thursday. Signed his back. So that'll be exciting. You better hope Flaherty pitches well, because if you can't trade him, you got nothing else to trade. I mean, Kenny would give you the lint out of his beard for Mark Canha. Or perhaps, you'll get a package of hot dogs for Kelly. But, guys, Jack Flaherty's your best hope. So, big time start Thursday for Jack Flash in the afternoon. David, ticket text coming in. Go ahead.
Big Three actually has an entertainment factor to it. When it was at LCA, it was actually a fun event to go to rather than any other sporting event we had here.
Yeah, I think if there's 3 or 4 dates they have to fill, it's doable.
Yeah.
But if there's any talk about expanding the season or something, no, it just, guys, none of the secondary leagues work as functioning full-time leagues. It has to be something that's an event-based thing.
Yeah.
Would you agree with
no,
that?
And I think it is. It's not just a game. I think it's very Globetrotter-esque, where dunk contests and things like that to get the crowd into this. So
no, great reference, because we have the Washington Generals here every night.
I watched the Big Three.
I just keep giving him soft
before I would the Summer League. Why not add players from the And One mixtape like the Professor and Skipped Malou?
What about Escalade? Hot sauce.
Escalade.
The Professor.
I don't know if Escalade is alive. I think he's
in fact dead.
Yeah.
Did you know that's Mark Jackson's brother?
Yes, I did. I did know that.
I did not.
Yeah. Wow. Hot sauce?
I would love hot sauce.
AKA
on my chicken.
Philip Champion?
Is that his name?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
And One mixtape tour was sweet.
It was.
It was the greatest. Someone says, I would go if our Big Three was Sheed, Chauncey, and Tayshaun.
No, you wouldn't. They'd all be in wheelchairs. That's not how this works.
By the way, Greg Monroe, I just looked up one of the rosters. Greg Monroe is on the the Three-Headed Monsters roster. He's the coach's captain. So if you want to see a Piston.
You couldn't get a credit card under his feet when he was 21. What the hell does he look like now?
I guess I got to watch to find out.
Sandy the Pony outside of Myers got more mobility than Greg Monroe. You got to be kidding me.
Ooh, Mario Chalmers is on one of these rosters. Michael Beasley.
Oh, my God.
I know, man. It's some hitters here.
Where's Stephon Marbury while we're at it? Go ahead.
Killian Hayes, what are you doing in my Big Three?
No. That would end Rico's universe.
People need cheaper options for families. Kids don't know any better. My dad took me to a minor league hockey all the time before I realized it wasn't pro. That's Jared in Waterford.
That's the most salient point. Let's face it, right? Baseball's not for everybody. Baseball's a hard game to watch. It's very boring, especially now. I mean, right now we're looking at baseball circa late 70s, early 80s, as it would pertain to a batting average, OPS. It's problematic. That's a tough product. Football's too damn expensive. There's no such thing. You can mock college football like I do. The reality is, if you want to take your kid to a Michigan game, that's not going to be an affordable day.
No.
Lions, forget it.
Austin.
Red Wings, forget it.
You got Austin Day. He's still playing.
No,
is he?
Not.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Are you kidding me? I'll tell you what. I'll call TJ at 6. They got to hire Walter Sleepy Sharp. If we can get a dude with narcolepsy on our roster, hey, Joe Dumars thought it was a good idea. It's good enough for the Big Three. You remember him?
I do.
He drafted a dude with narcolepsy.
I do.
What a time to be alive.
Glenn Rice Jr.
Okay, you're going.
Royce White.
The dude who wouldn't get on airplanes from Iowa State?
So Amir Johnson is on Jason Richardson's team. Oh.
Amir Johnson?
Yeah.
David, he's got to be 50.
Amir Johnson, no. He was young when everybody wanted to trade him. He's probably 30.
He was 18, yeah.
He's probably 30.
Oh, remember?
Everybody thought, you can get Kobe in here for him.
Get KG. He's young Kevin Garnett.
Yeah.
Trade him to the Celtics for Paul Pierce.
He's 37. Oh, I feel old.
Well, David, breaking news, you are.
What about the Savannah Bananas? They sell out MLB stadiums when the MLB teams can't. They sold out Nationals Park, Adam in Toledo.
No, but Adam, because it's very Globetrotter-esque, where they're out there doing dances, including the umpire.
And it's cheap.
Yeah, and it's like, it's hard to get a ticket into those games. You got to almost buy them a year ahead of time, but you know what you're getting. It's not just a baseball game. It's an event.
You know what you're getting with the Pistons?
Not a show or entertainment.
Yeah, just you know what? I'll not say what I was going to say next. Go ahead, David.
David, I told you that this mic would be back soon.
I love it.
Whatever Scott Harris decides is good enough for me.
Oh, someone says we need Rafer Austin.
Yeah, and Sebastian Telfair. You want to keep it? How about Felipe
That's
Lopez?
it.
Is he still alive?
Sebastian Telfair. I was trying to think, who was the guy that
Cover of
was supposed
Sports
to be
Illustrated.
all that?
Lincoln High School.
You know what? Maybe being on the cover of SI in high school is just a kiss of death. Except for if you're LeBron. Everybody else, boom, crash.
Yeah, I haven't seen any greatness out of that. Someone says the Big Three is just what the PGA Senior Tour is.
Okay. Yeah, look, hey, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. For me, I don't need more. Like, it plays into our cookies topic we're going to do. Costa said something that was pretty irresponsible. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let me get Julian in the mix. He wants to speak with Kenny. And Kenny, I know it's not going to get a lot of play here in the States. That article from the Toronto Sun about Yzerman, they dropped a bomb on him. Now you're shaking your head. What's the problem?
No, I'm agreeing with the article. I thought it was a massive bomb, and it's even more reprehensible nationally. It's being taken on by other markets.
I think you could take exception by saying, all right, are they really the 12th best team in the East?
That's a little aggressive.
But 9th, 10th, 11th, it ain't good.
No, it's not. Not after this offseason.
If you want to read about the Red Wings rebuild and it's not Baghdad Bob type coverage of everything's fine, Toronto Sun wrote hey, it's something. But here, let me go to Julian. Him and Kenny will talk hockey for a minute. Jules, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, top of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
How are you, sir?
Well, Mike, I'm not bad considering the weather, but, I want to speak to the hockey off season. I want to make 2 points. I'm going to try to get through both of them. The first I'll use as a contrast between the Leafs and the Wings. And the second point is to address what I think is a travesty that I want to talk about. So I gave the Leafs a C, maybe a C minus. And when you compare the amount of moves that the Leafs made to the Wings, I mean, the Wings offseason to me has been abysmal. Absolutely abysmal. They've done, in my opinion, nothing of note. I mean, the Leafs dropped the ball. No Markstrom, no Ullmark. Tanev, 6-year deal to a 34-year-old, extending Max Domi. Some of these are desperation moves. I think Treliving's in over his head. And as a contrast, Toronto has made a lot of moves. The Wings have done nothing. And so I really think that as bad as Treliving has been, I don't see how Yzerman's any better. I think Yzerman is grossly under-delivering right now, considering where this team needs to be and where it's at.
I mean, Kenny, go first, because Kenny, I want to tell you, Julian, Kenny was salivating.
Well, yeah, I looked at your team, Julian, in the Leafs, and I saw them at least pick up a defenseman that's really good 5-on-5 in Chris Tanev. You don't love the term, I get it, but compared to what we've done in Tarasenko, and that's the move.
Oh,
and you got a nice little goalie in Stolars there. That's a good pickup for you. We got 4 goalies, and I'm not sure any of them are any good.
So the contrast, I think we're in alignment, right? I'm not impressed by the Leafs, but to say that the Wings have been underwhelming is an understatement. Now, the travesty, and in fact, it's not a travesty, it's an injustice to the very fine people of Detroit and the fine people of Toronto. And that is that these two bozos couldn't come to terms on a deal for Mitch Marner. And that's an embarrassment, okay? For Mitch Marner to play for Toronto next season is you might as well spit in the face of all the Leafs fans with this let's run it back BS. I can't believe it. And again, it's not just Treliving. Shame on Yzerman and any other GM for not going after a player like that, because what the Leafs are doing is the definition of insanity right now. Round 8,
Yeah,
let's
and
try it
I
again,
think,
guys.
and Julian, I think it goes both ways. I mean, look, the difference I think is in Toronto, you're going to be held to a standard, and people are angry and furious. And here, if you do anything but genuflect and drink holy water, you're evil. Like the idea of if you don't genuflect to Yzerman, you're crazy. It's like, no, I just want more. Like where's the guy who built Team Canada into the superpower? Where is the guy who I was promised, which is the Theo Epstein of hockey? What are these moves? Like, what the hell are we doing with Jack Campbell? Oh, Grand Rapids needs a goalie. Dude, blow it out your ass. Like, what the hell are we doing?
And Toronto's a perennial playoff team, and their fan base still is complaining, which understandably so. You're expecting to win a cup.
They have every right to. So
but hold your team to a standard. It's not that crazy.
No, not here. Not here. Hey, whatever Stevie does, fine by me. All right, a lot of you need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there. They'll skip steps, cut corners. It's a big problem. If you see your attic doesn't have the proper air circulation, you can have mold, wood rot, leaks, just disgusting things. Not to mention, summer attic temperatures can reach 180 degrees or higher. None of this is good for anybody. This is one of the reasons you need to call Victor's Home Solutions. It's simple. The process begins with a thorough inspection of that attic. They know if the ventilation isn't right, the roof's going to be built on a shaky foundation, and, well, you're screwed. So Victor's, every roof they put in, it comes with a well-thought-out ventilation plan. That's why they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee. Not only do they have the best installation crews in the state, they also make sure roofs and their install go in last, so the ventilation is going to be right. Call for the roof inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100, or book that appointment anytime online at victors.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Former Lion corner Cam Sutton has been suspended 8 games without pay for violating the NFL's personal contact policy pertaining to domestic violence. He inked a deal with the Steelers after the Lions released him. The Tigers return home tonight, riding a 3-game winning streak. One of the best teams in baseball, the Guardians, in town. Coverage begins right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:15. Here's the lineup. Perez leads off and plays right field. Keith bats second at second. Canna will DH and bat third. Green, Urshela, and McKinstry in the middle. Back up from his rehab, Javier Baez hits 7th and plays short. Akil Baddoo is in the 8 hole as he plays left. He had just a few games in Toledo with Parker Meadows going down to the IL as well. Jake Rogers will round it out at catcher. The Pistons also officially announcing that Tobias Harris has signed a contract back with the team, 2 years worth over $50 million. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, more at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
You know, Rico, it's one of those things. I don't get upset in the moment, and then it's like you're reminded of it, you hear it, and it truly is remarkable. Like, how the hell can Akil Baddoo be the best you have? I don't care the number of injuries. I don't care if players die. How can Akil Baddoo be brought back up? Oh, I don't want to hear, oh, well, Carpenter's hurt. I don't care. He's DH anyways. Oh, well, you can't play Malloy in left. Well, you're probably right. He's terrible. But work with me. Rico, literally anyone else. How is Akil Baddoo even on a 40-man roster? So between Baez and Baddoo tonight, I mean, you're just openly telling your fans, and again, but they had a great weekend. Good for you. Who cares?
Yeah. Your 7 and 8 spot, you're saying we really don't want anything to come from that. Mike, what it says, you don't have any depth, that you can't go down and bring up that young guy and just give him that chance and give him that start. You look over and say, all right, you know what, Akil, yeah, you're playing. Good, get in there.
It's crazy.
Maybe you'll end up in my car.
Just hearing Jeremy say Akil Baddoo's coming up tonight, and you're like, you got to be kidding me. Let's go to people. A couple people want to talk about Yzerman. If you didn't read the Toronto Sun, it's a short piece, but basically they're like, what the hell happened to Steve Yzerman? He used to be special. What is this? And again, I'm not yelling and screaming about it. I'm not mad, but you signed a declining player in Tarasenko. You did not plant a flag with a goalie. You did not go out and add a Steve Stamkos. All right, you brought back Patrick Kane. Guys, I don't want to be, make no mistake, when the things I say don't line up with fun and joy, no, I don't want to be right. Once you get to about age 25 or 26 in this business, you stop caring about being right. You want to have a good time. We said on this show now, approaching 2 months ago, the plan for the Tigers and the Wings was the exact same plan. That there is no Yzer plan and there is no Harris plan. The plan is just wait for the kids. Mm-hmm. Endless runway, wait for the kids.
I mean, when you break it down, yeah, that's all it is.
Because again, budget signings on both fronts. Again, Steve Yzerman, the offseason was much better last year than this year. And now, after a disappointment of gagging away the playoffs, look at what they've brought in this year. And look, I trust Kenny explicitly, but Wallman out. All right, let's say Wallman had lost any vibes in the locker room. The organization didn't want him, and he was banged up. Fine. All those things are fine. You didn't replace him with anyone who's as good as him. That's a problem. Mm-hmm. Now, we can all be excited about the kids. There is zero guarantee they are any good. I mean, we think Simon Evanson's going to be awesome, but guys, I'll continue to say it to you. You show me a hockey prospect at work, I'll show you a Tim Connolly and a Josh Bailey and a Kyle Lukposo. Like, I'll continue to do it for you. I've lived it. It sucks. Like, the idea is we just wanted more. We wanted to be able to kind of pound our fist on the table and go, man, we got a lot better. It's going to be an exciting 2024-2025 season. Mm-hmm. I can't say that to my listeners. And what I can't preach is patience. And it's the same thing when the Tigers did their thing, Rico. I mean, Gio Urshela, a.k.a. Broken Pelvis, Mark Canna, you know, they all of these budget signings, and you're like.
But then you wonder, how did you get to Akil Baddoo? That's why.
I know. And I can't tell my listeners.
Because you banked on your young guys and you found out your young guys aren't ready, so you just kind of got to go to the substitute teacher.
And I think
that is Mr. Baddoo.
Look, the frustration with the Tigers is different than the Wings, is that baseball, you're in an uncapped sport. And both on a draft front, they did something I didn't agree with, which is bypassing Langford for Clark and McGonigal. Fine. They may end up being right. It doesn't help me right now. I'm miserable right now. And Langford is killing it. He could be helping us, where Akil Baddoo wouldn't be in my car. I have to let go, but I can't. Baseball, you can also spend and get better. Hockey, there's a cap. And I think Yzerman's been incredibly responsible, maybe too much so. Because what is the weakness? Term. Does not want to give term. Well, if you're not giving term, you will never sign the premier players. You're not going to. Now, if your argument is, I don't want to play, I don't want to be in that market, I don't want to pay these guys, we're smarter than everybody else, that's fine. But the problem is, you're so close to being good, I don't think that's the way to play it. Meaning, are the Wings one player or two players away from being very, very relevant? My answer is yes. Now, I'm half an idiot, but my answer would be yes. One stud defenseman, one real upgrade at 4. Tarasenko, again, it's not 5 years ago. That would frustrate me greatly as a Wings fan. Hold on. Kenny just violently took the microphone from David. Yes.
I think one stud defenseman puts you over the hump. I think if you have a one stud defenseman, you basically push everybody else down and add to that young core that you have. Because that young core, while I think that some of these guys are going to be really good, I believe Edvinsson will be really good. But you don't know. If you pick up somebody that you are sure of. That's why I liked Chris Tanev during the trade deadline. Toronto picked him up. He was the best 5-on-5 defenseman in the league. That was a free agent.
And again, you wanted Roy.
Yes.
Now or Montour.
Yeah.
Look, are the deals too long? Yeah, probably. But the reality is, if Steve Yzerman is half the GM that many think he is, you will end up in a situation maybe like the Rangers, where the Rangers are a Stanley Cup team, and they've got a guy in Trouba who's an $8 million player who fell to their third pairing, and he no longer has a purpose there. Maybe that's the end if you had signed a Roy or a Montour. The whole idea is you didn't do any of it.
Right.
So like Rico, I think the comment, you're right, last week about if it's more of the same.
It was so disheartening when you heard that, because you were expecting to hear, you know what, last year was a little bit of a disappointment and we have to be better than last year. But instead, he doubled down and said, remember last year? Going to kind of be like that this year. I was like, wow, that was encouraging.
Hey, whatever he decides is fine by me.
I got you.
248-539-9797. We got people who want to rap about this, both Tigers and Wings. Happy to do it. We'll touch the table with football. We have to talk to our man, Jim Costa. He said something on the morning today that I think all Michiganders should be very upset about. Very. Jim Costa attacked your joy. I'm going to explain it. And I've already told Cookies we were doing this. This isn't me sniping him. I told him, Jim, you sounded good today. You also sounded like half an idiot. And I'm going to bring it up on the afternoon show, okay? So we're going to get to that. We're going to do that at 5 o'clock, along with Talk to the People, because they have thoughts on Tigers and Red Wings. It's Happy Baez Day, everybody. Harvey is back.
It's Javi. He had a great AAA couple of weeks.
He's there for 4 games.
Wow.
All right, summer is here, sun is out, days are longer, and your schedule is probably busier, which means less time to put dinner on the table. The Kenny Cott summer menu at Hungry Howie's, it is here. Kenny, what are the odds you're slamming one of these pizzas Thursday when the Tigers have their day game? Like even money on FanDuel? All right. Well, here's the Kenny Cott menu, pickle bacon ranch pizza. That's pretty self-explanatory. Or the Backyard Burger Pizza. That's a little more detailed. Ground beef, red onion, bacon, dill pickles, ketchup, mustard. I don't know what to make of that, but that's Kenny's wheelhouse. Kenny very excited about Thursday's day game. You can pick up either of these pizzas. Your choice of flavored crust, $14.99 each. And again, limited time only. Go to hungryhowies.com and download that Hungry Howie's app today to start your order now.
We started out fun topic, biggest story in sports, of course.
I mean, real racetracks would have something on Tuesday, but
they're called off days. Now, listen, it wasn't about horse racing. It was really about what is your perfect sports place that you go to, that you just, everything's right with the world when you're there. If you want that, go listen to it. We've gotten into Wings and Tigers, and we've just made a decree in the post 4th of July. Here's the deal. We're not fighting with you anymore. Real simple. We represent a section of people that are tired of losing. And we're open to all possibilities, and we desperately want to get better. But what we're not going to do is, I'm not doing Scooble Radio every day from now till the deadline. Why? Well, A, they're not trading him. And B, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of being vilified for the idea that I'm open to shopping him. I'm not giving him away. I would command a king's ransom. But what I'm not going to do is do stupid radio anymore. I don't want to do it. And the Yzerman thing, here's the deal. If we're going to live in a world where whatever Stevie does is good enough for me, cool. I think it's okay for reasonable people to go, went into it with a ton of cap space, came out of it not better or marginally better. I think that's okay. Yeah. But you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to fight about it anymore.
No,
I don't care anymore.
As far as the Scooble thing, man, it's one of those, scared money doesn't make money. If it's just, well, what are we going to get in return? We don't know. It's the unknown. There's times where, you know what, you may win the deal. There's times you may lose a deal. But I look at what the Lions let go of Matthew Stafford, their franchise player. They got better. It can happen.
If you tell me you're going to spend an ass load of money this offseason and you're going to bring in ball players and you're going to make an attempt to engage Scooble on a contract this fall, keep him. But I don't have evidence of any of that. So, now, here's the other thing. Toronto Sun article today. And again, it doesn't matter. Toronto hates us. We hate them. That's fine. But they basically are like, what the hell happened to the Steve Yzerman we used to know? So the power rankings are out, Kenny. Have you seen these?
No, I haven't.
Let me just excited. I'll do one segment of this, and we're going to get to the callers, and then we'll move on to the fun topic. ESPN's way too early NHL power rankings. Where are the Wings?
I'm going to guess.
Or how about this? How many Eastern Conference teams are ahead of the Wings?
I'll say 9 Eastern Conference teams are ahead of the Wings, putting them at 10th in the East.
The Wings are 16th in the league, 8th in the East.
All right. Okay. All right.
Here's what they say. At some point, now, boy, I tell you, people are going to vilify ESPN. At some point, the Yzer plan must result in the Wings' return to the playoffs. No, wrong. It must result in the Stanley Cup, but must result in the Wings' return to the playoffs. Will it happen for them in 24-25? Question mark. Detroit brought back Patrick Kane for another kick at the can and added 2-time Cup winner Vladimir Tarasenko as well. But was it enough? Question mark. They are 16. The Islanders are 17. The Caps are 18. The Flyers are 19. Here's the point. You didn't separate yourself from the very same teams we were battling last year. I think it's okay to say offseason underwhelming.
But what does ESPN know? They don't know anything about sports.
Okay, all right. Leave it alone.
Okay.
You just, look, no more snark. The weather's beautiful outside.
I heard ESPN was being negative with that. That was very negative.
David, whatever Steve and Scott decide is good enough for me. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people, though. In all seriousness, we have people who want to talk about it, Tigers, Wings. Go for it. And then I want to do this cookies topic. He upset me greatly this morning. We go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, thank you for your patience. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I heard about that Sun article, and I could take it tit for tat till they come out of Toronto. I guess I have a different look on the Wings. I think that they're going to look hard at what happens the first half of this year, and they're going to go hard at the deadline to fill a hole or two. And then I think next offseason is when they're going to bring a couple of studs in here after they sort out what they really think they have with some of these young guys. What do you think?
I'm not going to argue. My argument is, how long are we supposed to wait, Dave? Like,
it's gone way longer than I thought it would, that's for sure.
Exactly. So I think it's okay to say, hey, we went into the offseason. Look, when the rumors came out about Linus Allmark, you're like, okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Didn't happen. Then it was Steve Stamkos. Didn't happen. Forget about the even bigger names. Dave, you just get to a point. It's not like they discount the games when the team is bad.
Yeah.
Like it's just, how long are people supposed to wait here?
Yeah, I was encouraged because it was always one of those, if you heard the name associated with the Wings, probably not going to happen. It was the things that happened in silence. Like, okay, I haven't heard this name, so maybe Steve is trying to go after this person. And, you got players, but they weren't like over the top players. They were okay players, not great players.
So, I mean, Dave, listen, if that's his plan, that's fine. It sounds a lot like, what I said. The Tigers and Wings are on the same plan. Just wait for the kids. It'll be all right. Eventually, Kosa will get here. He'll be Patrick Waugh. It's cool. Just wait around. Meanwhile, Kenny dropped a bomb on me during the break. I don't know if Kenny wants to mention this because I'm the king of the Wyatt Langford thing, and I've been, I'm Satan because of that. Because, we got Clark and McGonigal, and I'm like, great. I don't know what they are. I know what Langford is right now. So Kenny dropped this bomb on me. He goes, we have another Wyatt problem. I go, excuse me? Go ahead, Kenny.
So there's this interesting stat. The Red Wings ended up in 2021 trading up to get Sebastian Kosa. They traded with Dallas. They gave up their 23rd pick and a bunch of 3 or 2 other picks to move up. The 23rd pick that they traded away to Dallas turned into Wyatt Johnston, who had a phenomenal year, over 30 goals for Dallas this year.
If I include the postseason, he's almost 200 points in 2 seasons.
Closer to 130, but yeah, he was really productive this year.
He had 100 points this year.
He had 100 points total between his first 2 seasons.
Right, but then
postseason like 20 or so.
Hold on, you read me 2 numbers. Can you do it again?
Yeah,
because
24 goals, 41 points in his first year,
65,
32, 41.
So that's 73.
Yep.
So that's 140.
Hang on.
Plus
24 goals and 41 points.
I thought you said 41 assists.
No, 41 points.
Thank you.
32 goals and 65
this
points.
Math is not adding up.
Hey, we're communicating.
No, you got it. 41 and 65.
That's a cornerstone piece for Dallas.
100%.
Okay.
30 goal scorer, playoff performer.
He could be here helping us right now.
Right now.
Okay.
He would be. He'd be on your top line probably. At least your top 6.
I just like all slander directed to Kenny Cott.
It's not me. It's just the facts.
I did not say this. Let's go to people. Go to Brandon, 97.1. Brandon, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. Good.
Listen, I don't know how angry you guys can be at Steve or anybody can be at Steve or at just they're the same guy. As you like to say, Finkel is Einhorn and Einhorn is Finkel. Like you look at who they're signing, it's the same dudes for whether it's for the Tigers or for the Red Wings. So what recourse do we have? I mean, we're gonna say, don't show up to Tigers games, don't show up to Red Wings games. Stop buying $5 pizzas. Send Junior a message like, hey, get back to Daddy's plan. You don't have to spend $250 million to put a roster together here.
Yeah, but remember, the difference is, and where I do think you can be more aggressive with Yzerman, is there's a salary cap. That's just factual. There's a set amount of money. He hasn't been limited. You're not the Anaheim Ducks with a $53 million payroll. That's not happening here.
He has been limited. I think Ilitch has. I think 100% Ilitch has limited both of those guys. Everyone else is driving down the highway at 90 miles an hour. Meanwhile, our dudes are trucking along at 65.
Brandon, I wish I had proof of it. I do. And again, do I have doubts that Chris will ever bring the Tigers towards a top 10 payroll? Of course I do. My only point to you was, with hockey, it's just different because the cap is the cap. You're up near the cap What evidence? What's the limit? Now, if you want to say they don't want to sign a 7-year deal, I don't think, and again, conjecture, I don't have proof, I don't think that's a Chris thing. Yzerman himself doesn't want to give out term.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think it's different. Now, look, if they go into this offseason on the baseball side of thing and they don't, God, if I have to hear another person say, oh, well, the Orioles don't have a high payroll. Right, they got a zillion awesome prospects. Your 1-1 was Torkelson and a sub sandwich. Their 1-1 was Adley Rutschman.
Yeah, all under team control, so yes.
Okay, so right, their payroll will balloon, and guess what? Their new owners are ready.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't go into the offseason learning from the mistakes they made this offseason, and they don't add multiple high-level bats, then I want to know who I'm allowed to blame.
So you're willing to wait until the offseason?
I don't have a choice.
Well, I mean, I'm at the trade deadline. So
look, I'm not going to fight these people anymore. We all want to win baseball games. I don't know why people are turning it into.
You just want to break up the team. You want to get rid of all the stars.
No, I don't. We don't have any.
Scooble's a superstar.
Being number one isn't easy. Takes years of. I'm going to try a new line of reads. They're called anger reads. All right, listen. It's experience, dedication, and determination.
All right, everybody, calm down.
Number one mattress purchased by millions every year, Serta. They got the experience with 111 years of it, making the world's most comfortable mattresses. They're made right here in Michigan. And right now, during the 4th of July sale that rolls on, you can save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you at Serta.com. All right, so I want to bring up something Jim Costa did on the morning show today. And I told Jim I was doing this. This isn't, knifing the guy. I was blown away somebody actually felt this way. And not about a trade or not about a player or a signing or a plan. No. Much worse. So Jim did this thing about it's the dog days of summer and how much he's missing football. And he offered a deal with the devil to the listeners. And he said, if I could snap my fingers right now and you wake up and it's the countdown screen on Red Zone at 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, would you take it? I was mortified. Because if there's one thing we love in this state, it is our summer. Now, selfishly, I told Jim, how dare you? You know what football season does to me. The amount of the shows, the podcasts, the flights to New York, and then watching a bunch of games outside of the Lions that I don't necessarily want to watch. Again, not digging ditches. I'm making a point to my coworker and friend, Jim Costa. F you, kid. Stop right now. We are in the most beautiful time of year. The reason football is special is that you do miss it. Does anyone agree with Jim on this? That you would snap your fingers today to go to the first Sunday of the NFL?
No,
I would never give up.
No.
And it goes beyond. It goes well beyond that it's opening week at Saratoga. And how special that is to me. Rico.
No.
You love college football.
I do.
You're a sicko.
But I also...
You wouldn't take this deal with Satan, would you?
No, I also like days like this because you don't get them that often. It's going to be cold here in a minute. It's going to be snowing. Football, as much as you love it, also means shorter days, colder weather, snow, slush. I don't want to see any of that.
He's already dreaming. Like I told him, he called me during our little sabbatical, and he was already talking about the podcast. And I said, Jim, I don't want to talk about this. You're talking about more work. I'm in the phase of trying to work as little as possible. It's called summer. Then when all I do is work, that's called football season.
You got 6 more weeks of this. Right. Enjoy the next 42 days.
Right, and enjoy me trying to not be here forcibly outside of faking my own death as much as possible. I said, Jim, he's already dreaming of hitting enter on his first bet of football season. He wants to be sitting with his pizza buffet, rifling bets on like Marshall, East Carolina. Jim has problems.
Yeah, for me, that's a no-go. For me,
Did you just go Randy Jackson on everybody?
I did.
That's a no for me?
That's a no for me, dog.
But I'd rather enjoy the weather like today. Because football is going to come. Enjoy these last 6 or 7 weeks before the season starts. No way in the world.
Okay, but
I want to hit the fast forward button.
Let's leave open possibility that there are people that feel like us.
Okay.
If you are out there,
that's why it's a no-go for
and
me.
you don't care about baseball and or the Tigers suck and or they're just not easy to watch, fine. There's no basketball. There's no baseball for you. There's certainly no hockey. You're just dying for college and pro football. You can call. It's a safe space. I'm not going to yell. Who the hell in their right mind would give up summer in Michigan to, boom, football? Because you know what I associate with football? Rain, leaves, cold, freezing, flight delays, more work. And MSU sucks. No to any of it. I want to savor the next 42 days. I just want to savor what we have. Kenny, go ahead. You look... You're
This sounds like the reverse Gator end. I just want my time in the summer without football. No, you know how much I love hockey, and you know how much I love football and Georgia and the Lions, and I love that so much. But look outside right now, man.
Right. What are we doing?
Beautiful day. How many months of the year is it like this?
Like this?
Like this.
2?
And then it's
and
miserable and cold and
No.
crisp
I like like fall I can work with.
I hate fall.
But spring is the season that kills me. There is no spring. You know what spring is? Mud.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was going to say the fall is nice, but you just realize, man, December is coming. And that's when we leave here in the dark.
Oh, that's right. David?
Give me that all day. I will leave here in the dark. I am with Jim here. I want football back. I can't wait for it. I need it now. So, yes, after the 4th.
I know what this is.
What is this?
This is a heel turn. You're tired of your kids' youth sports.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Good
No, I'm not.
Month
I'm
ago,
not at all.
it was like, I'm going to spend all week at the ball field. Today, you're wishing your life
No,
away.
because you have to understand, when the fall hits and football's here, I'm in it more.
No, you're
because
not.
now there's football for both kids. So, yes, I'm in it even more. So,
Does
I
that
can't
mean
wait.
kid number 4 is on the way?
No, I need football now. So I can wake up after the 4th, be right to football, which means I'm skipping my birthday and my wife's birthday. I don't care. We never celebrate it.
And again,
let's go football.
And again, I will tell you, like I'm not going to lie to the people. I am atypical because of what I do for a living. But is there an excitement factor to that first opening night of college football? And I don't care. It could be UTEP versus Minnesota.
Right.
Sure. NFL, the first Sunday you turn on the TV and it's that annoyance Scott Hansen.
No, Mike. I can do you one better. Think about this. This is how you know football. You think you want it, but you don't. The people get excited for the Hall of Fame game until you realize, dear God, this is the Hall of Fame.
4 plays in, and you go, I don't want to watch this anymore.
Why was I excited about this again?
Correct. It's the same thing with Lions preseason.
Yeah.
But I want to throw the number because Jim did a topic on this morning, and people were on both sides of the fence. There's not any, you can do whatever you like. But I said, Jim, I'm worried about you. You need some hobbies. You need maybe a life, maybe a different one than you're living. I don't know.
Doesn't he have a trip or something planned?
Dude, 248-539-9797. I mean, wow. I would love to hear from the people.
That look.
We'll get to the people. David, ticket text. I know those are piling up. We'll get to all of it. We got a football today. We're going to walk you up to Tiger baseball tonight. It's Harvey Day. Javi, on the 3rd day he rose.
He's back.
Javi Baez is back. I know how excited everybody is. Yikes. Let me be timely. David has told me to do my job. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, and I mean anybody, yes, even you in the car, you can feel comfortable and work on your fitness goals. Planet Fitness it's where you can support your active lifestyle or start a new active lifestyle. Planet Fitness is there for you. And if you're short on time, don't even worry about it because you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. No matter where you are, there's a Planet Fitness close by. There's over 50 in the Metro Detroit area and thousands worldwide. And
tell them, Rico.
At a lot of them, they have brand new cardio equipment or strength training equipment. So go and check it out. And now through July 18th, all you need to do is bring in $1 down to sign up and get started. That's it. Just $1 down. You can cancel at any time. So $1 down, get you into Planet Fitness, free fitness training, equipment for every workout. It's never intimidating. Join today. Get energized.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Following his domestic dispute this spring, Cam Sutton has been suspended 8 games without pay for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. It's anticipated he will accept the penalty. The Guardians lead the AL Central by 6 games over the Twins, despite being just 5-5 in their last 10. Akil Baddoo is back with the Tigers as Parker Meadows hits the IL with a hamstring strain. Javier Baez also in the lineup for the first time since June 8th. Before his stint on the injured list, Baez was hitting .183 with 1 homer. Riley Green and Tarek Skubal were named to the All-Star game via the player vote yesterday. Skubal praising Green on his nod. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame coverage begins at 6:15. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.
You know, David, I'm going to need one of those bump backs here soon enough. Just letting you know. Kenny's laughing, but it's true. All right. We'll get to the people in 1 second. Does anyone agree with what Costa did this morning? David, what do people have to say?
Tigers blow. I don't own a boat or have central air, so give me September and Lions football ASAP. I think that kind of disqualifies you, sir. You have no AC. Of course you want September. Someone says Costa is a sicko when it comes to college football in the NFL. So, no, I don't want anything he wants. Give me the summer.
He was in detail talking about the process of placing his first bet of the season. I go, Jim, I'll talk to you August 6th. I don't want to hear about this. None of it.
I mean, yeah, it just wonders, like, do you need a hobby? Is this a cry for help? Does Costa need to talk? Is some things going on at home? Like, why are you rushing this, Jim? What is enjoy the last 2 months, and then you will have all the football that you want.
I also view football season differently. It's not just I put a number on it because of what we do. Do you realize football all in is a 25-week run? Yep. And with the Lions being good, please. There will be plenty of football. Everybody just enjoy what's called the sun.
It's one of those things that I'm sure people would tell us both, why? But I'm with you. No.
Human beings, you need to not have football in your life for a few months.
I know, but we got to have football. It's like, yeah, that's not looking forward to it. I just want to slow things down. David, I'm the opposite of you.
Oh, I need it.
I want to slow things down and really savor the last 7 weeks.
We're not okay. By July, I am done with summer and am ready for football.
That just sounds like the words of someone who doesn't have any friends. That just sounds terrible.
And see, that person, that's the one that you're not allowed to say, oh my goodness, it's 10 degrees outside. Nope.
But my opinion wouldn't be that different in a nice weather state. The reason football is our oxygen is because you are made to go without it for a little bit.
But see, I think it's different, Mike, because if we were in San Diego or in LA, it's nice all year round. You have options. You don't have these options except for right now. In January or November or December, you can't do these types of things where, you know what, I just kind of want to drive around in the convertible. Good luck with that.
Jim sounds like the kid that got excited over the first day of school. Loser. Someone else
doing dress rehearsals, driving to school in July. Okay, it should take me exactly 13 minutes.
I actually could see that.
Costa needs to call the hotline. Someone please give him the number.
He's like excited to do the podcast. And I'm like, what? Wait, what? Dude.
Is that why the podcast door was open? Because I'm like, who was in the studio?
He must have been sitting in there.
Right, he's just in there just practicing. No, Mike.
We got a regular J.J. McCarthy on our hands. He's meditating in the pod studio.
Right, I was like, why is the door open in there?
Let's go to Pete, 97.1. Pete, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? First of all, I think Costa is the type of guy that tells the teacher that they forgot to give the spelling test from what you're telling me. But here's my thoughts on the Wings. I think they have a lot of good players, but just as far as future Hall of Famers go, you have an older version of Patrick Kane and maybe Mo Sider. I think Larkin is a very good player. I don't see him as being an all-time great player. So they just have to find a way to get better, especially defensively. And I see that as like the number one weakness. Is I think Sider is a great player. I think that was a knockout pick by Stevie, but like he's got to protect them. He's asking him to do way too much. And, even like Nicholas Lidstrom, he's probably the best athlete that's come through this town in the last 30 years, if you really think about it. You still have Larry Murphy playing with him, future Hall of Famer as well. So, like, he needs to get better on the blue line big time, and he hasn't done that. And you can't help but think, had he done anything at the trade deadline last year, this conversation would have gone a lot differently.
Well, and again, they have young defensive players coming up, but it would never preclude you from signing. Kenny had a couple of guys he was interested in, Roy, Montour. Look, even if one of Evanson and Palika end up being stars, how would it be bad to have a third guy who then could shepherd the second pairing? Like, I don't get it. I don't know how you were that bereft of defensive talent. You then lost defensemen, didn't add anyone who's even as good as those people, and we're just going to roll with the kids. Mm-hmm. Look, if it's year 2 or 3 of a rebuild, I'd get it. It's year 6 now. Like, I think fans like Kenny have a right. But in this town, let me read from my Kremlin script. Whatever Stevie does is good enough for me.
Come on, man. Let it go. It's all about the kids.
No.
It's all about the kids, man.
All right. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, I'm on the radio.
Hello.
Listen,
hey.
I have waited years to disagree with anything Mike said, so you're probably going to hang up immediately.
No.
If we're on the Lions topic, dude, so I was born in 1980, so long as I don't lose 2 months of my life, because I don't want to die earlier and push that button to fast forward 2 months to start football now, so long as I don't age more, I want to start football now. I want to start football now. I don't have friends. I am psycho about the Lions. I want to start it now. I don't know what the weather has to do with it, dude. We're in a climate-controlled environment in our planes, trains, and automobiles while we're flying them on our devices. I don't know what the weather has to do with it. I'm excited. Can we start football now? Did someone have that button there?
No. Ryan, you have to give away the next 42 days of your life. That's the contract.
I'm going to age 42 days?
100%. You don't get them back.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got a kid and 3 dogs, so maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just be patient.
Bad idea, Ryan.
Yeah, just
Kenny.
These are the people agreeing with David, by the way. I have no friends.
No, Ryan, come on now. Ryan's got friends. Come on. That's an outrageous.
No, I mean, I don't have time for them because I dream about the Lions. I've got other things going on. Hey, remember when the Lions won that game and everyone flipped out about the dude that cried when we beat the Rams and stuff?
Yes.
Dude, I bawled like a little girl in 2010 when our third-string quarterback, Drew Stanton, broke an NFL record road losing streak of about 24 games. We hadn't won a game on the road. And against Tampa Bay, Drew Stanton throws it to Calvin Johnson. I cried like a little girl.
You need a hobby,
when
Ryan.
It didn't matter.
You need a hobby, Ryan.
Oh, David, come on.
Enjoy your kids, man. Come on.
All right, Ryan.
Well, shouldn't you say the same thing?
Was that Costa?
I can enjoy my kids in their football season. We can watch football together, talk football together, go to football games. It's a great time.
Or you could just
enjoy summer.
Right.
Take a breather. Don't you ever look, I'm telling you, and I know Rico's going to disagree because he's on the NFL Board of Finance. The NFL is actually hurting itself long term because the NFL is ice cream. Too much of a good thing, you get sick. It's too much.
You're saying ice cream. I think the NFL thinks it's a drug, and you're going to always be hooked on it.
I need it.
Okay, well, ask Whitney Houston about that.
I need it. Put it in my arm. Let's go. Put it in the arm. Let's go.
Right, there you go. Up next, we talk Bobby Brown.
Just,
Darryl Strawberry?
Don't watch football.
Doc Gooden.
I'm in a bathtub. Let's go.
Don't watch football in the bathtub. You'll be okay.
Heath Ledger.
No, seriously, I had a conversation with someone yesterday, Mike, and told them, look, the Christmas game, I barely watched last year. But now I feel like I'm forced to because my team will be there. So on Christmas Day, I'll be ignoring my family, watching
football.
the Steelers.
So you're watching on Thanksgiving,
Yes,
the
I
day
am.
after
Yep.
Christmas Eve,
Mm-hmm.
New Year.
Yep. Black Friday. Yep.
No. What is it? The 14 days where it's football every day but one?
Watching them all.
Yeah, you ruined it.
Watching them all.
It's for David.
Yes, it is.
David, hey, how did I ruin it? Because apparently there's not enough football. So I'm just giving the people what they want.
There's just too much.
I'm just supplying it to the people.
No, good. You're a crack dealer. That's what you are.
Hey, man.
You are. You're a disgrace.
Brother got to work. Like jobs.
Ruining neighborhoods. There you go, buddy. All right, Colin gets the
brother
last
gotta
word.
Get paid.
Colin, go ahead, buddy. What's up?
Good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
So I think you guys are missing 2 key points. Fantasy football people want football. They're dying for it.
Do you know what? Colin, you may have touched on, you nailed this. Do you know?
But
I don't know if this is
the
public
second thing,
knowledge.
Mike,
Hold on.
is
I
Tiger.
want to support you. 1 second. Do you know Jim Costa has already drafted over 100 fantasy teams?
Oh, that thing that he
Best
does.
ball.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I'm not that into it. I play on about 2 teams per year. But on top of that, guys, Valley Sports created problems for everybody. The average fan isn't watching the Tigers right now.
Yeah.
So even if you think they're bad, you're not watching them.
Yeah.
So the average fan in Michigan right now is getting 0 sports.
So
Okay,
you know what's
what,
going to
Colin?
save the day,
That's fair.
Colin? Let me tell you what's going to save the day
big
for
three?
the people. No. College Football 25 by EA Sports.
I agree, but a lot of people don't have the consoles anymore. The consoles became too expensive for a lot of people too.
No, Colin, that's where
Colin,
I
don't worry about it. Mikey's buying
That's
consoles
fine.
for everybody.
Fine. My whole point is a lot of
He's
people
going-
are like Kenny, and they blow a console of money at the bar every week. Don't tell me it's too expensive. Prioritize. Yeah. Let's look at Kenny's bar tab. How many PS5s is that?
Okay, you know what? I'm going to stand
I
up
don't
for
think it's that high.
When
It's
did
not.
this become about Kenny?
It's
Why
not.
is he
When
taking
I
strays?
said it, Dan.
Why
I
is
stand with
taking
you, Kenny.
strays?
I stand with you.
Kenny, I'm defending you, buddy.
Don't we have some football to talk about?
Yes, we do.
mean-
But first,
Kenny, Mikey took you out into a little rowboat, man, in the middle of the lake.
It's summer. Well, before Jim Costa wishes summer away, get to Moran Buick GMC because unlike that loser, you're not giving your life away and you're going on some road trips with friends. Things that Costa doesn't do and doesn't have. The 24 GMC Sierra 1500, $247 a month, 24-month lease, $19.99 down, or the 24 Buick Encore GX, $253 a month, 39 months, no money due at delivery, just the taxes. They got you covered. And make sure your car is ready for the road trip. MoranExpress.com. You get the certified service. You get the free loaner. You go about your day. Always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
The Big Three is adding a franchise in Detroit, joining the cities of LA. Am I supposed to talk over that? Miami and Houston. Anthony Tomey, one of the ownership partners on where fans can see the team in action in 25. Four-star safety Ivan Taylor is flipping his commitment from Notre Dame to Michigan football. His father is two-time champ Ike Taylor. 24/7 Sports describes him as a quick-footed with plenty of agility, has spent most of his prep career working in two-deep system, and has shown that he can get where he needs to be, end quote. Parker Meadows is heading to the IL with a hamstring strain. Akil Baddoo is back up for him, while Ron Kreidler heads down to Toledo. Avi Baez is also back with the team for the first time since early June. After rehabbing his back, you can hear the Tigers and Guardians right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Patrick Kane spoke to the media today for the first time after inking an extension. He said it wasn't hard to come back to Hockey Town. After turning down an offer to become the next head coach of the Lakers, Dan Hurley has inked a 6-year deal with UConn worth $50 million to remain the Huskies head coach to the 29 and 30 season. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David. Big finish. Happy opening week at Saratoga. I know Rico's excited. You can tell.
I have to start off the big finish with this news. Kenny, you have to give us this news again. The Wings have a Wyatt problem?
Yes. No.
Yeah, they traded up for Sebastian Cossa. The pick that was theirs that they traded away turned into Wyatt Johnston, one of Dallas's key players right now.
Please direct all slander for questioning the overlord Steve Yzerman to Kenneth G. Cott, not Rico and Mike. Continue. Cosa's going to be Patrick Waugh. It's going to be fine. Go ahead, David.
We also asked a quick question here. It was, what is Trajan Langdon doing? Yes, he brought in Tobias Harris, and he brought in Tim Hardaway Jr. and a few others, but no first-round picks along with anything
my
else.
issue. I'm fine that you want to say, hey, we got some floor spacers for Cade. Problem is, evaluating Cade doesn't mean anything. You've already paid him. And he said in his opening remarks, like, he's going to take contracts with assets attached to him. One problem, he didn't do any of that. So Rico's right. We can wait for the trade deadline, and they still have $20 million in cap space. But color me underwhelmed.
Yeah, and I'm going to sound like I'm making an excuse for him. But this is what happens when you get the job right before the draft.
He's a trade bot.
You really don't have enough time to see what's going on when, I got hired, and 72 hours later, there's a draft.
Wah. Inappropriate wah. David, go ahead.
What is your sports Valhalla? Because it is the week of Sarasota.
No. We're not doing this.
Saratoga.
Thank you.
It's Saratoga. I'm sorry.
Saratoga.
Yeah, one is filled with rednecks with no teeth. The other is heaven with the sport of kings. Stop it.
I thought that was boxing.
Yeah. No. 1982 commercial. Donovan Edwards actually said that in the EA Sports thing?
The Big House theme song is in the game. Wow.
You mean Hail to the Victors?
The fight song. It's the fight song, Donovan.
Theme song, fight song, whatever.
I'm leaving this alone. It's too late in the day to get in
How
trouble.
you living? That still was one of the all-time classic interviews. That's what I'm going to miss about Bally Sports. That right there.
That's very true.
Johnny Kane. Hey, we got Donovan Edwards here. How you living?
Well, according this morning, Jim Costa isn't living great because he wants football. He wants it now. He wants to skip 2 months and get the football.
Disgusting. It's a sign you got no life, no friends, no hobbies. I got to help my guy.
Embrace the summer. We don't get days like today that often. When it's gone, and then we'll be in just darkness for 6 months. Embrace these next 2 months.
Please. Oh, boy. You pulled quite a few drops today, didn't you?
Just saying. And as we get closer to Tiger baseball, batting 7th tonight, Javi Baez. He is back, activated for the Tigers, in the lineup. Yes! All things are great again.
David.
Wow.
You know what? He's going to get 2 hits tonight. He's going to get 2 hits tonight just to spite everybody.
And, I'm in full Spiteville. I hope he's 0 for his next 31 and the team is forced to DFA.
But it's in Scott we trust, I thought.
Home run and a double.
Actually, you're right. I'm not fighting about this anymore. Whatever Scott Harris decides is good enough for me.
Yeah. Javi. Wait. What if all the runs come from Javi and Akil Baddoo tonight?
Whatever Scott Harris decides is good enough for me. That's room for radio
right there. That's room for radio.
We're just lucky we have a baseball team.
And one last thing with the Tigers, Flaherty moved to Thursday.
And it's the biggest start of the season. He's got to be healthy so we can trade him. Guys, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 2.